O'Malley. I'm from the Center for International Media Assistance, which is housed in Washington, D.C., and we're a media development think tank that works on issues related to media, but particularly in regards to internet governance and digital governance. So we're really pleased to be here with African parliamentarians because we know what an important role they have in promoting an open and interoperable global internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And we are also very happy to partner with you so that we can promote some of the critical issues that we actually have across the continent. Now we have 3 areas that we want to discuss, but for the due to time frame, so we have to really be very innovative. One essentially is dealing with internet shutdowns, which is really very common, not only in Africa, but actually it's a global issue that we really need to discuss as members of parliament that actually play a role in policy making. The internet shutdowns generally, like in Africa here, we are experiencing the same issues in around the Ethiopia area, and sometimes also people consider blocking particular applications. For example, that's not really internet shutdown, but you are just actually limiting access to certain applications online. So we have issues in like I said, in Ethiopia. And we also have issues in Asia, for example, in Iraq, in Syria, where they do it purposely to prevent cheating in exams. So those happen. So there are reasons why some are doing it, but essentially what we want to do is make it very open, where people actually can have access. Because again, with numerous shutdowns, it can have a drastic repercussion on the economy and also on distance learning and a lot of other areas. Now, the second aspect we're going to be discussing also is about preventing online violence. We have seen a rise, across the globe in online violence, particularly politicians. Like my sister here, just like yesterday, she was complaining about some stories online in his country when she's here. So because he's been targeted, because he's coming up with a bill, and then you see what's actually happening. So we will be discussing about that. And the third area we're going to be discussing is about ensuring high quality news and information. And that is essential about disinformation and also misinformation, which we had some brief introduction yesterday in one of the forums. So the plan we have now is we want to divide ourselves into 3 groups because for time, we can't be discussing all of them at the same time because we don't really have time. So we want to divide ourselves in 3 groups. Sarah, I think I'll be leading the group that's going to be discussing about internet shutdowns. And Sarah will be on the group preventing online violence against women. And the last one is going to ensure high quality news. Honorable Sarah will be also, she'll be here in a moment. But we're going to get, my sister, a lady from Ghana, who's also going to work with others. So we'll divide ourselves quickly, and we'll have about 20 minutes to come up with something on those 3 areas. That is the internet shutdown, online violence against women, and also disinformation and misinformation. So now you guys also can join any of the groups, and then we can come up with something. After 20 minutes, we're going to have somebody who will take the lead to do the presentations. And from there, we can discuss, and then we bring this thing to closure. It's unfortunate that we don't have enough time, but I think these are pertinent issues that we really need to discuss in detail, particularly lawmakers, but due to time, so we're gonna do that quickly. So, so we can start now. Thank you very much. So we're going to take turns. You only have 2-3 minutes to do the presentations, and then we just have a discussion on the way forward. Thank you. You go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. 2 minutes is too small, but we'll try and manage. We see how we can. We politicians, when we take up the mic, we don't want to leave it, but we try. Our group has to do with quality of news or quality of information. So we are looking at misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation, we said, is false information spread, not necessarily to mislead people, but disinformation is information spread with the intent to mislead people. All of you agree that today's world, freedom of expression is part of human rights. And we believe that in every constitution of this world has a provision of freedom of expression inbuilt in that constitution. But for us to ensure, or ways to ensure quality of information or news, we are looking at strengthening of laws in the various countries. We are looking at strengthening of the various institutions that has to do with lawmaking and implementation. We are looking at implementation of the laws passed, not just pass the laws and put them in the shelf for the dust to take over, but for the executive or parliament to do that oversight role of making sure that whatever law that has been passed is implemented. We also need a multi-stake approach. Civil society, NGOs, parliament, the media, everybody has to put our hands on deck to ensure that whatever news that is spread or information is going out there should be of the quality that we all need. We are looking at media literacy. The media has to take that bold step to make sure that whatever news they put there, or they educate the public on whatever news that is coming up. We are also looking at taking the big tech companies to accountable. Whatever news that have, especially during elections, when news are sent outside there or information is sent outside there, the big tech companies should make sure that the news sent there is of the quality that we need. If it is not, they are supposed to check and then block it. Because in Ghana, for instance, we have a role to play when it comes to children. Children pornography is not supposed to be transmitted. So even if you have it on your phone, you cannot transmit it because there's a law that prevents you from doing that. And we are thinking that the big tech companies should take the various countries and their culture into consideration by making sure that whatever information that is put there, if it is not good for the public consumption, should be stopped. And they should be accountable to any of the media houses that put that information there.
Consumption for that particular country.
For the public, for the particular content, yes.
Yeah, because of pornography is actually legal in some countries.
It's not something. Yeah. Then we are looking at monitoring of the media. Monitoring of the media by the executive, parliament, and other stakeholders like civil society and NGOs. We also have to do content moderation. The laws are there. So whatever content that comes out there should be moderated to make it public consumption friendly. Capacity building of media personnel is another point that we need to look at. Though they are there, they do the news, but we believe that not all of them actually have that capacity, that understand what they put in there. It's not for public consumption.
So you need to train them.
You need to train them
to
understand the ethics of what they do. Then we have to look at metadata flow between various communities and various countries. Independence of the media is key in whatever we do because though we agree that there's freedom of expression, but they should also be independent enough to be able to give proper reportage of whatever information they have. Okay. I think, for now, that is what we have. We thank you for listening, and we are grateful.
Thank you. Now, thank you very much. Yes. We have...
we will take questions.
Yes, but let's make the presentation first, and then we can go to the
Thank
questions.
you.
Yeah. No, let's get the other team to go, and we go last. Who's going to present on the Sarah, Honorable? Yes. All of you can just go and present.
Thank you. So I have the honor to be picked to speak on behalf of the online violence against women group. So here they are. So I'm just attending this session as a guest, just to was curious about this session because currently I'm a associate professor at Kyoto University. I work on AI and democracy, and I happen to be Tunisian. So that's why I'm curious about this topic. So okay, just to summarize the key components. So there is one policy aspect and one technological aspect we found to fight against this kind of oppression. So, okay, departing from the African-Ugandan case, we had the point that women are not always online. They're still suffering from poverty in some parts of Africa, and this is contributing to the digital divide that actually stops them from even having access to technology. And then, when they are online, there's still bullying, harassment, computer, let's say, misuse. There are computer misuse acts to fight this, but it's still very slow. Digital literacy, again, is still a main challenge. We need laws to enact, let's say, more access to technology. There's also, unfortunately, a lack of access to legal service for women, in particular cases in Africa. Yeah. One key element here is we need to involve women more, particularly in, let's say, crafting these, let's say, acts. This is important. Sensitizing the population, the awareness, responsible use of digital spaces. We need online safety bills in a way to promote responsible reporting of how the internet is used or misused against women. Cases, for example, of impersonation and many other online problems, gerrymongering, etc. Again, we kept emphasizing strong and continuous voices that need to be conveyed, particularly from the male side. I pointed out to some problems. For example, we still have in North Africa, I mean, we kind of pinpointed to, let's say, we tried to trace the root causes of the aggression, I mean, the oppression against women. And some of them are cultural, religious, so we're kind of trying to fix this in parts of North Africa. For example, some of these laws we're still dragging them since the Ottoman Empire and the French colonization. So this is one problem in North Africa, for instance. So this is the policy aspect. There is another aspect which is technological. Of course, the use of ICT, digital divide, that needs to be accounted for. There is the use of generative AI, which is something I work on myself. I mean, building conversational AI and deploying them in online platforms. I mean, we have case studies here at Kyoto University with solutions deployed on Afghanistan, basically to empower women, Indonesia, Japan. So this is quite a viable solution to empower women. Of course, there are biases, perhaps two types of biases. Biases in training these models. I mean, what databases do you need to use? To what language models do you need to use to, for example, deploy the solution in a particular case? And of course, there are biases in choosing these rules or how to basically tell the AI to behave in a particular case. And who gets to build these rules? I mean, do we have to involve only the engineers, policymakers, women, etc.? So this is a key element here. Also, there is a need to convey data reporting the misuse of this technology or potential biases to companies or tech companies, engineers, and use this data to enhance these solutions. Yeah, so anything else you can? Okay,
Okay.
That's all for me.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so we are really running out of time, so we go to the last one. Quick.
More capacity building. I mean, I think honestly that is actually a large part of it, is that, obviously we have to deal with the balance of individuals calling for shutdowns as a result of national security issues, but I think we all agree that that is not actually the case anymore, that there is really no circumstance that has never been successful. An internet shutdown has never been successful in addressing that argument. But really, to get around that, we need to build the capacity of lawmakers. They need to understand the internet ecosystem as a whole and how it all works together, and that's a large gap right now. Really understand the effects of shutting down the internet. and that we need to have all stakeholders involved, including ISPs. And we also need to build the capacity of the regulatory authorities and making sure that they are fully independent. And that might also include strengthening the laws to make sure that they are independent, so parliamentarians also have a role to play in that. And I think, yeah, essentially, I would say that's the bottom line. Anything else you want to add on that?
Yeah, I think essentially is for government and members of parliament to understand the entire ecosystem of the internet itself. Once you have that understanding, you're going to see that that concept of shutting down the internet for your own personal gain, political or whatever, is going to reduce. Because right now, the internet is no longer a luxury; it's a necessity. It's part of our life, and we cannot do without it. So even though we understand in some situations they may want to do that, but they need to also understand that you can actually not blanket shut down, but you can actually control a particular platform if it is meant for national security or if it is meant for, like we have in the Asia, cheating in exams, etc., etc. So that's it. Thank you very much. And I think that's what we have. I think we don't think we have a lot of, maybe we take 2 or 3. But on the first presenters, Honorable Sarah, you mentioned about monitoring the media. In the Gambia, what we have now is we have a media council that is comprised of people that are not in the media, that would monitor in the media, not the government. Because the media and the government, they don't see eye to eye. So now we have independent institution that actually plays like an oversight on the media, not the parliament, not the executive. They look at what they do. So if they do something that's wrong, for example, you have the right to file a complaint at the media council, and the the institution responsible can be put to book. Yeah. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oliver Babanjo. I'm a member of parliament in Cameroon. I just want to say something about the first group, about community of standard. Many of us don't know about community of standard of the various platforms. So it's important that we should include that in our discussion, so that we should take the responsibility of educating the people about the community of standard of the various platforms. For instance, the Facebook is Africa has a huge province of Facebook in Africa, but we don't know about the community of standards. And secondly, we don't report. We have problems with Facebook. We grumble, we complain, but we don't follow the channel to do official reporting about issues we are not happy about. So I think that we should be able to take our own responsibility before complaining. That we should be able to report. We should be able to read the community of standard. We should understand what we should not post, what we should not do, and things like that. That's just what I wanted to highlight. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Anyone else? You want to add anything? Are we okay? So essentially, I think we're going to have a summary of all the recommendations we have, and then after we're going to share, because ordinarily we would love to do maybe a communique to indicate really what we think we need to do, as members of parliament and also in civil society, but we really don't have time. So my co-chair here has drafted something capturing all these things what's going on. So we're going to clean it up, and then we're going to share on really what we need to do. But I think one of the most important aspects is about capacity building for us parliamentarians and also the executive to understand the ecosystem very well. Once we understand and its impact on the lives of our people in terms of the economy, in terms of education, in terms of security, I think we'll be in a better place to live. Thank you very much.
I would also just ask rapporteurs, if you have any notes you could share with me, that would be fantastic, just so we can compile them together. But thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, I think there's somebody else that is logged in as me. So we have two Gerard-A's. So if you could change your name to whoever you are, I think what ended up happening is we sent the same link to our speakers.
Yeah, Gerard, it's Lori. I was wondering if that was me.
Yeah.
Couldn't find my profile. So
This awesome thing called the blockchain maturity model that you Yes, can you guys hear me? How is the audio?
I can hear you.
Perfect.
Yep, I can hear you.
Can the colleagues online hear as well?
Yes.
Great. Okay, and you can also see us, okay?
Yeah, we can see the panel up front.
Perfect.
Yep. Good.
Okay, I believe we're going to start now on the dot. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening for those of you who are connecting from overseas. My name is Benedetta Audia, and I am a partner at DLA Piper. For those of you who don't know, it's one of the largest law firms in the world. And at DLA Piper, I chair the international development practice. I'm based in New York City. I actually I consider myself more of a UN colleague because I just left the UN in December of last year. So it's very nice to be surrounded by old UN colleagues and as well as old and new friends. It is a pleasure to moderate today's panel on the maturity model to support trust in blockchain solutions. I am joined by a number of colleagues here. I'm going to introduce them, and then I'm going to give them the floor so that they can talk a little bit about themselves. Dino Dell'Accio the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Benedetta. My name is Dino Dell'Accio. I'm the Chief Information Officer of the United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund, and I'm also the co-chair of the Dynamic Coalition on Blockchain Assurance and Standardization here at the IGF.
My name is Eugene Morozov, and I'm a member of the Government Blockchain Association, representing a number of developer companies, including Governance, GOSH, Central Bank Digital Currencies, Broxus, Undisputable Elections, Devote, and blockchain-based security card, Everex. I am very pleased to be here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael Hinson. I am the chair of the Intellectual Property Working Group of the Government Blockchain Association. I'm also a partner at the law firm of Perkins Coie, and I work in their blockchain and fintech practice group.
And my name is Shauna Hoffman, and I'm the president of Guardrail Technologies, and we are a generative AI company.
Thank you. I would like to ask the colleagues who are online to also introduce themselves. Gerard, would you like to start?
Certainly. My name is Gerard Daché. I'm the executive director of the Government Blockchain Association. I also am the co-lead with Dino for the Dynamic Coalition on Blockchain Assurance and Standardization. And it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerard. Paul, are you online with us?
Yes. Hello. I'm not sure why my name's showing up as Gerard's, but I'm Paul Dowding, co-founder and head of design for Alpharest Core, and a differentiating layer 1 protocol called Tapestry X. I've been an active member of the GBA for 4 years and head up the banking and finance working group, and also worked with Gerard and many of our colleagues here on the blockchain maturity standard and also the banking and finance supplement.
Thank you. Amelia, are you also there? I don't hear. Lori, are you there with us?
Yes, hi there. So thank you very much for inviting us. My name is Lori Souza. I am a member of the Government Blockchain Association and also part of the working group for the blockchain maturity model. I'm an assessor and a consultant. We are putting together the blockchain maturity model assessment. And very happy to be here. Oh, also a member of the Standards and Certifications Committee and land titling and digital asset management.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you for having us.
Priya, are you there? Alejandro, are you there? Okay, I think I'm just going to start with a few questions. Dino, why don't you talk to us about the genesis of the model and how it provides trust?
Thank you, Benedetta. So the genesis of the blockchain maturity model was born from an idea of the president, Gerard Daché, that introduced himself a few seconds ago of the Government Blockchain Association. And the idea was that given the relative novelty of blockchain technologies, especially governments that do not have adequate experience and skills in their team to assess, appreciate, evaluate the reliance of blockchain solution, or even the ability to develop a blockchain solution in-house. So as a result of that, rather than trying to establish from the beginning a strict standards or requirement for certification, the idea was to develop a maturity model that would enable an organization to assess the level of maturity of blockchain solution, and also at the same time determine what could be the potential evolution of the solution itself. So bringing together subject matter experts from different sectors of industry, such as finance and banking, such as legal, such as voting, digital identity, supply chain, we created a group that together co-author the blockchain maturity model, which is a model that is technologically agnostic, meaning that it can be applied to any platform, to any solution that supports and provides blockchain services, but at the same time allows an organization through 11 domains and through 5 levels of maturity to assess and determine what is the specific status, if you will, as enabled fundamentally to take a snapshot of a blockchain and therefore determine whether more controls are required vis-a-vis the strategic goals and the ultimate objective of an organization.
Thank you, Dino. Eugene, can you talk to us a bit more about what a BMM assessment entails?
Yes. So it is very important to understand the pain points that the users of the model eventually will be able to address with. And that is, there is a variety of private sector solutions that are being put forward today. And people claim that they resolve a particular aspect of a particular issue. But most government officials and users are not very technically advanced to be able to determine themselves whether they can rely on certain claims that are being put forward. So BMM has been designed as a mechanism, as a tool to help such people understand what the reality is, where they can turn to in order to reduce the risk that they're facing by inviting a particular blockchain solution into their everyday life to solve their everyday problems. So a group of experts, a group of assessors behind BMM is exactly trying to help those officials to understand, to help them understand where they can rely on, to help them really solve the issue that they're solving with minimizing their risk. So the idea was to assemble representatives of all needed aspects which relate to a particular blockchain solution so they can spend some quality time analyzing what's being proposed from a variety of perspectives, as Dina mentioned a minute ago. There are all kinds of angles that one has to look at in order to assist and advise a user on the proper use of a blockchain. So the role of this group is to help.
Thank you. Mike, why should a company go through an assessment?
And it's kind of building upon what Eugene just said. You know, the underlying technology behind blockchains have been around for a very long time, but blockchain itself is relatively new. And so there's a lot of education that needs to go on for people to really understand how a blockchain architecture works. So you have a lot of blockchain solutions that have been out there that tout certain aspects. They don't all live up to what they say they're going to be. And so we think it's important that the public and the stakeholders that are involved really understand the robustness of a certain solution. So you're going to have the developers, the users, a company that might need some capital investment. So these stakeholders need to understand, you know, how solid is this blockchain? So people have alluded to this. We've created 11 criteria when you're talking about, is it scalable? Is it really decentralized? Does it ensure privacy? What happens in unforeseen eventualities? Is it still going to be up and running? These are important things that a blockchain solution must have. And so, and all these stakeholders have a vested interest in that. So we have a rating that gives them an objective perspective on just that.
I'm going to ask Shauna a question, but then I would like to leave the floor to the colleagues online. Shauna, can you talk to us about the supplements that are being created, especially those focusing on artificial intelligence?
Thank you, Bandana. It's really important as we look at the blockchain maturity model to start to look at the other technologies that really are part of the ecosystem that blockchain works with. And one of those is artificial intelligence. And there have been a lot of challenges that we have been addressing with artificial intelligence, especially now that the technology has been provided for free to many across the world. I mean, there were billions of users on, of course, ChatGPT and other AI programs, and the world has really seen the power of those solutions. Now, unfortunately, also have people that we really never wanted to have this powerful solution in their hands. So there are some challenges like malicious use that we've seen, privacy concerns. There is bias and discrimination, especially when it comes to the data in and the data out, economic disruption at various levels, and then, of course, those quality control changes. So as we have been building out the AI, what we're calling the AI BMM, so that blockchain maturity model, short is BMM for that, organizations can implement, maintain, and continually improve their AI solutions through this model and demonstrate that they can be trusted. Now, I am a big believer, and I don't know if anyone caught our last panel, in the combination of artificial intelligence and blockchain in being extremely powerful. What it allows us to do, blockchain originally was for traceability and transparency. And AI really needs that partner. It needs a marriage with a system that has a ledger that can provide that transparency and traceability. One of the concerns with AI, of course, has always been the black box. Where did the data come from? We don't know. I mean, there's a lot of lawsuits trying to uncover what that is, but 17 terabytes of data, I believe it was, is what ChatGPT was trained on. What were the 17? Is it inclusive of all of us around the world? We heard yesterday in one of the sessions, 2.6 billion people aren't even using the internet. And there's a big push on internet for all. Those 2.6 billion people their data is not in any of our systems right now. So we have AI being trained on only a very small portion of the world. We're missing a lot of people. And so as we start to build out this AI BMM, we'd love your support. I see everyone in the room kind of shaking your heads, being concerned. AI standards are extremely important. We can transform this world in remarkable ways and make sure that everyone is included.
Thank you, Shauna. Lori, can you still hear us?
Hello, how are you?
Very well.
Thank you so much for the answer there, Shauna. That's amazing insight. And as we mature the blockchain maturity model, we're looking at industry-specific BMM professionals and assessors. And with the AI supplement, it's going to be very important to rate some blockchain solution providers with that expertise in mind. So I'm going to ask Gerard then. Gerard, would you be able to tell our listeners, why is blockchain so important for the next generation of the web?
Well,
besides the AI concerns.
Right. Well, I think one of the biggest challenges the world is facing right now, and AI is basically just demonstrating it, right? But it's trust. You know, if we look at our elections and all the drama that comes around that the losers don't trust that they actually lost, right? If we look at the banking financial crisis we had, right? Banks were too big to fail, and you think of all of that drama we had. That it was because we don't trust. We've lost trust in healthcare, right? We don't trust our doctors. With just look at what happened with COVID, right? Everything became politicized. And we look at news, we look at deep fakes, the whole world, if you think about the UN SDG as it relates to peace and justice and strong institutions, if you lose trust, societies break down, right? And blockchain is such an important component of that. However, here's the problem. Just like with the internet bubble, when that new technology came out, everybody went racing to the technology, but they never really took care of the fundamentals. Right. So just like, well, if you look at blockchain from 2017 to 2022, 75% of those blockchain projects failed, right? Because people were racing towards the hype, right? And they were going to put everything on blockchain. I'm going to put haircuts on blockchain, right? Everything was blockchain, blockchain, blockchain. And but they lacked the maturity of some of these industries, like the banking financial services industry, that have been around for hundreds of years. Right, Paul can speak to that, about the difference between these industries that are mature and these industries that are chasing after the hype, and everybody's trying to make a quick buck, and investors are excited, and tons of money gets thrown at it, and it all collapses. So blockchain, I believe, is one of the most transformational technologies of our time, because just like the internet was about the peer-to-peer movement of information, right? I could take something, I could copy it and give it to you. Now you have a copy and I have a copy, so we can communicate, great. But blockchain is about the peer-to-peer movement of value. So that's why I can send you a cryptocurrency, because I'm not double spending it. Now you have it and I don't have it anymore, right? And so this is a tremendously transformative. It comes at a time when there's a fundamental loss of trust in society, and the blockchain maturity model, I think, is going to keep this thing from going off the rails. So sorry that was long-winded, but that's why I think this is important.
No, that's very important. Just like you said, you send me in the Web 2 technology right now, internet, you send me a copy, I send somebody else a copy. So we have several copies of the same document. But with blockchain, the solution is that we have one place of storage where all of us can access the same document. We don't need to send that document around. But that document's not centralized. So, Paul, would you be able to explain how that document now with blockchain technology solves the problem of, let's say, being, trust and being the correct document in blockchain rather than storing any of our copies up in the cloud, or all of us storing our copies up in the cloud?
Sure. I'd just like to clarify something that despite my looks, I haven't been involved in the banking and finance industry for hundreds of years, but I can attest to some of the more recent events. I would say the mistake that is often made with blockchain is often people bandy the word it's immutable. It really is mutable. It's very hard to corrupt, but it's really a corrupt evidence system. So it's not that it's going to guarantee correctness, or it can ensure some credibility, and it can create some control to direct and prove things. But when you've got a record that is corrupt evident, you've got an audit and transparency of what has been done or has been said. So it's not that you can guarantee that, say, the document is actually the right document, but you can find out whether it is or it isn't based on the history. And that's really, it gives you that auditability and transparency. And rather than being dependent on central authorities or other intermediaries, you push the control to the edge, where the actual instigators within a network are in control of their data, and therefore they can see what it's doing and how it can be interpreted. And that's not just for the sake of Shana. We have to worry about AI, but we also have to worry about the 7 or 8 billion versions of natural intelligence that are attacking these networks as well. And that's part of the control and corrupt evidence thing that we can create, the transparency and auditability.
Okay, thank you, Paul. And I see that we have Amelia that's joined us. Amelia, are you available to answer a question, or can you hear me?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I had some connection issues, but we got those solved. So
we're glad you're here. Thank you. We're I'm not sure at what point you joined us, but we're of course discussing the blockchain maturity model. Can you tell us of maybe industry specific that you're involved with when considering the blockchain maturity model?
And Lori, Amelia, really quick, you're in a very unique position. So if you could talk about from the role of government, why and how governments like yours would be interested in the BMM.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. So I'm actually not in industry. I'm actually an elected official, and I'm in government. And we utilize blockchain for several different things in our county. We utilize it for marriage licenses and creating certified digital documents for marriage certificates, as well as for voting for overseas and military members and people with disabilities. But one of the issues that we particularly face in government is when we put out a request for purchasing, oftentimes in government, because we tend to be a very low risk industry, if you will, we'll say things like, when you reply to this with your sales package, we want 10 years experience in government, or we want you to give us the last 7 projects you worked on in government. And when you're dealing with an emerging technology like blockchain, there just simply isn't anyone that has 10 years experience working in government, or there isn't anyone with 7 government projects that deal with this technology and blockchain. And so the blockchain maturity model is a way for us to be able to gauge and judge whether a company can do what they say they can do when they don't have a decade of experience in that, right? So as I look forward to looking for providers, I can't use the regular clause of give me your last 7 government projects and give me 10 years experience working in government. What I then have to say is, well, give me a third-party assessment of your product and let me know that it's a viable product. And the blockchain maturity model does that. So we can recommend, we want a third-party assessment of your product and your viability, and we can recommend that they utilize the blockchain maturity model to do that. So from a government official standpoint, it really is a good way for us to judge an emerging technology, since we can't use our standard processes to do that.
Thank you, Amelia. I was hoping you could introduce yourself because this is what we did at the beginning.
So as they said, my name is Amelia Powers Gardner. I'm currently a county commissioner serving in Utah County, Utah. A county commission form is kind of like a city council and a mayor combined into one. And our coverage area is about 750,000 people. And as the commission chair, I basically serve as the mayor for my region. Prior to that, I was the county clerk auditor for several years. So I ran elections, marriage licenses, and budgeting for the county. And then prior to that, I worked at Caterpillar for 12 years as a field service engineer, a continuous product improvement engineer, and in marketing for parts.
Thank you, Amelia. It was really important to have your perspective as a government official. And I couldn't agree more with your remarks about the importance of relying on third-party assessments, especially in circumstances where governments, as custodians of taxpayers' funds need to make sure that there
Right.
is a certain level of oversight and accountability. And so having that, third-party validation is super important to protect governments from reputational risks, performance risks, and legal risks, which are usually the kinds of risks that institutions that handle public funds have to be aware of and need to mitigate.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks again, Amelia. I have a question about digital identity, Dino. So the goal of digital identity supported by blockchain solutions is to enable SSI, self-sovereign identity. Can you tell us how blockchain solutions comply with data protection laws?
Thank you, Benedetta. So first and foremost, I would like to share my experience in the GBA and in adopting the BMM, specifically in my case for a digital identity solution. I think the value proposition of having a non-profit association that works in this area is actually that it was able to bring together practitioners. Like Emilia just said, she firsthand experienced the adoption of a blockchain solution to solve a practical problem in her county. For example, the issuance of marriage certificate, especially I remember her telling our story during the period of COVID where people were not able to physically access public services. In my case, my experience is that when I became Chief Information Officer of the UN Pension Fund, I was presented with a 75-years-old problem. And this was the problem that the pension fund on a yearly basis needs to prove that those who are receiving the benefit, the payments, are still alive. And the uniqueness of the United Nations Pension Fund is that it has 84,000 retirees in 192 countries around the world. And as you can appreciate, determining and confirming that these 84,000 people are still alive, it's quite a challenge. And also, we can also appreciate that inevitably, in some cases, there could be potential for fraud. So the way for 75 years that the pension fund addressed this problem was to send a form, a piece of paper, using 192 postal services around the world, asking the beneficiary to sign and return this form as a proof that they are still alive. Now, aside from the fact that using 192 postal services created a lot of problem, often this piece of paper got lost. Most frequently, they were received with delays. And of course, this had an impact both on the operation of the pension fund as well as on the livelihood of the beneficiary, because when the pension fund did not receive this form, after 2 attempts, they had to stop the payment. So there was always this level of uncertainty from the beneficiary side as, did they receive the form? Am I going to receive the money next month? So forth and so on. So this issue was presented to me as the only process that within the pension fund of the UN had never been automated. And the problem was that the pension fund was often questioned by its governing bodies, by its oversight bodies, as to how can you prove that there is no fraud? And of course, proving a negative is impossible. So the only way that I could try to address this challenge was, okay, let's prove a positive. So we worked on designing and implementing an application that uses biometrics, facial recognition, with a blockchain, creating an immutable ledger where each step of this process, from the initial onboarding to the various payments that are made during the month and through the various instances where people are proving that they are still alive, are recorded on this immutable ledger so that we can also prevent collusion, so that nobody can say, well, there is someone within the pension fund that went into the system and maybe manipulated the record, as Paul Dowding was referring to, because the blockchain, even though you may try to attempt to manipulate the data, the evidence, it remains on the general ledger. So through this system, in January 2021, we went live. We deployed this system, and now 35,000 retirees of the pension fund have an application on their phone that they have downloaded they went through an onboarding process where they captured the biometric profile on their phone only. So their biometric profile is not stored in any server of the United Nations, and it's not transmitted in any way on any office of the United Nations, remains on their phone after being onboarded by a representative of the pension fund. So the beauty is now they can use the phone to confirm, for now once a year, but the frequency can change at any time, that they're still alive. And we have a proof, a tangible proof on the blockchain that this occurred. Now going to, apologies for giving this long background, but I think enable us to put issue into context. So when it comes to complying with data privacy, aside from the fact that the United Nations is not subject to national legislation, nonetheless, the United Nations tried to align itself to the principle that are adopted by various countries around the world in order to make sure that we are consistent with the expectation of what we call the taxpayers of the world, to whom we are ultimately accountable to the General Assembly, the 193 countries that are represented there. So the point being here is that we are very much aware of, for example, the data privacy principle of the GDPR or the European Union or other legislation across the world that fundamentally share more or less the same concept of transparency, independence, verifiability, and many other principles. And by creating a blockchain in alignment with the concept of self-sovereign identity, we created a system where the user is in control of his or her identity because they have their biometric profile on their device. They are confirming when they are alive or not. We are not in a position to manipulate or to use or to act on their behalf. And ultimately, we are not putting any personal identifiable information, any PII, on the blockchain itself. So there is a misconception that people think that private data, when talking about digital identity, are stored on the blockchain. And that's not the case. On the blockchain, there are information related to addresses that are connected to the public keys of each individual that is being created with a digital identity that then are recorded on the blockchain. But the information itself, date of birth, name, first name, last name, information about the pension detail are never recorded on the blockchain itself. And in this way, we are avoiding all the concern, all the risk that are identified into privacy laws and regulation.
Do you mind if I just add a quick?
I was about to ask you a follow-up question, so please go ahead.
I just reading my mind. I don't know if it's the same question, but I suspect, and maybe Dino, you can comment on this, that the fact that there's a blockchain running under the hood is the users don't really know that. They don't understand the underlying architecture. They're not aware of it. And I think there's a lot of applications that are developing today that are utilizing blockchain technology that the average consumer doesn't know that's running behind the scenes. But maybe you can comment on that with respect to the pension fund.
Yes, absolutely. And indeed, as you're alluding to, the beauty of processes of this nature that are transparent to the end user. And actually, what we encountered at the very beginning when we went live with the application was that people were very concerned. First of all, because they heard the term biometrics. Second of all, because they heard the term blockchain, and automatically they start thinking about cryptocurrency, about Bitcoin, about proof of work, about the exploitation of natural resources, because as you read from the news, Bitcoin and the proof of work are mechanisms that create and consume a lot of energy. So we had to engage in a campaign to actually explain and to reassure our end user that they did not need to worry because we were using blockchain for different purposes. The blockchain is different than Bitcoin, although it's the technology that it's adopted. And therefore, there was a process of, if you will, awareness and education, but at the same time, a process of reassurance to make sure that they did not have to know the nitty-gritty detail. Hence, the need for a BMM or for independent verification that basically give them that level of trust and assurance.
Shanna?
Yeah, no, and what you've described is probably one of the best use cases I've ever heard for AI and blockchain and how they work together. Because only with blockchain can you mask the individual's information, and it doesn't have to go into the blockchain. So it doesn't go into the ledger, but AI can be used to provide facial recognition, some really powerful components. That all stays at the end user. So I'm still in control of my data, but what happens is blockchain can actually be the log for that data and can provide, of course, those tokens. So we won't get into those details, but it's a really great combination use case that you're doing. Awesome.
Eugene?
Yes, and then to take this one step further, let's talk about the art of the possible, what can be coming next. So if you add to, let's say, biometric identification that is used by Dina's group right now, if you add to that a blockchain-based security card, and a combination of other identification factors, and you uniquely identify an individual, that opens a variety of further possibilities. First and foremost, governance. How those people can govern the society that they live in, not only in the financial applications where receiving their pensions, for example, but also expressing their will in elections, right, which are probably having the need for the most secure environment and for the most safe environment. We want people to be able to safely express their will, so it becomes possible as part of general governance. Then if you add frequent requirement by constitutions of many countries of true anonymity of the person voting, and you add what's called zero knowledge technology, which is available today as a result of a number of scientific breakthroughs of the recent years, you can have people express their will in a truly anonymous way, which is incredible. Then if you add that to the central banks can interact directly with individuals without any financial intermediaries to allow people to have essentially accounts with central bank of their country, and therefore the whole financial industry is going to go through very serious transformation because of that, because again the role of intermediaries will be significantly reduced. So all of that is coming, and we should be cognizant and we should be aware of the new recent advances in technology and utilize them. So the blockchain maturity model allows users to make their steps more confidently with less risk, and ultimately improving the way we govern ourselves and our societies. Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on some of the comments that Mike was making earlier and ask you about potential risks in relation to claims and disputes in this area. What are your thoughts? It's quite broad, but I mean, we've been talking about, you know, all the positive aspects of the model, but if there ever was a claim, what would you think that would focus on, and how, as an attorney, would you advise your client?
Well, there's a lot to that, but let me just tell you some of the issues that we're seeing, like in the law firm, when it comes to blockchains, and we talked about this a little bit in our previous session. You know, you want to obviously make sure that the data you have has not been tampered with. But a lot of what blockchains are doing, they're storing data, and then you have AI engines that are coming in, like ChatGPT, that's taking that data and creating new results from it. And there's authors or creators of that underlying data that theoretically, you know, they created it, and was it faithfully put on the blockchain? As Paul was alluding to, you can track the provenance of and the history of something, but you can't actually confirm the underlying accuracy of the data that was put on there in the first place. So with blockchain, you can at least, when it comes to content creation, track what is happening, and for copyright and authorship, you can give attribution for people's works that are being used. And when it comes to privacy, you know, I have the right to the publicity of myself and my own privacy, and blockchain can help further that objective, because now I can trace my data that was on the blockchain and the extent to which it has been used by somebody perhaps surreptitiously, and I can track it back to my own personal data. We're seeing a lot in, I think there's going to be a lot of lawyers that continue to be productive because of the legal issues that are arising out of blockchain. When it comes to some of these issues, I track just internally within my firm from the patent side. I'm a patent attorney predominantly, and I track all the blockchain related patents around the world. And what I'm seeing is, you can't patent blockchain in and of itself, but you patent what a lot of people are doing is the intersection of blockchain, AI, and IoT. I'd add that to this discussion. And there are so many interesting use cases. And we're in an environment that's in many respects very open source and philanthropic in its nature. But I can assure you there are companies that are investing a lot of money to protect their blockchain solutions, because they all want to play in the same sandbox, and there's going to be consolidation in the space. So we are just now starting to see patent infringement actions coming out, because some of these blockchain related patents they were filed several years ago. They've since issued, and now there are people that are infringing them. So I think I've tracked about 3 or 4 lawsuits that have just come on patent infringement related to blockchain.
Thank you.
Benedetta?
Yes, I was about to give you the floor, Gerard.
Thank you. I want to make sure that we cover the topic of what this panel is about, which is how can blockchain maturity models be used. We're covering a lot of really important ground on identity and IP and stuff. But I'd like to take a minute, and I can share a video. We have about a minute and a half video on what the BMM is, because we've talked about it, but I don't think we've really explained what it is. So I'd be happy to share my video, or maybe we can just take a few minutes to explain what the BMM is. Would that be all right?
Sure. Would you like to, do we share the video from here, or?
Okay. I think I can share it. I think I can share it from here. Let's give that a shot.
Let's try.
And if it doesn't work, then we'll just explain it. But let's give this a shot.
Are you involved in the blockchain and Web3 space? If so, listen to this. There's this awesome thing called the blockchain maturity model that you need to know about. It's designed for individuals and organizations to evaluate blockchain solutions by leveraging their expertise in blockchain, Web3, and digital assets. As the interest in blockchain solutions is growing among governments, enterprises, investors, and donors, they're spending money on various blockchain projects. But there's a catch. Just like the internet bubble, many of these projects end up failing. So the challenge here is to find a reliable and trustworthy solution amid all of the overhyped vaporware that's out there. And that's where the BMM comes into play. It's a framework created by the GBA, a nonprofit organization with members in 500 government offices around the world. And the model is showcased by the UN Internet Governance Forum, Dynamic Coalition on Blockchain Assurance and Standardization, as a way to help assess blockchain solutions and achieve 2 very important goals. It provides a roadmap for solution developers to create and maintain trustworthy blockchain solutions. It gives confidence to potential customers, investors, and other stakeholders looking to invest in blockchain projects. The BMM is already being used by various public and private sector organizations in different industries. Now, here's the exciting part. The organizations implementing the BMM need experts to help them with the process. By joining the GBA, taking the training, and becoming an authorized BMM consultant or assessment team member, you can play a vital role in enhancing the trustworthiness of these solutions. This not only adds credibility to their projects, but it also gives you a chance to earn credentials and income. If you'd like to learn more, shoot an email to bmm@gbaglobal.org or check out the links in the description below.
And we've got a couple people on the, let me just go to stop sharing, on here that are BMM assessors, that were involved in writing the model. Paul was involved in writing the model from the very beginning. So maybe, Paul, could you explain a little bit about the process and what some of the levels are? Because I don't think we talked about levels at all. And Alejandro is the lead assessor, or I'm sorry, Alejandro's an assessor. Maybe he could talk a little bit about the assessment process, because I think that information is going to be really important for somebody to understand how models can be used to ensure the trustworthiness of blockchain solutions. Paul?
Sure. The process was, I mean, it was a team over 18 months to 2 years, came together to say, how do we make this assessment model? And we honed in the idea that there'd be elements to be assessed, and then there'd be layers of maturity. So there was a lot of back and forth and debate about what should be a unique element, but we honed in on the 11 that came out. I'll quickly go through them: distribution, governance, identity, interoperability, performance, privacy, reliability, resilience, security, infrastructure sustainability, and synchronization. And then with those, and just two of those are pretty critical in some of the earlier conversations: resilience and infrastructure sustainability, because you don't just want to know that the data's got integrity, but the system will last as long as the life cycle needs it to, and it has some resilience to attack or going, downtime in terms of various nodes of the network. So those are two elements. So the group had to work on deciding what those elements were, and then choosing their name, which was an interesting discussion, and even their definitions. And then we took those elements to look at the 5 layers, and really we're looking at all spectrums of maturity. We start with level 1, which is an idea, which may be partially documented or partially implemented. So there's a sort of statement of intent rather than just something that works. Level 2 assessments is that it's documented. So this is a fully documented, full requirement spec solution. The third one is that it's validated. It's a proof of concept. So somehow technologically the design's been proven. Fourth is that it's actually in production. And then fifth, we termed in terms of optimizing, which means that there's multiple instances, or it's been running in various use cases, such that it's being developed and enhanced in its future state. At the moment, we're only doing level 1 assessments, just to, even if people have, like we had, production-ready software, but we went for that level 1 assessment. But the process of defining what the requirements of those levels for each element, if you think about it, that's 11 times 5. So that's a minimum of 55 discussions. There were many more over the 18 months of 2 years to get it to refine, because I think it was Dino said it earlier. The idea of the BMM was it's applicable for all types of blockchains: public, private, various use cases, applications, otherwise. And that's what led us to the supplements. But I'll let Alejandro explain the assessment process.
Alejandro, you want to talk? You've been involved in some assessments, and those assessments are very different than audits and inspections. Do you want to talk a little bit about what a BMM assessment is?
Yes, Gerard. Thank you very much. Hi, guys. I'm Alejandro Mandujano. Let me present first. I'm the lead of the Mexico chapter and the Latin America region for GBA. I'm a certified BMM assessor. So let me tell you how the process consists. So once we have the authorized program to start, we have to make the planning. In that part of planning, we have to define, as Gerard mentioned, a team. The team is led by the assessor, the lead assessor, integrated by different members, certified assessors that are specific for the process. So we have the domain lead, the domain member, which is specialized on the domain we're talking about, we're assessing. Then we have 3 different members which are specialized in domain. Sorry about the legal part, such as Mike. Then we have the digital assets specialist. Then we can have a distribution, or even someone from the identity working group. So we can all start reviewing all the different procedures that the client present us. So in a way that, as Paul was saying, depending on the level, is the type of requirements that we must fulfill. So we have the first level, which is the initial level. We have to have an idea, and things need to be assessed as we have them documented, planned, and even that are mentioned by the client to us. Then once we have that information, we get a team reunions in which we gather all different issues that we discovered in a way that we all cooperate among us. So in that process, at the end, you have like different approaches that need to be maybe fine-tuned with the client. So we have meetings with them, with the client, and we start with different officials of the company, and we start reviewing element by element and part by part of the different issues that we discover. So they have to be defined and precise by the client. So when we find that there's something that they have to miss, instead of saying it's a yes or no that you are assessed, we find like areas of opportunity. So we guide the client to tell them, well, you have to do this, you have to do that in order to comply with the requirements. And they just get that as homework. So they start refining things or adjusting. And at the end, we can present if everything is fine, we can give them as a consensus. We give them a rating. So if they're, excuse me.
Yeah, and Alejandro, I'd like to just tag on to something you said that's really important. An assessment is very different than an audit, because one of the things that's a unique attribute of an assessment with this kind of model is that members of the solution being assessed are actually part of the assessment team. Because it's absolutely important to have a balance of objectivity and insight. You know, if you take your car to get inspected, right, they can tell you that the brake pads have to be, I don't know what the number is, 3/32 of an inch thick, because they've got millions of data points that say that when it drops below that, the car is unsafe, right? We don't have that in blockchain. In blockchain, it's still very immature. So an assessment using this kind of a model is a collaborative process in which we bring industry experts together. I mean, the qualifications are very high. We bring industry experts together, and they essentially are in partnership with the solution being assessed, because our model is that the solution being assessed and the assessors both are combined and joined with the objective of maturing and making that solution better. So it's very, very different than anything I think that we've ever seen before. And I'd like to throw it over to Lori. Lori, can pretty much anybody jump on an assessment team, or what are the qualifications to be on an assessment team? And then I'd like to throw it back to Paul to see, what value. This is one of the questions that Benedict, I know you were going to ask anyway. What's the value that comes to an organization that goes through an assessment? Lori, why don't you talk a little bit about, can anybody be on an assessment team, or is there some process to go through?
Well, that's a great lineup, Gerard, of questions. So thank you for handing that one to me. Yeah, so in order to form a BMM assessment team, the team member needs to go through the training process, and there's some requirements before an assessor can take place or take part of an assessment. The first requirement is, of course, the courses that GBA offers, which are BMM specific. We have 3 blockchain maturity model courses that are available, and we're developing 2 more. But the courses go through a thorough understanding of what are the 11 elements that a blockchain solutions provider will be rated. And those 11 elements then have 5 different levels of maturity, let's say, maturity ratings. So we have a level 1, which would be somebody with an idea or a startup with very limited, let's say, anything more than the idea and the documentation. And then we also have the full production level, which is all the way to the other end of the level 5. And so it's a really comprehensive maturity model that a blockchain solutions provider would go through. And we do have a real strong team that's been trained and also trained in how to have an assessment. And then we have a lead assessor as well, and Dino and Paul are 2 of our lead assessors on the blockchain maturity model team, and as well as Gerard. So we do require that training to be done before somebody can actually become an assessor or even a blockchain consultant. So again, once somebody takes that training with the GBA, which is also the Blockchain Assurance Coalition, once somebody takes the training and is interested in becoming a blockchain maturity model advisor, they can also become a blockchain maturity model consultant. Now that consultant is available for a blockchain solutions provider that doesn't have as much knowledge about the assessment. And so a lot of the solutions providers we're finding do need to have the help of readiness and preparation to take part of an assessment. The
Lori,
assessment.
Lori, can I say that's an excellent point, because this really applies to the UN's SDGs too, right? In terms of economic development. One of the things really important about what Lori just said is that there are people all around the world that are looking for economic opportunity, right? And by developing blockchain skills, the nice thing about this is blockchain is global. So you can have somebody in Cameroon or Kenya developing these skills and providing consulting opportunities and capabilities, because blockchain is everywhere, right? It's ubiquitous. And so we can, if we think about this from an economic development perspective, we can get dollars globally into a local community because they have these skill sets. Well, that's not something we haven't really talked about a lot. But the other thing that I think is really important to understand is, if you're going to use a blockchain maturity model, anyone, the BMM or any other one, you don't have to do it with the GBA. I'm not aware of other models. I think we're out in front. But if somebody wanted to develop a model, the one advice I would give them is, make level 1 easy, right? Because I can't tell you how many people have thought that they have arrived, right? We have people coming in the door all the time saying, "Oh, we're level 5. We're going to do this thing just to kind of prove to the world how great we are because we're so great. Oh, by the way, let me tell you about the PhDs and all of these experts we have on our board and this math, and look, here's some white papers." And as soon as we peel the onion back, what we realize is they don't have the basics, right? They don't have, Paul could share some examples where somebody said, well, here's our schematics about our system. And they had a lot of really, really cool stuff, but they just didn't include a blockchain, right? And they had just forgotten to leave it off. And we would ask people, can you identify what your critical components are and how you monitor the operational status of it? Crickets, deers in the headlights. So I would say that if somebody is going to use a model to develop trusted solutions, they've got to make the entry point easy. And I am shocked at how immature this industry is. I'm completely shocked about that. Paul, can you share just a little bit about what the value that people get from these assessments? Maybe you can genericize some of the findings that would be beneficial to people that are building blockchain solutions?
Sure.
We'll go to Paul, and then afterwards, Alejandro has a question or would like to add.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was talked about at the beginning that really this is, I think Eugene made the point, this is a means for buyers of blockchain solutions to have a means of measuring or looking at this, the use cases they're considering, and the solutions they're using, and then their suitability for their use cases. And I think it also gives a credibility to the solution providers that they've actually gone through this process and reached assessment. And I think, again, a key thing about confidentiality is that the GBA only publishes that your solution is there and it's reached this assessment. But part of the assessment process is actually to get a full feedback on each of the elements and or any supplemental requirements that were, if you considered those in the use cases. And that's to you as a solution provider, which then you can share. So that's information that's confidential to you, but you can now share it with your prospective investors and clients. And I can say, as representing a startup, this is another, arrow in our quiver that could, as a credibility that we've actually gone through this process and we can talk to the detail and thoroughness and objectivity of the assessment to allow people to understand we've met the requirements of the elements, and that's I think that's that's a huge value to the solutions, but the idea that there's been an independent assessment for the buyers of solution is another a benefit to them, and those are the two great values.
Alejandro?
Yeah, just to mention, George, that help the people, let them know that we have accomplished quite different things that regarding to how we develop the BMM assessments. We have the advantage of including in the working groups competitors of the same domain, of the same industry, and the same type of voting solution. So when we start assessing, they for example, what company accept to be partially assessed by their competitor. So we have a true input of the real knowledge of the market, of the domain. So we help each other in a way that we can, instead of being competitors outside the market, we can help us better up our solutions. So I think it's one of the very best things that we have been doing. That's what you're. Thanks.
It's one of the things that's fascinating about this. One of the things that's fascinating about this technology, this group, is there are three characteristics that I think represent the people in this group. They're out-of-the-box thinkers. They're willing to take a risk, and they're interested in something bigger than themselves. And when you look at the people that are building blockchain solutions and trying to solve problems that relate to, healthcare or hunger, poverty, many of these issues, right? Economic inclusion. By and large, these are really, really good people. Now, the problem is there are also scammers out there, right? But by creating a culture where we can come together, recognizing that the market and the problems are so huge, they're much bigger than any one of us can do. By coming together and working together as a cohesive fabric, as a family, right? Bringing competitors together to see how can we work together for the rising tide to lift all ships. We can create a fabric of people and of technology to solve problems that some of our traditional institutions have struggled with for many years. And we had recently had the one of the chief strategy, I don't remember his exact title, I think he's like the chief strategy and innovation person at Oracle. And so he said that he believes that the BMM is a game changer. And again, we may be the only model right now. I'm not aware if there's others. We don't need to be. We really want to create an inclusive environment where if other people have models or want to build models, let's share, right? Let's share the common vocabulary. We use the vocabulary of the ISO organization because that was there. But let's get different organizations, different multi-stakeholder organizations together. Let's get the IADB that are working on LACchain, and let's get these people together, right? So that instead of us all building things in silo, we can create a common family, a common framework of standards. I think that's what the industry needs, and the world needs us to mature blockchain because we're not mature yet. We can't solve all the problems that we want to solve because we don't have our own house in order. And we've got to get our own house in order so we can actually have the impact globally to make a difference. So with that, I apologize for monopolizing this, but I really wanted to get some of those things out there.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Gerard. Paul, you have a question, or would you like to add to that?
Sure. The one thing I was going to say, just to add to it, was I think someone made the point earlier. The internet made communication pervasive because it was a communication protocol, but the technology is basically invisible. It's in the background. All we know is we clicked a link today and we're all talking on a video link. The distributed ledger technology in blockchains has the potential to be a transacting protocol, and therefore what's going to happen is the technology is going to become invisible. You're going to be transacting. So the ability to truly assess the solution, by the people that need to know how to do that, and also, again, variations on the elements, the performance or otherwise, can help you assess the solution to the use case. And I think that's a critical thing as well, so you've got those two things, because it is going to become invisible, and so the ability to really understand it because it's a very technical and diverse set of solutions, it becomes critical for why the BMM is so important.
And I'd like to hear from Mike, because Mike has been involved in the legal aspect and also the digital asset management. A little bit about why that's important. Dino's been building out the identity management solution. So we have about 50 working groups that are all working on different aspects. Sean has been involved in our AI supplement, right? And it's critically important to understand that all of these different pieces have to be built independently, right? Because you have different skill sets, but they have to be built in an integrated sort of fabric kind of way. So, Dino, do you have any thoughts about how the identity management supplement kind of fits into the overall framework? Because you've been involved from pretty close from the very beginning.
So just a little bit of a context before. The concept of a supplement is about qualifying the requirement of the blockchain maturity model. So having a maturity model that is technologically agnostic helps anybody to conduct an assessment of the maturity of a blockchain solution. However, with a supplement, we try to go beyond that, meaning that we are looking at the specific context of in which industry, in which sector, which problem is a blockchain intended to address. So we may have the use of a blockchain to support voting and election. We may have blockchain that are utilized to support supply chain. We may have blockchain supporting land and titling. Or we may have identity and management and digital identity. So in preparing this supplement, we try to go beyond the core and foundational criteria that can and should be used to assess the maturity of blockchain by asking specific questions that only pertains to a specific sector. What are the risks of using a blockchain in identity management? What are the risks of using a blockchain in voting an election or in healthcare records management? So the supplement in digital identity has been developed. It is now almost 90% done. It will be issued by the end of this year. I'm speaking as a lead of that working group. And what we realize is that it's not just enough to go and identify the risk, but because of that level of relative immaturity about knowledge of blockchain, their functioning, their purpose, their risk, and their control, we realize that there is also a need to explain the foundational concept of each one of these use cases. So when we're talking about digital identity, we're talking about self-sovereign model. We're talking about selective disclosure. We're talking about verifiable credential. So we realize that in order for a team of assessors to appreciate the meaning and the benefit of using a maturity model, we also need to explain what are these foundational concepts that apply specifically to that domain. So the supplement on digital identity is being built with that approach. We have an appendix where we're explaining what are these foundational concepts: self-sovereign identity, verifiable credential, selective disclosure, zero knowledge proof, and then we have a body of requirement, of criteria that pertain, that relate to those foundational concepts, so that both the assessment team as well as the team and the organization being assessed can put all this information into context and understand exactly the what, the why, and the how. Thank you.
If I may just add some color to that. So we remember that Amelia mentioned earlier today that the government officials kind of want a more safe and secure and verified solutions to be used, yet the technology is so new that none of the teams perhaps have the adequate number of government work or particular contracts that they did for the government. And on the other hand, the developer teams, they possess the knowledge and the understanding that is brand new in the world. So BMM assessment, in my opinion, is very much a two-way process. On one hand, the government learns from what has become available due to technological breakthroughs in recent years. At the same time, the solution providers understand much better what is it that they need to do, both in terms of practical abilities and in terms of documentation that is required for their solutions to become more widespread and find user acceptance in the world. That's why I think this work on its own is extremely valuable, because this new technology finds its way to its users through a dialogue, through common interests, through sharing the thoughts and ideas and also the requirements of the practical government or private industry users. And it relates to the whole breadth of technologies that we are discussing here, from software supply chain security solutions such as GOSH, to security cards such as SURF by Everex, to voting and solutions by Devote, and to central bank digital currencies issues that Brox has developed. So this process is creative. This process is very challenging and amazing. So I would encourage all the users to approach Government Blockchain Association and join the process of developing our common knowledge and our common products. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eugene. Any other questions from from those who are connected online? No?
Let's see. I have a question here for one of our panelists, and who would ever like to answer it. And it is, why is it important for a blockchain solutions provider to go through this assessment?
Can I respond to that?
Yes, I think you did earlier.
Yeah. Well, give me 1 minute because let me tell you the story about one of the organizations that went through an assessment. In fact, if we have a listing of companies that have successfully gone through the assessment. So when they're assessed, they're listed on a directory of trusted blockchain solutions. But let me, rather than me tell you, let the president of that company tell you directly. So I'm going to share my screen and show you this guy. All right, let's see. So let me just explain. This right here is the president of. Can you guys see my screen? Yeah. This guy here is the president of a company called Access, and they work in the casino industry. So there's a lot of money laundering that happens in casinos. So they built an IoT device that goes in the handle so that whenever somebody pulls the handle, it writes the transaction to a blockchain. And this way the regulators can know that it's fair, it's transparent, that there wasn't any money laundering going on. So they came to us and they said, hey, we want an assessment. And it was amazing as we went through this, over the period of time, we exposed to them the vulnerabilities in their own system. Right. And so we delivered the findings. Alejandro was there and some of these other folks. But these were the words out of his mouth the minute we finished delivering the findings. And this answers a question of what the value is. So let me just share his words. Again, it's about 1.5 minutes. Except
you need to share the volume.
And walked access being said, for the team that has put this together, built the process, and walked access through this, it is nothing short of incredibly impressive. When Nick would come out of a meeting and he'd share what he learned, what he went through, it goes to show that there's, I'd say, thousands of hours of accumulated work to get us to this point. And probably the most important part I'd like to say is I'm trying to hide my smiles and stuff, but I'm really, really proud of this. This is an exciting moment. Leadership is from the front, folks. So the fact that, Gerard, we were able to get access through this with your team is a great way to get GBA to the next step of ensuring that the world embraces this amazing certification. So I'm very proud of Access, but at the same time, I'm equally as proud and thankful to the GBA team.
And so he is also the president of the International Gaming Standards Association. And so one of the things that he wants to do is, because of the challenges in the gaming industry, he wants to take the BMM, well, first blockchain because of all the problems it can solve, and then BMM because it can verify that blockchain is solving the problems. He wants to take that to the entire gaming industry. So as we are encountering more and more organizations and they're going through the process, what the BMM does is it shines a spotlight on the problems so they can fix it. And then the BMM team, it works with them collaboratively to help them fix it. So at the end of the day, we have better, more trusted blockchain solutions. And that's what this panel is really all about, is how can these models be used to effectively get trusted blockchain solutions.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mike, I believe he has a question for Dino.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise something that we really haven't talked about. I mean, we're sitting here at the UN IGF, and we have north of 190 countries being represented here. There's also a jurisdictional component to this BMM model and some of the supplements that we've done, especially when it relates to privacy. You know, people have their own privacy laws in different countries. So I don't know if Dino, you experienced this directly in doing your models, such as GDPR and where the data is stored, and depending on jurisdictionally where these individuals are located. But I wonder if I think it'd be helpful to comment about that, because this has to be adaptable to different jurisdictions and different use cases around the world.
Yep, thank you, Mike. Indeed, and again, here, this shows the flexibility of the model. The model does have a component, does have one of the 11th element that is exactly about compliance with rules, with regulation, with applicable standards that may vary country to country. So in our case, as I mentioned before, the United Nations, being an international organization, is not subject to a specific national legislation. Nonetheless, within the privileged immunities, the UN itself built a structure, framework of policies, of procedure, of requirement that are represented by, of course, by the UN Charter, in terms of hierarchy of norms, by the General Assembly resolution, by the Security Council decision, as well as at the administrative level, by the Secretary General Bulletin and administrative instruction that regulates and that are applicable to all the operation of the United Nations. So in so doing, by addressing that specific element of the BMM, we refer to the applicable requirement and norms to demonstrate compliance within the UN system, so that when the oversight bodies of the United Nations, being the internal auditors, being the Board of Auditors, being the advisory committee, being the governing body, will question whether, how, and when we were in compliance with the UN rules and regulation, we were able to demonstrate that indeed there was a discrete step in the process that required us to check, verify, and confirm that the mechanism, the control that had been put in place were in alignment with those norms.
I'd like to complement at this point just by adding a couple of important considerations. Normally, the UN does not make any reference to local laws, first because it's an intergovernmental organization that has 193 member states, but also because whenever there are member states regulations that are referred to, those have substantive provisions that very often are relevant, but also procedural provisions that involve enforcement actions and other administrative measures that the UN would not be able to comply with because of the inviolability of its documents, of its assets in accordance with the UN Charter, but also the 1946 Convention on Privileges and Immunities and the 1947 Convention on Privileges and Immunities. However, as Dino correctly pointed out, it is important for the UN to take into account um, national requirements when devising its policies and procedures because of the standards that are put in place. And that's why the BMM is so important, because once you have a high-level standard that the UN, but also other government organizations and private institutions, non-governmental organizations, that the entire community can reach, then you have an important standard that is also relevant when funding sources entrust funds to the UN. So, for instance, even in cases where there can't be reference to local legislation, donors such as the European Commission will carry out pillar assessments and other kinds of assessments before transferring any funds to institutions that could potentially expose them to substantial risk. So I hope this clarifies the query that you had. I think we are close to wrapping up. I wanted to ask for final remarks from those who are here in Kyoto, but also from the colleagues online. And I personally wanted to conclude just to say that I've heard many ways, to describe the model today, but certainly the one that I personally liked the best was the game changer reference. And I would like to also highlight a very important dimension, which is how the system ensures that the Sustainable Development Goals can be reached. And so I'd like to have some thoughts about it from the team here. And also I would like to ask if people in the room here have any questions. Dino, why don't you give us some thoughts on the intersection between the model and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals?
So, well, one, of course, as the term identifies, is sustainability. So what we have discovered, what we were able to demonstrate, for example, in the specific case of the United Nations Pension Fund, is that by digitalizing a manual process using blockchain technology as well as biometric, as I explained before, we have been able to cut substantially a lot of manual processes, a lot of paper-based processes, a lot of scanning tasks that were previously conducted at the fund, along with archiving. So because of the manual support of a process that for 70 years ran and asked people to sign a piece of paper, 84,000 people returned that piece of paper to the UN Pension Fund. The organization had to equip itself with a system of verification, of validation, of archiving. So by just introducing this technology, we have substantially cut the amount of energy, the amount of space, the amount of labor that was involved in this process, and definitely, I think, demonstrated with tangible result that this is a sustainable solution.
I can share one other, and that is the concept, and I don't remember if it's SDG 16 or 17, but it's the one that talks about strong institutions. I think it's peace, justice, and strong institutions. And the BMM didn't just kind of come out of thin air. It actually was developed from who we are as an organization and what those things that are important to us. And to give you an example, when we started the Government Blockchain Association, the very first thing we wrote, and the most important thing on our website, is our ethics statement. And I'm going to go ahead and just share my screen and just tell you what this is, because this really is the underlying foundation of where the BMM came from. It says the GBA commits to reflecting various viewpoints and positions from many perspectives among its stakeholders, among its members. Yet technology, like an inanimate object, is neutral regarding human motivations. Therefore, the following tenets will guide GBA leadership and its members as we engage with public policymakers, industry influencers, and citizens at large. And these were numbered, but so I'm just going to number them. That's how I know them. One, technology is a resource that can and should be globally used for good on behalf of all citizens. Two, the resultant uses of technology, such as blockchain technology and related innovations, strive to improve the quality of life for all citizens. Three, governments, government employees, and laws are instituted by citizens and nations to serve and protect, not suppress or hinder the free and positive pursuit of the governed. Four, the inalienable rights and dignities enjoyed by citizens shall not be unduly suppressed by the authority of governments as they carry out their mandated role and responsibility. And finally, GBA will only pursue goals that serve to form a more perfect union between and among governments and the citizens they serve. We do this by establishing justice, ensuring domestic tranquility, providing for the common defense of citizens' rights and welfares, and securing the blessings of liberty in a free society. And those are the tenets that were the foundation that blockchain was built on top of. I'm sorry, that the blockchain maturity model was built on top of. So if we go to look at what the SDGs are, right, and where they connect, well, this is very similar to what the United Nations is looking to pursue, right? It's really about establishing a long-lasting peace. And I believe very firmly that that what we're attempting to do really aligns with all the SDGs, because all of those SDGs in part connect to the mission of the GBA and the UN. And I think the blockchain technology is the enabling technology that allows us to build those strong institutions. So that's how I think that they connect.
We have a question from a gentleman in this room.
Sure.
Would you mind introducing yourself?
Yes, please. Hello, good morning. My name is Ashem Songwe, and I'm a member of parliament from Malawi. But I also, most importantly, I'm a member of the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance. Sitting in here as a gate crasher, I've been very much intrigued, but also enlightened by the presenters on the subject of the blockchain, and also my view and understanding on the matter has also been broadened, getting to see that coming from the public sector and being able to understand how blockchain could enhance public sector reforms in service delivery and notwithstanding the attainment of the SDGs by the UN. What was most fascinating is, as presented by Dino, the use case in terms of pension fund management, and I'm also mindful of the various social protection programs that member states of the UN are involved in their respective countries, and one of the critical issue that they come across with is the positive identification of the beneficiaries. And Dino said it's difficult to prove a negative. So it was quite a very, very enlightening. And the point I want to raise as a lawmaker, there are serious gains to be made from if countries were going to adopt this kind of technology. But you know, the issues of mistrust, but I think Shona did also lay off those fears, that the blockchain does offer the platform that can be trusted, provides traceability, and also is transparent. But these are the issues that are not being communicated to the governments, so that governments can start transitioning into digitalization transformation. As a lawmaker, I represent the APNIC. As I said, the General Secretary is over here. Would appreciate to have some kind of working relationship, because some of these issues eventually they will have to be translated into legislation. Either would accelerate policy enactment or legislation enactment that would fast track the adoption of this kind of technologies. At the same time, another question going to the United Nations. We're talking about a deficit of 2.6 billion people that are not connected. But at the same time, we've made a decision that digitalization and the internet governance and information technology is the way to go. We are not going back. It would be appreciated if the issues of the SDGs could also be supported in terms of encouraging countries to enact policies that are going to utilize blockchain as an accelerator towards the attainment of those goals. So I don't know whether this is something you would consider as UN. As parliamentarians, we will be simply waiting to enact laws, but we need this. We have some capacity areas that should be improved upon. As I said, through the APNIC, to which I'm a member. It's quite enlightening, and thank you so much for allowing us to get crushed into this very important session. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a very easy comment I'd like to make.
Let Amelia handle this, because she is a lawmaker, and I think that she got
Gerard,
very
sorry,
direct.
Gerard, we reached the end of our time, the allotted time. So let's please allow people to ask the question. At least we all hear the question, then maybe we take it offline, because it's 11:15. It's the end of our session.
Yeah, if one of you guys will give him my contact info, I can show him the model legislation that we run.
We will.
Yes.
Okay, absolutely.
We have one more question.
Thank you all. I'm Lee McKnight, Associate Professor at Syracuse University School of Information Studies. I'm here now inviting you all to get up and join my class at 6:30 a.m. to hear about a sustainable development blockchain my students are building for the U.S. Department of Agriculture. But that's an aside. We can take that offline. The question is, I've heard a lot, obviously, the name's Government Blockchain Association, and I applaud the work being done. But there's also research, industry. You're in this multi-stakeholder forum. What about the rest of the world? What's the interface between the rest of the world and the Government Blockchain Association? Thank you.
Yeah, that's an easy answer. You should join gbaglobal.org, and we will definitely help resolving the issues that we've heard today. Everybody is welcome.
I know time is not our best ally. I'll just use half a second, because blockchain is still very much associated with cryptocurrency. I don't know how you're going to break that and get it off the minds of the people. And of course, when you talk about cryptocurrency, we know of people who have lost their money through that. So I don't know what you're going to do to ensure that you break that, that association of blockchain with cryptocurrency and mistrust.
So very quickly, we are over time, so apologies to the coordinators of the room, if you allow us to just 1 minute.
My name is Sarah Opendi, a member of parliament from Uganda.
Uganda. Thank you so much. So first and foremost, thank you everybody for participating, both in person as well as online. Very quickly, the name Government Blockchain Association definitely refers to government, but also is intended for all citizens or all entities that work with government and for the government. So it's not limited to government. Actually, entities, private sector, really the multi-stakeholder philosophy approach of the IGF, it's mirrored in the GBA. It's open to all representative of all sector, industry, civil society, academia, and NGOs. In terms of breaking that association blockchain and cryptocurrency, there are over 50 working groups in the GBA that address way over the use case of cryptocurrency. As alluded to before, we have working group on digital identity, working group in digital asset, working groups on the supply chain, healthcare, artificial intelligence, voting and election. So really, we go very well beyond that. And the point is really training and awareness. There are 2 conferences. One usually takes place at the end of September, October, and one in May, that really have a wide variety of topics that are discussed and presented by practitioners and representatives from the multi-stakeholder community. Thank you very much. We can definitely continue this conversation both offline, in person, as online. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Are we offline?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Oh, because I sent a message to Eugene to ask him to get information for the two guys and the lady, so we can contact them. I also told I have contacted Armand Gaetan from Cameroon to be in contact with them.
Okay, let me see if I can get the schedule.
Great. So thank you to everyone who's here, and I think in particular to everyone who is online. We're going to get started. I'm sorry about us starting a few minutes late, but we just needed to set things up. So welcome to the session of the Dynamic Coalition on Public Access in Libraries this year. We're conscious that there are 3 different lengths of session given on the IGF website, but we're going to go with the one that gives us most time. So we're going to go for the 90 minutes that we think we have. And if someone turns up, we'll have to stop. The focus of this session is on evolutions in public access, evolutions in the nature of public access as a contribution, as part of the broader infrastructure, as part of the broader means that we have of ensuring that there's meaningful connectivity for everyone. And my name is Stephen Weibert. I work for the International Federation of International Federation of Library Associations and Institutions. So the reason why we are talking about this one this year is that just under 20 years ago in Tunis, the world came together and put together the plan of action for the World Summit on the Information Society. And they said lots of things, but one of the things they said was that it was important to have multi-purpose community public access points, providing affordable or free of charge access for citizens to various communication resources, including the internet, and that these access points should have sufficient capacity to provide assistance to users. And the first example that they gave on this list in 2003 was libraries. And on this basis, the Dynamic Coalition on Public Access in Libraries was created around 10 years ago in order to explore this, in order to develop thinking on this idea, to bring together different actors, to reflect on what does it mean, what does it include, and how can we maximize this impact. Now, of course, we are almost 20 years later, and we're getting to the stage where we're beginning to think about, well, what's going to be there in the WSIS Plus 20 agenda? What elements of that plan of action and those action lines from between 2003 and 2005 are still relevant, still have their place? How effective have those ideas set out in 2003 actually been? And so the exam question for today, which we have probably 90 minutes to answer, is effectively how has the nature and place of public access in libraries in the wider connectivity landscape evolved over the last 20 years? Now, in advance of this session, we went out and we asked a few people what their thoughts were. How had they seen the role, the contribution of public access changing over that time? And so we've already just this morning put out an initial report, very much a draft version, focusing on what those expert views are, what those experiences are. We've got the QR code up on the screen in order to take a look at this. I'd note, of course, this is a 0 draft, and one of the key outcomes, one of the things we're really looking to achieve from this session is to bring in further ideas, to get further inspiration about what those evolutions are, so that we can really understand how it's changed, how we would hope it's still relevant today. So there are already some conclusions, some key themes that have emerged from those contributions. The first set are to do with things that I think we're calling eternal. So factors, characteristics that mean that public access in libraries should technically always be relevant, should always be useful as a way of ensuring meaningful connectivity. First of all, there's simply the ongoing relevance of that fundamental mission, to work through information, through knowledge, in order to provide access to information for development. So that transformational connection between making the link between people and knowledge in order to deliver change, better lives, better decision making. Another ongoing function is, while of course a much larger share of the global population is online now than was the case in 2003, there are still billions of people who do not have access to the internet. And we know that for many, maybe the internet's available, but they don't see the value, they don't see the interest, they don't feel the confidence necessary to get online or to invest in some of their own private connectivity. So there's still that first taste of the internet for the unconnected as a function. But there are also some ideas that have come out that focus on what are the evolutions, what's actually changed in there. So a first point, and perhaps this wasn't clear back in 2003, but it's become increasingly clear that Public access is not an alternative to private access. It's not in competition with private access, but rather as our understanding of what a full and meaningful engagement with the internet looks like. Public access has come out, has been demonstrated to be complementary, offering possibilities to do different things, to do the same things differently as you would at home with your own devices. We've seen it becoming clearer that public access has the possibility to be flexible. It's not a set thing that only needs to be provided in one way, in one context. It's been able to provide a means of responding. A really strong example was during the COVID crisis. Back in 2003, public access may not have been seen as part of crisis response, but from 2020 onwards, we saw libraries really working out how they could step in, how public access could actually step up, complement education, complement employment, complement efforts in other policy areas in order to make sure that people could continue with their lives. And so that broader function, that broader role that it plays is becoming clearer. We've seen public access proving its ability, proving its possibility to help realize the potential of new connectivity solutions. We'll hear talk shortly, I think, a little bit about how public libraries are proving that they're a good place to actually make use of, to actually turn the potential of, for example, low Earth orbit satellites into reality, into real change on the ground. And so public libraries can be that first opportunity, that first contact, and actually help realize that potential. We've seen it as providing a response to shocks. We'll hear a little bit further later about the role of libraries as second responders, as organizations, as places where even in emergencies, even in disasters, public access plays a key role backing up, supporting, making sure that when private connection isn't possible, people can still get online, can still carry on with their lives as best possible. We've seen libraries prove their ability to work in partnership. Libraries, of course, bring much to the table, but they're even more powerful when they can work with other people, when they can work with other organizations that bring in skills, that bring in programs, that bring in activities, and really combining public access with other things. Public access doesn't exist on its own, but it can be really mobilized, it can be utilized when we actually work with other partners. And finally, we're seeing examples when we're seeing public access become a basis, a sine qua non for actually helping people explore new technologies, new tools, new possibilities that may be open to them. And so by having public access, libraries become a kind of sandpit, a place where people can get to discover things, find new possibilities, be creative, and then potentially adopt personally. So these are just some of the ideas that appear in that zero draft of our report. And clearly what we're trying to do here is dig further, gather new ideas, gather new perspectives that hopefully we can really use to develop that report to produce something really helpful. So just before we go on to our speakers, we have a Mentimeter set of slides that will hopefully be helps you to sort of engage and start thinking. So for our participants online in particular, I hope that you can see at the top of the screen that you should go to menti.com and with the code 19088703, if I can read properly. And so what we're interested in is getting an idea at the start of the session on what you think, your initial impressions of this role, and I think the evolving role and the continued role of public access within a broader framework, within a broader set of policies in order to ensure meaningful connectivity. So we'll give people a minute to respond on this. Great, first response in. Glad to see people being very positive. It's always interesting, I think, on the second answer that you can see that there's some people who are very favourable and some people who believe that public access may compete. So actually having that, it's always interesting when you have that difference in views. Let's go for a minute or so more. We've had a few responses. Excellent. Okay, so it's good. I think we've got. I don't know. I was hoping that we could use this as an evaluation metric, and that at the end of the session, people would give even higher scores than they do now. But there's not much room for improvement, so I think we'll just have to give up on that as an evaluation metric for ourselves this time. But anyway, so thank you for those initial views. But we will be asking those questions again later, but also giving opportunities for you to feed in. But what I'd like to do now is actually hand over to our speakers, and so we're going to get a series of contributions. We're going to get a series of so I've got the biographies on my phone. So let's get this up. There we go. So we have 5 speakers who are going to be joining us in order to give their sense, in order to share views about public access. We're going to start with a little bit of context, which is always valuable, from Maria Garrido and Matias Centeno. And Maria is a principal research scientist at the Technology and Social Change Group at the University of Washington in Seattle. And her research areas focus on gender digital equality and the future of employability skills for youth. Matias Centeno is a social researcher and lecturer at the National University of San Luis, as well as the head of the Rural Extension Agency in San Luis for Inter. And his areas of expertise include family agriculture, digital transformation, and youth studies. And they're going to be talking about a wider context of access to information, which I think is particularly important when we're talking about meaningful connectivity as opposed to just connectivity, the possibility to connect. I'll introduce the others so then we can go straight through. We're then joined by Dr. Ugne Lipikaite, who is an expert with over 15 years of career experience dedicated to the development of impact evaluation methodologies and tools for assessing the outcomes of public library services. And her work includes numerous research projects focused on measuring the impact of public internet access in libraries and the critical role libraries play in providing connectivity and digital skills to communities. In addition to the research, she's developed a number of training programs and conducted training for public and community librarians in Africa, enabling them to assess community needs and evaluate the transformative impact of library services. Then we'll have Warawati Hayanti, who is a senior librarian at the National Library of Indonesia. She holds a master's from Sheffield University and has been working at the National Library of Indonesia for over 30 years. Previous to this, she was in charge of the Library Training Centre and the Library and Information Services Centre, where she assisted in the development of capabilities of librarians and library technicians all over Indonesia. Today, she's still an active member in the Indonesian Library Association and the library forums for all types of libraries. And finally, we will have Don Means. And Don has over 25 years of experience in the IT industry, and he's a co-founder and principal of Digital Village Associates, a consulting firm founded in '94 that focuses on information and communications technologies as transformational tools and subjects for local communities. 10 years ago, Don founded the Gigabit Libraries Network, which is an open collaboration of innovative libraries cooperating as a distributed testbed and showcase environment for high-performance applications and equipment in the service of educational, civic, and cultural objectives. The Gigabit Libraries Network has created the library's Whitespace project in 2015 to explore how integrating unlicensed open wireless communication technologies can benefit library users by combining the near universal compatibility of Wi-Fi with the range and penetrating capabilities of Whitespace devices. And this is not the last technology that Don has engaged with that I know we'll hear about. So with that, I will hand over to Maria and Matias in order to give us some of the context about access to information and what that means today.
Hello. Thank you very much, Stephen, for the invitation to share this panel. And I'd like to start, thank you for initiating the presentation. So as Stephen mentioned, this is the context in terms of the progress that we've made in the past 7 years. You know, the UN 2030 Agenda celebrates Midway in 2023. So it is the progress that regions of the world have made towards inclusive connectivity and meaningful access to information. Next, please. This is part of an initiative called DA2I, Development and Access to Information, a joint initiative between IFLA, the International Federation of Library Associations, and the University of Washington, and has three main objectives: demonstrate how meaningful access to information contributes to advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, and of course, within that context, demonstrate the contribution of libraries, providing equitable access to information and connectivity in the context of the agenda. Next, please. So it answers a very basic, although very complex question. No? Given the unprecedented ability we have today to share, create, and exchange information, how can meaningful connectivity and inclusive access to information advance poverty, diminish poverty, advance equality, give young people more opportunity, etc. Next, please. It's the rights and capacity. That's the way we define inclusive connectivity and meaningful access to information. The rights and capacity to use, create, and share information in ways that are meaningful to each individual, community, organization. We have three different dimensions: connectivity, gender equity, and freedom. 29 indicators, publicly available indicators, mostly through the UN, UN agencies, the World Bank, and for Freedom House. So we're going to tell you, we're going to walk you through these three dimensions to let you know and share with you the progress that we've made in the past 7 years since the UN 2030 Agenda began, 2015. As I said, it's midway through the agenda, so let's see the progress of regions and countries. I'll hand out to you, Matthias, for connectivity.
Okay, the first pillar of the triangle of aspects, of three aspects that are considered in the meaningful access to information research that we conduct shows, the next please, show more people and more houses connected to internet. If we saw the progress in connectivity between 2015 and 2022, the next, we can see that today the 60% of the world's population are internet users, which means an increase of 20% from 7 years ago, but this access has asymmetric impacts. I mean, if we saw, for example, from the economic side, the low-income countries exceed 30% of people connected, against to the high-income countries. In this scheme of countries, the percentage increased to the 90%. So, however, we have more people connected. The next. However, this progress is more slower than expected if we take the United Nations Connected 2030 Agenda as a compass. We can see here in this slide the internet population growth by regions. The goal is to 70% of individual worldwide using the internet, and today we have only 5 regions managed to reach the goal. The next, please. According to our research in 2022, the world is still behind in achievement the target 1.2 and 1.1. And the next, this is the case of households when we can see that the situation is the same. Maria, the next.
Thank you. So this is important context to support of public access and support of the role of public libraries in general. It's still not only incredibly relevant, but it's necessary. In terms of gender equity, next please. Unfortunately, the progress was not as great as connectivity. We have very marginal progress towards gender equity. We have more women using the internet, 52% of women in the world. There's still 208 million more men than women connected. And you see that in the other 3 indicators, very marginal progress. Could you go to the next, please? The Gender Inequality Index had a very marginal drop, which is almost, unseeming, but it's declining, but very, very marginally. Next, please. In terms of gender digital divide, again, we are behind the Connect 2030 2.8 target. By 2030, gender equality. We're still behind, and this is the world average. Of course, this does not show the difference in regions, but if you see on the left side, in low-income countries, 4 out of 5 women are still offline. Next, please. If you look at the regions, the only region that has achieved gender digital equality is Latin America, with more women than men connected. And Northern Africa and Southern East Africa were the 2 regions that made more progress in the past 7 years, connecting both more men and also more women. Next, please. Unfortunately, women continue to be 3 times or 2 times as likely to be not in employment, education, or training compared to men. And in Southern Asia and Western Asia, young women are 3 times as likely. So still, the opportunity, even though we're more connected, the opportunities for women are still less than for men in many regions of the world. Next, please. Similar with women in science and women in politics. We have a marginal progress of 1% for women in science to 37%, and that's a difficult indicator because we really don't know what exactly are they doing, what positions are they advancing in science, especially in the creation of knowledge and the designing of technology, and 22% in politics. Next, please.
Okay, in terms that freedom, we don't have the good news also, so sorry. If we had a look at the progress between 2015 and 2022, shows a decline in all freedoms indicators. Next. We can see we measure the progress according to freedom aggregate score, civil rights, political rights, and freedom on the net index. In all of these indicators, we have decreasing between 2 and 7 points. Next. So more digital access has not meant an improvement in the levels of participation and also democratic development of our society. We have seen right now in the screen that evolution and progress between 2015 and 2022 except that an increase of number of countries that are declining freedom scores, 71 7 years ago to 120 the last year. So civil rights and political freedoms have declining across all regions. And when I say all regions, regardless their economic development, as we can see in the screen, the worst situation are in developing regions. 32 countries of developing regions decline freedom scores, followed by the Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America. Next. Internet freedom declined for 12 consecutive years. 12 consecutive years we have bad indicators related to freedom. So we are increasingly digital, but less and less free and subject to rise. This trend confirms that more digital infrastructure do not lead necessarily to an improvement in quality of life or better societies or better quality of lives. Next. Here we can see the freedom on the net in measure of losses and gains by regions. This remark, the relevance to qualify the gap, the digital gap, go beyond of infrastructure access, because if we saw only the digital access penetration, we are losing some part of the history. I mean, this shows some pending matters we saw in terms of gender, in terms of freedom, but also in terms of rural and urban divide, for example. In my country, in Argentina, the National Institute of Agricultural Technology measured that today 30% of rural towns don't have access to internet, but 80% of people living there had bad connections, so they can't enjoy the rights of digital life today.
Next, please. So one of the elements that we like to highlight is the very scarcity of data. So all the analysis that we brought to you today, although it's from 2022, was released on 2022. Many of the countries do not have data that is recent or that shows the impact of the pandemic and the dynamics of the pandemic in the world. So we don't only need more data, we need better data, right? Better data that reflects the realities of communities and reflects the why connectivity is important, why inclusive connectivity should be promoted and addressed, and of course in the context of public access. Next, please. So as I said, limited or no data. Of course, gender disaggregated, binary, there's limited, and gender, different gender dissidents or gender fluid identities, there's like nothing available. Next, please. So just quickly to wrap up, only 86 countries in the world collect internet population by sex, not gender, sex. Of these, only 60 have historical data, so it's very difficult to assess progress in terms of gender digital equity, and even fewer countries have data on digital divide by other intersectional factors, age, locality, education, etc. Limited data on digital skills, of course, no data on types of use, motivations, and impact of this connectivity in everyday life, and of course, no data on online violence and harassment that, as we know, affects particularly women and members of the LGBTQ plus communities. Next. So the road ahead, what it will take to guarantee inclusive connectivity and meaningful access to all information to all people, and what is the role of public access and of course of libraries in addressing the roots of inequality, not only public access in terms of connecting people to the internet, but the roots of inequality. And with this, we end. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And very good. Thank you very much. And I think that's, it's powerful. I think the thing that for me that underlines is that we have seen a sort of decoupling between connectivity and meaningful connectivity, and that word meaningful is so important, because despite the good results when it comes to connectivity as a whole, it's not feeding through into other things, and I know that should be a bit of an alarm call, that in a place like this where we shouldn't be measuring the success of the internet in terms of the number of people connected. We should be measuring it in terms of the positive change that it brings about, and that's just not happening right now. So I think there's that, and I think that this is obviously a thing that hopefully can be taken away from the IGF in general, just the need to invest in data collection. And that's something that, it's kind of crazy that we're talking about governance. We aren't really talking anywhere near enough about the evidence on which governance decisions might actually be made, rather than just sort of superstition and yep.
Thank you, Steven. And just 1 second, we forgot to show the part of the initiative. We developed these dashboards. You have the QR code on your screen if you would like to explore as an example today of the analysis that you can do with our visualization tool. Thank you very much.
So I definitely recommend take a look. It's a fantastic resource. It really is. And allowing you to look across different sections and different questions is really, really powerful. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Ugne, who is joining us from yesterday because she's in Chile. So
it's already past midnight, so now I am also.
Oh, you're also on today. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. So okay, so welcome to today, Ugne. So I'm going to hand over.
Thank you so much.
Okay, over to you.
Thank you so much. I will just try to share my screen because as everyone, you make last-minute changes in your slides. So I have a newer version of my slides.
We sympathize entirely.
All right. So good morning, everyone in Kyoto and also online. Really thrilled to participate in this session. Thank you to my colleagues from Washington, University of Washington, for amazing presentation. I will be speaking today about role of public access through two examples. And these two examples actually illustrate what colleagues just showed on the screen. So these graphs where there are big differences between developed countries and, for example, sub-Saharan Africa. So two examples that I chose are Canada and Uganda. And I will be showing the role of public access through the lens of these two countries and presenting evidence how public access in these countries is filling gaps of connectivity and also addressing most pressing needs of communities in these countries. For Uganda case, it's our study. We did it in earlier this year. For Canada, I just used publicly available data and research, and I will give you the references at the end of my presentation. So let me start by just giving you a very brief overview of both countries. So naturally, Canada has strong internet infrastructure with over 90% of people having high-speed internet access at home, even in remote areas. However, I think it is important to emphasize that it is not true that in Canada, digital divide is non-existent. If you look a bit deeper and, for instance, among low-income populations, more than half of them lack access at home, and mainly it's an issue of affordability. Canada has extensive network of public libraries, over 3,000 of them, providing all sorts of resources in all sorts of formats, including obviously access to computers, internet, and digital skills training. Now, when you look at Uganda, over recent years, internet penetration in Uganda has been growing as well. But if we talk about home connectivity, it's still heavily lacking behind. And there is a very big rural and urban divide, as well as big gender disparities. Uganda has 45 public libraries funded by government. About half of them are connected to computers and internet. And they have also a very vibrant network of community libraries, around 100 of them, but very few are connected to the internet. So let's see how public access looks at both countries. First of all, who are the users of public access? In Canada, almost half of public access users fall below the age of 35. Notably, public libraries in Canada demonstrate really high utilization by vulnerable populations. So if we look at statistics for low-income individuals, immigrants, visible minorities, people over 55 years of age, they are really big users of public access. Now, what is really striking me is that over half of public access users in Canada don't have alternative place to access internet. That is a statistic that surprised me, actually. In Uganda, you know, it's a very young society, so almost 80% of users fall between the age of 15 and 25. And again, we see a really big use by vulnerable populations. So you remember I mentioned gender divide, so 56% of users are female. So it's a big contribution to gender inclusion in Uganda, as well as 22% coming from rural areas. Again, it is very important figure in terms of urban and rural divide. Again, really high number of people, over 70%, who have no alternative place to access internet. Now, when I started to look into patterns of use of public access, I was again quite surprised because I found striking similarities, and communication and education seem to be dominant areas of focus, both in Canada and Uganda. For communications, individuals mainly use online tools, social media to connect with friends, family. Educational activities thrive in Uganda, especially over the last few years, where people seek study-related information, they take online courses, engage with video tutorials, webinars, educators via Zoom, Teams, Google Classroom, and so on. In Canada, it's quite similar. Most popular educational activities include completing coursework, taking online courses, workshops, and so on. Now, employment-related activities is the next area, which is, again, really popular in both countries, especially in Uganda, where people look for jobs, fill in their CVs, and use public access for skills enhancement. Concerning e-government, again, very similar usage patterns in Canada, people looking for government programs, subsidies, in Uganda, looking for forms for applying for different programs online. And lastly, for business-related activities, in both countries, again, we have very similar percentages of people who are looking for information to start businesses, to maintain existing businesses, and so on. And in Uganda, what was very popular is people looking ways to deploy online tools to promote their services or to sell their services or their products online. Now I'm getting to, I think, the most important part of my presentations, where I would like to highlight key outcomes arising from the use of public access in both countries. And first one, without much doubt, is related to digital literacy. In Canada, digital skills training programs in libraries are widespread, and they range from basic use of internet and email to quite sophisticated courses on web design and programming, as well as one-on-one support and consultations. And Canadian studies show that over 80% of users report increased confidence and comfort in using technologies as a result of public access use and training programs. Also, about a half of them report that in public access venue in the library, they were first introduced to a new technology. In Uganda, over the last 2 years, we have been implementing a digital skills program in 27 libraries. And these libraries trained over 22,000 people to use computers and internet. And we served those people, and 94% of them credit library for improved digital skills. Many of them became continuous internet users in the library. And when we went back to them and asked again, they said that 2/3 continue to use librarian as an advisor when they need help to use technology. Another area, very important area of outcomes, is related to education. As I mentioned before, education is a big part of activities are related to education. For Canada, I found statistics that 45% of users report that through public access, they managed to develop employable skills. And in Uganda, over 85% of people saw improvement of their academic results, and 78 report that they managed to develop vocational skills, which are aimed at generating income. Another area that I analyzed was community, social, and civic engagement. And it is not a mistake. It is the same percentage for both countries. It's maybe a coincidence. So in Canada, 81% of public access users experience some kind of increase in the level of social engagement through participation and learning about local groups, volunteering opportunities, issues of local politics, and so on. And in Uganda, the same percentage of users says that library improved their social linkages. Almost 70% became more active in society by learning about local issues and contacting local authorities. The last area that I analyzed is related to entrepreneurship, workforce, and business development. Again, the statistics that I could find showed that 26% of Canadians report that they used public access to manage existing business, conduct business-related search, or start new business. A lot of people come to learn job-seeking skills, and nearly half of them successfully manage to get jobs afterwards. In Uganda, situation is quite similar. We see very similar percentages of people who used public access to earn some additional income, as well as improved their work performance, as well as many people finding jobs. The studies that I analyzed provide so much data and evidence about positive effects of public access, and I could continue along these lines. But I will stop here and try to emphasize what these percentages mean to me and how I interpret them. So first of all, also to confirm what Stephen said in his introduction, public access continues to be relevant regardless of whether individuals have internet access at home. In both Canada and Uganda, the importance of providing access to information, to technology, to digital resources in public spaces cannot be underestimated. Secondly, major outcomes of public access in both countries revolve around fostering digital inclusion and promoting equality. And these initiatives really show effectiveness and positive impact in breaking down barriers that prevent certain groups of people enjoying benefits of digital age. Thirdly, beyond digital inclusion and equity, public access in libraries deliver a wide range of secondary benefits. These encompass meaningful education, encouraging civic participation, engaging citizens in community initiatives, promoting social participation, allowing them to share with each other, engaging in online communities, and so on. And lastly, public access in libraries make significant contribution to livelihood gains. So expands opportunities for online job seeking, skills development, entrepreneurship, and so on. So to wrap up, I could say that public access in both Canada and Uganda serves as powerful catalyst for the growth of individuals, for the growth of societies, and this is really an evidence that we can put on the table to show that not only libraries not only provide access to technologies, but also serve as catalysts for empowerment, education, social and economic advancement, and really contribute to more inclusive and equitable future for everyone. And this is what I had today for you. And these are the references that I promised. Those first two studies are linked to the data that I mentioned about Canada, and the remaining two are about Uganda. So if you are interested to look deeper, you're welcome to check these out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ugnen. I might actually ask if you can include those links in the chat so that people can click on them. But
sure,
that's fantastic. I think the comparison between Uganda and Canada is really good because it underlines firstly that this is a relevant concept around the world. It's not something that's just for one subgroup, it's not for one country, it's not for one continent, that it's got that relevance everywhere. And I think all those examples of the different dimensions, the different ways in which, the different areas in which public access makes a difference is powerful. I'm sure plenty of these will not have been foreseen, they will not have been imagined 20 years ago, and yet it's happening now. It is, public access is giving rise to, it's making possible to make these sorts of changes. So that's really fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm now going to hand over to Waro, who's going to talk from the Indonesian perspective.
Thank you, Stephen. Yes. Can I have the slide on? Yeah. Okay, we can start with the second slide. Okay. Since 2011, actually, that we start to transform in managing the library, especially those in the village or remote areas, by providing them with internet access. And the transformation has made that the library has become the place to learn from the printed or digital materials, can be also audio, video materials as well. And then also this is the library become the place to share knowledge amongst the community itself. And then also it's the place to do activities, play music, also play creativity with handicrafts, and then make products, make cookies, and also discussion about other things. And this one of the this can see that this is the products that the village library has made, and they learn this also from the internet and also from their colleagues in the village. And this actually the transformation to empower the community and to preserve the local content. And all of those things is to increase the community engagement and also to increase the community prosperity. This can be reached faster if the library is provided by internet access. Can we go to this next slide, please? Yeah, this is, just want to show you that this is the fact that how big we are in here, that the population is 275 million, and the land area, you can see that, and the district, we have the 34th province, and the district is 514, and the villages we have is 80,820. And the schools, you can imagine that we have a lot of schools. Elementary school itself that 74,373. Senior high is 58,800. Senior high is 36,000, and university is 3,994. Next, please. Yes. That is another. This is the picture of the library, Stephen. This is a library that we have. This is mixed between the librarian, professional librarian, and the technicals. It's 10,000. And the total number libraries in Indonesia is 164,610. And the provincial public libraries is 34, because in each province we have one public libraries. And district libraries, part of the 514, we only have the 496 libraries. And sub-district libraries, we have 1,685. Village library is, hang on, that is elementary school. Sorry, yeah. And then that is 33,000. And the school, elementary schools, village library 33,000, that is recorded. And then school library, elementary school library is 76,000, and junior high school library is 19,900 something. Senior high school library is 17,000 something, and university is 2,557. Special libraries, it is government, that is 2,202. Special and private libraries is 872. Islamic boardings library is 3,478, and school library community is 1,000 something. And then community reading garden, it's in a garden, it's a park actually, that's 5,928. That is the total of the altogether is 164,610, and 10,000 of it is being accredited, and then not yet accredited is 154,000. Next, please. Yes. Here is the National Library as the national advocate, all the types of libraries in Indonesia. We advocate them with trainings, coaching, mentoring, grant, and funding. One of the privilege of the National Library of Indonesia is that it is non-ministry governmental institution which directly under the president. The National Library of Indonesia is under the coordination of the Ministry of Education and Culture, but with responsibility directly to the president. So this gives us the more power to decide to establish the national the library system in Indonesia. That we are not depending from other ministerial, no, but we can do that ourselves. That's why we can establish the accreditation. We can also the standardization of the libraries. Okay, next, please. Yes, this is the policy in here, the rules of the function of National Library. Yes, this is as other libraries. Yeah, this is the first is library as the Library Development Center, that no one has this functions, because with this we can give advocation to the public other libraries, and also we can we can help them, we can develop them. Yeah, those the 164,000 we have to help them to develop. And then this is for the reference library and depository center, research center. I think this is almost the same with other libraries. Next, please. Yeah, this is the obligations of the National Library. This is number one, so develop library national system in supporting the national education system. We have a quote unquote, that is, we are very powerful in the field of libraries in here. The guarantee and sustainability of the libraries, the community learning center, guarantee availability of the library services, and also the guarantee of the availability collection through translation, transliteration, transcription, and transmedia. And also because of the reading habit is not too high yet, that we have to promote the reading habit and library services and develop library collection, and also we have to also develop ourselves and to also to appreciate the preserved manuscript. Yes, please, next. Yes, another click. I think that is for the library transformation by expanding. Yeah, next, please. Also, this is yesterday, as mentioned, that the directive, that's the first, no? Okay, sorry. Yes, that is the policy that we have to make. That is the problems, actually. We have that three. We have to make it actions in here. Yeah, there's the problem, connectivity, content, and human resources. That's the problem that we have to face. The connectivity, judging from the huge area that we have, and then that is we have to do it now. The how to encounter with that problems. And we cannot go to the one place directly, so what we have to do, that we have to provide them with the internet access. And then also with the content, that is also difficult to get to produce the digital contents. So physical contents that we cannot distribute all over because it's too far, so we have to create the digital contents. And we also provoke actually the local government to create also the local digital contents so we can share with each other. Next, please. Yeah. And yeah, this is the presidential directive that we have to do this. We said that the president said that improve and expand access to the digital libraries in order to accelerate the human resource development who will master science and technology, improve creativity and innovation to create job opportunities. That is, job opportunities, reduce unemployment rate, and increase income per capita, as well as increase foreign exchange to create prosperity. Okay, next, please. Yeah, this is talking about the internet access in Indonesia. Yeah, it's quite big. In 2023, that those who have the access of internet is 215,626,166 million. That is out of our populations. It means that is 78.19% of the total populations. And then for the gender, yeah, the penetration is 70%, 79.32%, and the contribution is only 51%. And then for women's, the penetration is 77%, and the contribution is 48.8%. And then your urban areas, that is the penetration is 87.55%, and the contribution is 64.57%. And rural area, that this penetration is 79.79%, and the contribution is only 35.43. This is what we are going to push this to make it people more give in contribution in the rural area. Next, please. Yes. This is the occupation for the penetration for the students and college, that is 90.8%, almost 100% in here, but the contribution is only 16%. And then for the housewives, 77.8%, the contribution is only 1985%. And for the workers, that is quite big. That is 84.70%, 72%. The contribution is 60.32. And then for the teachers' retirement, and then for the government officers is 71.84%, and the contributions is not too much. It's only 0.62%. And then for the unemployment, 72%, they access internet quite a lot, but the contribution is only 3.11%. We get data this from the Association of the Internet Provider in Indonesia. And then the incomes, from the incomes, we have that let's say $1 is equal to 15,500 rupiahs. So those whose income is under 1 million is 76.99%. And then for those who is, for those who has the above 15 millions, it's almost 100% contribution, yeah? And then again, the contribution is only 0.18%. And then for the those with 5 millions up to 15 millions, that's 95.62%, and the contribution is 8.76%. And this, what we see from the internet, that we have the data. And the next, please. Yeah, the main reason for using the internet is finding informations. That's quite big, yeah. It's about 60%, 80%, yeah. That is 80%, sorry. And then this is for the, after that, they're finding new ideas and inspiration and the rest. Okay, next, please. Yes, please. Expanding connectivity? Yes. This is what we have in libraries. It's not yet fully integrated. Yesterday also I mentioned this into the national data infrastructure, because the president directive said that we have to create the data center, the national data center. And this National Library, one part of the 65 ministries and councils in Indonesia, that we have the obligation also to provide our data, the data there are two there's public services, and then the other one is for the administrative, that is for the internal use. The public, that is for given to public, that is we have the English Lite, we also have the One Search, Indonesian One Search, and also IPUSNAS. Next, please. Okay, this is an examples of the Indonesian knowledge discovery. Yesterday I also mentioned, this is Indonesian One Search. That is a single search portal for the all public collection from libraries, museum, and archive all over Indonesia. It is used as union catalog, and it's also provide access to international electric resources. It's subscribed by the National Library and for all registered member. Yeah, that is for the the e-resources should be registered members, but for the Indonesian One Search itself, it's not registered. Just you can just comes and in the perpusnas.go.id. Next, please. Yeah, this is the contributors, and this is the members of the Indonesian One Search. You can see the number; it's quite big. Next, please. Yes. Yes, this is in the slide. This is that. The latest is English Slide 3.2 is the latest version of the library automation software developed by the National Library of Indonesia, and this is given free to those the library in Indonesia to use it. And this why we put it in the Indonesia National Data Center to become part of the public services that can be used for everybody. Next, please. Yeah, next, please. This is Next, yeah, this is e-mobile. Yes, e-mobile. We have the IPUSNAS. This is for the, this is the e-mobile for the social media base for IPUSNAS. Yes, and this in here, just like yesterday I mentioned, we have the e-donations. That if you write books and then you want to donate your books, We don't want to talk about the royalty. Just forget about the royalty, but just put your book there, and we will publish it. Yeah, and then in digital, and then people can access to that books. Yeah, because mostly that, let's say, governors, they like to write books and then say, okay, I just want to write this, and people will wants to know what I've done so far. This is my achievement and everything. This is we put it there. And they don't want to sell their books. Actually, they just write the books for their achievement. That, I mean, what is it? That's self-esteem or yeah. This is what I have done so far. This is what I do. About that, people should know. People should read for this book, my books. Okay, next, please. Yes, this is our new. That is Bintang Pusnas. This is. This is for only for university and schools. We work together with the Minister of Religion, because School of Religions is under the Minister of Religion, and the General School is under the Minister of Education. The total collection, the digital collection, is that 1,448,470,000 books. Yes. This can be accessible. Yeah, it can have a live chat and video as well. Next, please. Yeah. Okay, this is the e-resources. I think that's everybody. Also, the same with other libraries, National Library. They have the e-resources that can be accessed for everybody. Yes, next, please. Yeah, this is another. Yes, please. This one. Part of that, the digital things. We also have to make the collection information close to the people in the remote areas or in the city. Actually, we distribute about 938 units mobile libraries, yeah, for the 520 locusts, and we provide also books, yeah, that is 90,075. 750 titles, books, sorry. Yeah, and then this is also for the motorcycle. Yeah, we also give them for the, we have the 986 units. And also we provide with Pocadi. Pocadi, it means it's Pojok Baca Digital. It is the digital corner readings. Yeah, it provides also with digital books. And the latest one is actually the National Library one is the Titik Baca. Yeah, it's also provided with the digital contents that can be accessed by people. Next, please. Yeah. This is more collections. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually, we give books and for the others, and also those who receive our grant and our book collections. Yes, next, please. Yes, next, please. And yes, this is what, yes, this property, library transformation for the prosperity, please. Thank you. Yes, next, please. Yes, this actually is for the, what we do for the become one of the national priority in the national, the program, library transformation for the, based on the inclusion-based libraries. And this is what we developed so far with with our own money here, because before that, actually, we got grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundations, 2011 up to 2018, but now starting 2018 up to 2023 with our own budget, and develop more and more libraries again. Yes, next, please. Yes, this is actually the library. I said that is to empower the community to become a place for learning, a place for empowering a community, a place to share knowledge, and also a place to preserve their local culture and enhance also their local culture to be exposed to the people. And also this is to empowering people, the community. Next, please.
Could I ask?
Yes, finish.
Just to give Don time to speak after you.
Okay. Finish then. Okay, that is okay. We can skip this, and actually that is Next, please. Next, next, please. Sorry, this is not that good. Yeah, this one is the what they got, and then this is the next samples in collections, and I think that's all. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and sorry for cutting you off there, but I think first of all, just as a response almost to what Maria and Matthias was saying, the volume of data there is really powerful, especially the disaggregated stuff. That's excellent. And just, I don't know, all of that effort and all of that work to localize and proving, I don't know, public access as a way of localizing efforts to actually provide meaningful connectivity is powerful. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand over to Dom.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you all. I don't have any slides. I'll relieve you of that, and I don't actually. I'm not going to present any data today because I think we have seen an extraordinary amount of data from our colleagues at the University of Washington and from IFL and from the National Library of Indonesia. I just wanted to touch on some conceptual points related to the roles of libraries and how they may be changing or have changed in the last 10 or 20 years. To us, it doesn't seem like the roles have changed so much. It's the circumstances have changed tremendously. I come at this from, as Stephen mentioned, a technology background, and most of our work has dealt with technology-related issues, more specifically in communications technologies. And I need to update the website because we've been doing this since we started the Gigabit Libraries Network in 2007 with the Fiber to the Library campaign. In the US, we said that the most expedient, the most inexpensive, and the most effective way to deliver next-generation broadband into every community is to run fiber to all 17,000 public facilities in the US. And we've worked on that advocacy campaign since then. We have expanded into wireless, of course, because the world has expanded into wireless. We identified, at that time, three roles for libraries, technology-related roles that we've continued to work on, and the roles, as I say, are still there. The circumstances have changed. The first one is the library is an early adopter of information technologies, and this, of course, is not a new role. Books themselves represent an early information technology that libraries have led in, but it's just progressed on from there. So jumping ahead to the arrival of the World Wide Web in the mid-90s, we were all doing dial-up. Maybe some of you are here, been around long enough to remember that. And broadband, the always-on service was arriving at that time, and people were going, well, what are you talking about? You're comparing straws to fire hoses, and you're telling me about bit rates. It doesn't mean anything to me. They go to a library, and they sit down, and they're connected to streaming media through the internet, like their radio station, their hometown across country. I'm talking about the mid-90s here, and they go, wow, that's really cool. I want that at home. And that example, and there are more, of course, is how libraries have introduced emerging technologies to their communities as a showcase environment, as a demo site. And this is such a powerful thing because describing technologies in any kind of meaningful way is extremely difficult without direct experience, and that's what libraries provide, is direct experience to that. They've also played the role, we say, as the human face of e-government. So this has been an explosive area since 2000, that every agency at every level of government has been automating services for the same, for the typical reasons. It's efficient, it's convenient, it saves money. Well, great. But who are those? And as they do that, they find new things you can't do with paper. It starts out automating a paper process, and they do things you just do with software. Well, and you ask them, okay, that's great, but those are just for the people that are connected, right? And they go, well, yeah, of course. Well, what about all the people who are not connected? And they go, oh, well, yeah. Well, they can go to the library. They'll help you. Well, yeah, okay, they will. Did you ask them to help? No, we just know they will. And so, okay, are you sharing any of your savings with the library to take on this support role that you've given them without them asking for it? Well, no. Well, why not? Well, we don't have to. Okay, great, thanks again. But yet it's important because these are daunting applications. They don't work alike, they don't look alike, and even if you have a connection, they can be difficult to navigate. But the librarians are the ideal people to confer with in the development of these programs. They have more experience in what it's like for people to use these programs than anybody else. They need to be drawn into the development phase of government applications. Another drum that we beat. The third role that we've focused on is as so-called second responders. In large-scale events, the first responders, the police, the ambulances, the firemen, are completely overwhelmed in large-scale events. And then everybody is on their own at that point. Well, they turn to public facilities like schools and libraries as places to get help, to get communication, to get information about what's going on, as common distribution points for supplies and those kinds of events. And so we refer to these as second responders that have a special category and need to be accommodated with communication technology that's resilient to these outages, which is a general condition that doesn't necessarily represent the presence of a large-scale disaster, like an extreme weather event that knocks out the telecommunications infrastructure. When it does, these systems are out for days, weeks, or longer. We just went, I live in a county just north of San Francisco, and about 4 or 5 years ago, suddenly the lights went out. There was no disaster, well, at least not where we were, but the utility company had turned off the electricity in the county to all 250,000 people living there to support the needs further north where we're having these fires. And it's really interesting if you've not been through an outage longer than an hour or two, what happens after about 24 hours? You start wondering what you've got in the freezer, and you wonder what you're gonna, your phone is gonna do, because your internet, your Wi-Fi is out, and your phone battery is dying, and you really don't have any other source of information about what's going on. So you have to go somewhere, and so people did. They went to a community center in every town, the library in my own town, and it was filled with people daisy-chained on surge suppressors, recharging their phones and using the resilient internet access to the library, which was a fiber connection. And that was a real eye-opener that really wasn't planned, but it was just the way people respond to need. They just figure it out. When the Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, everything was wiped out, and people just went to the nearest library. Even though they didn't have a connection, people just went there, and then they started setting up Wi-Fi routers just to allow people to communicate with each other. It's just what people figure out in these situations. The challenge of the topic here of roles for libraries is that the library plays so many roles. We've started referring to libraries as the Swiss Army knife of public institutions. They provide more different services to more people than any other institution by far. And it makes it a challenge for them because it's not the best corkscrew, and it's not the best knife, and it's not the best bottle opener, but it's all of those things in one place. And that's a hard case to make for something special, but they are special because they do so much for so many. And I want to touch again on this point about the response in crisis, and I'll kind of close with that it's increasingly common for communities to experience these extreme weather events. This is climate-driven extreme weather, whether it's inundated with rains or no rain at all, or extreme high winds. All of these weather phenomena are being accelerated by the heating of the atmosphere. And this conversation is really, we would say, supersedes all other issues. I mean, every day we have to do something today, and that's normal, but in the larger picture, this is our number one challenge. And libraries are there. What can they do about this? Well, like each of us, not very much in terms of mitigating a circumstance that has gone on too far. But they can do something about adaptation, because we have surpassed the point where we could fix it or we could reverse it. Maybe we can, we have to try, but the effects of it are baked in. We're in for severe weather from here on, and these events are going to be more common and these and more severe. And so what we all can do at every level is try to adapt. And this is where libraries can play a special role in showing how to do that and being resilient. As I mentioned, we've focused mostly on communication technologies, mostly in wireless for the last 15 years or so, how libraries and other community anchor institutions can connect to each other and create an autonomous local community network that can be in touch with itself, even if it doesn't actually have outside connection to the outside world. But now there is new communication technology, satellite technology from systems in low Earth orbit, which is different than the traditional satellite communication, which relies on satellites that are thousands and thousands of kilometers out, and the response time for the communication is very, very slow, and it wouldn't support an event like this. It's just the lag time is too much. These new systems, principally one from Starlink, the satellites orbit at under 1,000 kilometers, and the residual time, the feedback, the lag is very short. It allows any kind of connectivity, actually robust 100 megabit type connectivity. The thing that this is not just sort of a new wireless scheme, perhaps. What it is a new global wireless network that can connect any point on the planet, can have robust broadband in a box. It goes out and you plug it in, it turns itself on, it wiggles around, it announces itself to the overhead satellites. It's got a bundled router, and in 10 minutes you have that kind of connection. This is completely new. Now, will it work? Is it affordable? How usable is it? It's, the availability is just one of the barriers to adoption. Affordability and usability being the two other principal needs. But without availability, the other two are moot questions. And so libraries are there in their typical way to consolidate a resource for the community and then share it. And so this is something that we're advocating that libraries try out if the service is available there and learn about it and decide if they want to use it. But we are totally sold on the library as the quintessential public institution, and they're irreplaceable and they're just marvelous. And I'm pleased to be here today. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Don, for those words. And I think, and I was trying to draw out examples about those trends. I think the point you made, the original WSIS document talked about multi-purpose. I'm wondering if we need to even talk about polypurpose, or something that underlines just how many different roles there are, but also, despite the complexity that brings, also the value that it brings. It's really this one-stop shop, this role of the library as a place where you can localize. And so, internet access is not a one-way thing, and if we only think about technical solutions, then we tend to only think about the supply side, not about the demand side. So that aspect of localizing, applying, actually making the link between the potential and the output is really powerful. So we're into our last 5 minutes. We've got some people online. If you are still in Menti, we'd obviously welcome any further thoughts or questions you have about suggestions. I know your views about how public access has evolved, what you think we should be taking into account in subsequent versions of the report from the Dynamic Coalition on Public Access in Libraries. I suppose I would actually ask other panelists if you have any sort of responses or views, having listened to each other, about themes that you think have come out that underline, or that angles that we should be thinking about in trying to assess what those evolutions have been over those last 20 years and why public access is actually as relevant, if not more relevant, than it was back in 2003.
I'm going to jump in on that one because I think it's a great question. I'll try to make it quick, though. Our view is that libraries with robust internet connection offer the minimal accepted baseline for universal access to the internet. That's what everyone, everywhere should have. Even if they don't have, fiber to the home and the rest of it, they have a community point where they can engage with a digital conversation for no fee or a very low fee. And this is extremely doable. It's nothing like the goal of everybody connected at home, but it's very very doable with today's technology.
What?
Yeah, I think I agree with Don that actually this library should be provided with the internet, that people can activate there, because sometimes internet is difficult to get access internet at homes, or not everybody can have the equipment, the tools to access, and then they have to come to the libraries, and the libraries must be empowered with the access of the internet. That is the most important thing, that people can do activities, can access internet there, can talk there, and can learn based on the internet access. Thank you.
Thank you, and I know that there's work that needs to be done. I think for the libraries for which we have data, about 2/3 are connected, but we don't have data for so many, so there's another data call. So coming on to the data and your response.
Thank you for all the wonderful presentations. One thing that seems to me vital to understand is that in this narrative that in many ways the UN and many governments sponsor that connectivity will solve many social problems, libraries have remained at the heart of helping to resolve those root problems, right? Inequality, lack of access to education, lack of access to economic and educational opportunities. And I think that shows that as institutions, they are fundamental in social fabric of societies. It doesn't matter how much connectivity we have. Apparently, we saw the data. Connectivity is not solving gender inequality. Connectivity is not giving us more freedom. So these social institutions are fundamental in that equation.
I believe that we need to renew the narrative about the digital access. We are in a different point of part of the history of the human interactivity with technologies. I mean, AI, social and technical and socio-technical penetrations. I believe that we need to beyond the digital connectivity and think about this second gap related to skills, related to gender, related to diversity, and you're more and more ahead to qualify this in digital access today.
Thank you, and I think that's probably going to be one of the key messages we come out of. Ugne, did you want to add a last thing?
Yes, just very briefly, I'm still thinking about the presentation made by colleagues from the University of Washington, and I think that libraries have done amazing work in bringing people online. They've also contributed significantly to the gender equality. But now I was thinking, what else can we do to give more freedom? Because this is where we saw, we are doing really badly on these indicators. So I'm not only looking back 20 years back, but I'm thinking about the future and what else can libraries do to improve on the freedom. That's my takeaway.
Thank you. And I think that actually leads to quite a good way of summing up that in effect, I don't know, libraries are an infrastructure. They're a multi-purpose infrastructure. And so people come to the library in order to fulfill any number of different goals, any number of different activities. They're not just for health, they're not just for education, they're not just for employment. And that means that, okay, they're spread across a number of areas, but they are multi-purpose. And that actually opens up that possibility to adapt. And as long as there is the skill and the support and the training available, it also means they're in a position to answer that question that Ugne just sort of put up. I don't know, because it's not purpose specific, because it's not goal specific, actually it means it's far more resilient and far more relevant over the long term as a way of actually answering some of those questions about how do we get to meaningful connectivity. So with that, and 1 minute over time, so it was 91 minutes, we are over time, Winston, I'm sorry. I will close and thank all of our panelists. So thank you to Maria, to Matthias, to Don, to Woro, to Ugne Online. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, do you hear me in the room 10, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. That's the open forum which is about to start. But ladies and gentlemen, I would propose you to take your seats, please. The moderation of this workshop, which is the open forum organized by the Youth IGF together with the EU delegation to the IGF, will be moderated online. That's probably not common, but we made the choice of this format. Please let me know if you do hear me, so we can start. I don't know. I would also invite all speakers to join. To head to the at the beginning of the stage. If you can, please join the stage. I don't know if everybody is already in the room. All right. All right, so good afternoon and probably good morning from the very early Europe. I will be, as I said, moderating this session online together with you. We do have our colleagues on site, namely Levi. In case if something happens, he will be able to help and to to jump on that moderation. I'm Yulia Mornes. I'm the founder of the Youth IGF, and it's an absolute pleasure and a privilege to have this open forum together with the EU delegation to the IGF and the members of the European Parliament. I would like to welcome them. We do have other speakers present in the room as well. So I would like to say hello to Christian Sylvie Bouchoy. You are the head of the European Parliament delegation to the IGF. Mr. Bouchoy, maybe you can introduce the members of the Parliament present in the room and with you, so we can see and we can know who is present and who we can address. We also have with us a few young people and leaders from the Youth IGF, together with the representatives from the .eu present on stage. And I believe we do have also the European Commission present in the room. Mr. Pierce O'Donnell, I don't know if Pierce O'Donnell could also join the stage so we can have this conversation. Mr. Christian Sylvie Bouchoy, please, maybe you can introduce the delegation.
Good morning for Europe. Good afternoon in Kyoto. We are very honored to be here today in a, I would hope, a very interesting discussion with the Youth IGF. We had also last evening a bilateral discussion with a few of the young people very much involved in IGF activities, and we understood a little bit better some particularities in some parts of the world. But for the moment, I would like just to introduce the colleagues. So I'm Christian Bouchoy. I'm a member of European People's Party, president of the Industry, Research and Energy Committee, coming from Romania. I have also from EPP Party also, and coming from Slovakia, Mr. Stefanec. Thank you very much. I have from Renew, coming from Denmark, together with us today, Mr. Lokegaard. Also from Renew Party, coming from Slovenia, Mrs. Irena Jeleva. From the left, coming from Cyprus, Mr. Niazi Kizilure. And coming from France, member of the ID group, Madame Marie Doshi. Madame Kumpula-Natri, member of the Socialist delegation, will be here in 5 minutes maximum. Maybe I will not have the chance to introduce her then, but I'm sure that for all colleagues, because they are involved in different legislative dossiers on different areas, if there will be some specific questions, please allow me to invite at some point each of my colleagues to intervene, to give brief answers or brief comments to the issues that we are supposed to discuss. I will finish by saying that European Parliament is strongly committed to support IGF activities. We participated in most of the IGF forums. For me, it's the second time, but for Mrs. Kumpula-Natri, for instance, is the 6th time. And there are colleagues also that are veterans in participating on behalf of European Parliament to IGF forum. Also, together with some other chairs of different committees involved, I initiated a letter to President Roberta Metsola to have a permanent working group on IGF in the European Parliament with colleagues not necessarily part of different delegations, but interested to follow and to participate actively in IGF initiatives. And I think that this request of us will be approved. We are very committed to the multi-stakeholder approach. We'd like to understand better the realities and particularities of some parts of the world. We are in close contact with colleagues from different other parliaments in order to be inspired or inspire at our part to have the best legislation. As you know, European Parliament already adopted legislation on data governance, on Digital Markets Act, on Digital Services Act, Also, cybersecurity, we have strong cybersecurity legislation, not also institutions, but also critical infrastructures. And now European Parliament in June adopted its position on Artificial Intelligence Act. I know that is a lot of interest for many participants to IGF, and it was also mentioned in some speeches, the European model on looking on the risk assessment. And now we are in the interinstitutional negotiations with the Council, with the Member States, and the participation of European Commission. And I see here a director in European Commission and his team to upgrade, to improve, and to have the final legislation on artificial intelligence. And of course, we are looking forward to develop other legislation on digital area and internet. And this is something that could be discussed in the coming moments. Thank you once again for having us here.
Thank you so much, Cristian Silvio Bushoy, for this introduction, for the introduction on the European Parliament delegation priorities for this IGF, but also for the information about this working group on the IGF. And we do hope actually that this working group that potentially could be approved by the President Metsola can have a channel also of communication with the youth IGF and with the young leaders. And by saying that, I would say that you practically made the introduction to the subject of our discussion today, because what we would like really to discuss in a very tangible manner, it's a kind of framework. Why not this group might become that framework or part of that framework on the sustainable participation of the young leaders in the discussion and in internet governance. So we wanted to, we would like to propose you this very short open forum to be structured in the following way, to have 3 parts of it. So to discuss practically the recommendations the youth IGF and the young leaders made to Digital Compact, but also which is based on tangible examples. Namely, we would like to discuss the examples on how actually one of the recommendations was able to be already implemented. This second part, we would like to discuss about the declaration for the future of the internet and the participation of the young people in this process. And the third one, that's the Hiroshima process, and also what will be the say of the young people in it. So by saying that, the Youth IGF made these 6 recommendations to Digital Compact, and one of the recommendations that was part of that, and we discussed the previous years, and I believe your colleagues from the European Parliament were present with us. Kumpula Natri was the chair last year and present, and where we discussed this recommendation. So one of the recommendations was to establish a kind of youth advisory committees within the private sector structures, so to advise and really work together, advise on the young leaders and the youth views on different policies within the corporate structures. So by saying that, the same year, the URID, which is operating the .eu, together with us, took this opportunity, and we established together with the .eu, the Youth IGF and URID, the Youth Advisory Committee. And that's quite unique, I think. We do know about another example, which is in the Russian Federation, and another example probably is in Australia. So that's quite unique, and I would like to call very quickly on Joao. Joao is present in the room, I believe, or even on stage. I see him. He was member of this first Youth Advisory Committee. He's still member of this Youth Advisory Committee to the .eu, to URID. And I would like, Joao, ask you a very straightforward question, and please be short because we have a very limited time today with the subject we would like to discuss. So could you share with us your experience in terms of what you were able to bring to URID, and what actually URID brought to you? Very shortly, Joao, please.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm João Pedro. I'm coming from Portugal. Hi, Julia.
online. So hope things are not too early there. About URID and about the youth committee, I think it's actually, as you mentioned a little bit. So the idea of having diversity is always good, and including the voice of the youth, and including it even within private and other institutions, it's important. But I think it's relevant to think about how can this be a value proposition for both sides. It's been the challenge of many other projects I've participated, but I think it's something that works at the youth committee for URID. So the idea, and so far we've been able to pitch and present opportunities of internet governance to URID. So the idea, and from the beginning, was to advise and provide feedback on the internet governance ecosystem to URID. I think there's a lot of things that we could continue and start doing. Moving forward, maybe taking a look at policy from within the URID structure, evaluating, for instance, strategies in terms of the dissemination of the .eu, so in the different regions of Europe, and yeah, I mean, contributing to the activities of URID that are not really part also from a business perspective. It's been in the end where we've been providing more value, I would say.
Thank you, Joao, and thank you for being actually indeed short. Thank you for this statement. We will ask the members of the European Parliament to comment on that initiative, what they think, how it can be implemented in generally. But I would like to turn to Regina Fuksova. Regina, you do work with the .URID. You arrived at probably when you arrived to .URID, but by .eu, sorry, apologies, but maybe I'm mistaken, when the Youth Advisory Committee was already established. So I wanted to ask you, what is the impact for URID, for .eu, of this youth committee, and how can we make this, this idea of establishing youth committees, and particularly the youth committee within URID, working in a sustainable manner? Regina.
Thank you very much. Yes, I will try my best. Thank you very much, Julia. My name is Regina Filipová Fuksová, and I work for the .eu registry. Actually, my inventory number in the company is quite low. I arrived already 2007, so well before the committee was established. But due to some changes in our company, I ended up as an industrial relations manager last year, and happily in my portfolio, I also got this honor to be the liaison for the youth committee. We have now a year of change. We onboarded, or we are now in the process of onboarding new members, and we will be present, among others, also at the .eu Day, which takes place on the 16th of November in Brussels. So those of you who are going to participate, and we would really be pleased to see you there, you will have also the opportunity to speak not only to long-year members, but also to new members, and they can share their impression. The Youth Committee is a very, let's say, well-established part of our corporate governance. We are trying to include the youth and young people not only in this committee, where the aim is to inspire each other and spread the word about the activities for us to get a fresh view for the members, hopefully, to get a new impulses for their future careers in and beyond internet governance field. But we also offer activities for smaller children at basic school within another activity of the European Commission, the codeweek.eu, which is happening now in October. And we make always a use of our presence in different member states. We have 4 offices, so we are reaching to local communities, at least in those countries. And then for high school students, we have an art competition called Safe Online. Those of you who visited our booth could see the very nice artworks. I just brought an example of one of them, taking into account, or not only taking into account, they were created by teenagers 15 to 20 years old, and you would not get better results from professional designers. We were really amazed. And we use this as an opportunity to start discussion at the school with the teachers, but also indirectly with the parents about cybersecurity, internet governance, what does it mean for them. We offer an introductory presentations to start this discussion. So from our perspective, it's a very enriching for our further development, and even though it's not directly connected to generating, let's say, some growth or hard numbers, the spreading the awareness is an important part. And we try, because we are a member of a technical community, so it's not very typical, and we spread these best practices among others on a center level with other peers and try to inspire them to go this way as well.
Thank you, Regina. Thank you for sharing the experience and updating on the activities of the youth committee, and for a number of people, I can imagine, present in the room and online also, just bringing the information that exists. I would like to call on the members of the European Parliament, Mr. Bushoi, or someone else from the delegation who would like to actually comment very shortly on what you just heard on that experience, and also to maybe raise a question on how can this be implemented at a larger scale, but also why not globally. That's a great example coming from Europe, from the .eu. So what is your opinion on that, Mr. Bushoi, or someone else from the delegation that I don't see?
Maybe the youngest member of the delegation of European Parliament delegation, Mrs. Irena Joveva, as I said, from Renew Group from Slovenia. And I also like to welcome, he joined immediately after I made the presentation, Mr. Sergei Lagodinsky from the Greens from Germany. Mrs. Joveva, please.
Thank you very much. It's okay if I stand here? Or do I? Okay. So hi, once again. I'm actually also the youngest one who was elected in Slovenia, which is a little bit sad because it took such a long time. And I was 30, I wasn't even that young. So I'm really very, very happy every time I have a chance to speak with younger generations. And I'm also very happy that the European Parliament as such is, getting younger, if I may say so, because it's always a nice mix to have experienced members, but also, of course, the younger ones have to be involved and included. So I really appreciate everything that you told and the examples and experiences. It's very nice to hear that. I think that the younger ones could be more included regarding the European institutions or their work as such. I try to include them as much as I can, regarding my work or the fields that I cover, if I may say so. This is my first IGF, so I have no idea I have nothing to compare it with the previous ones, but it's really nice to have also the young IGF, emphasizing or being part of it so concretely. I have maybe I was a journalist before I came into politics, so my main topics are actually the last few weeks or even months, the Media Freedom Act that we prepared. We actually adopted the European Parliament stance, I think it was on this last October plenary session. Yeah, okay. Did long days and the time frame and everything. Yeah, so we are also starting with the interinstitutional negotiations here. So it's also, you know, connected with internet, obviously, especially the disinformation and misinformation that we are all, you know, dealing with, more or less. So maybe here a question or a comment from you guys would be helpful, because of course the younger generation is the most exposed, since being the most also on the internet or the digital world is the most, I mean, the physical and the digital are the same more or less now, I think, in these times. So I feel that the digital literacy as such is underestimated. I'm not feeling that we are all aware how important this is. So maybe I would have a question here. How do you think, or how do you feel about it? Do you think that the schools should do more, or the politicians should do more? I mean, we try to do as much as we can, but of course at the end of the day we have limited, I mean, we are limited with the member states or whatever. So this is my question, and if you have any questions regarding the media freedom or disinformation or something, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. If you allow also a short intervention from Mr. Stefanec, EPP Slovakia, one of the senior members of the delegation, but very close to the youth movement.
Thank you, Chair. Great to be with you today. Yeah, also senior people have to take inspiration from young ones, definitely. And digital future is about the young people, so it's great to be with you. But if the question is how to make our contacts more regularly, how to establish our cooperation, I think it's possible to organize events, special events on different topics at the European Parliament, so we are very welcome. So that's the part of the answer, number one. Number two, we have already regular meetings which are organized also by our European People's Party. It's so-called Youth Forum. It is in September. It's 1 week where young people can come to the European Parliament. They can present their respective ideas, and there is most ideas about digital future, I can assure you. So there is a lot of inspiration talking about the new legislation, so we can get also more inspiration from you. So you are welcome to participate at Youth Forum. You are welcome to come with new ideas which we can develop at special events. And also the answer number three is we can organize also a special event between us and between Youth IGF. So that's possible also to do it relatively soon, in 2-3 months in the European Parliament. In terms of contents, particularly I'm working on the digital decade development. I'm working also on the addictive design right now, and also on online children protection. So if you are also working with children, maybe we can get more inputs, also how they see it, what is dangerous for from their perspective, and all the inputs also are welcome. So looking forward to participate with you and to cooperate with you.
Thank you very much. Back to the moderator, I think. Maybe someone would like to intervene from the youth participants, young participants.
Thank you, Mr. Bishoy. We will maybe just follow and we will give the opportunity to the young people to intervene in a couple of minutes. I would like just to thank the interventions and from the members of the European Parliament. And indeed, the Youth IGF, we do work with children and on the question of child land protection, because we were one of the organizers and founders of the child online protection initiative of the ITU. And as well, the Youth IGF established more than 10 actually safe internet committees outside of Europe, so mainly in African countries, working with our African friends. And so that's the information we'd like to share with you. And indeed, will be very interesting to organize these topic-based debates. But I would like just to be back to the URATE example and to follow what Regina Fuksova mentioned, the .eu days, and actually what we established as well together with the .eu. It's a special category of the .eu award, which is going for, and it's focused on young entrepreneurs, and that's also a second achievement, I would say, in a very tangible manner that came from one of the recommendations of the Youth IGF to the Digital Compact. But let's go to the second topic, which is the declaration for the future of the internet. And as you might know, the Youth IGF also actively participated in a number of meetings, namely in the Czech Republic under the presidency of the Czech Republic. And I would like to turn to Piers O'Donoghue from the European Commission. And Piers O'Donoghue is the director of the Future Networks Directorate at the European Commission. Piers, what is your opinion about what are the priorities, first of all, of the European Commission on the DFI, but also what is your opinion in terms of the impact that the young people brought to the DFI during these different meetings where we took part and participated on site with the European Commission, and by the way, invited by your colleagues.
Thank you. Is this on? Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello, Julia. Thank you very much. Thanks for this opportunity. Indeed, on day 0 of IGF, we had a very successful half-day-long workshop on the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. Successful from several points of view, partly because we had a number of countries that had not previously been closely associated with the process who were present for the plenary session, but also for a breakout session among governments, and who then brought that back into another session at the end, where it was clear that there was strong support for the principles. There are 5 principles in the DFI. But that process was also aided by the fact that we had rapporteurs from the Youth IGF who acted as animators and reporters back to the plenary session, who showed the involvement of youth, but also the interest of the youth community in what is being done in the DFI. Without going into too much detail, if I could summarize it as follows, is that while it is a track which is led by governments who sign the Declaration for the Future of the Internet, the purpose is to pull them more closely into the multi-stakeholder process of which they are already a part, and specifically into the process of the IGF, where we see all of the other communities already working hard in order for them to be made aware of the concerns and to be guided by civil society, academia, but of course the other members, including of course the business segment, so that when they come as member states of the United Nations to negotiate the GDC, they will be fully aware of that input. And the input from the Youth IGF is actually very much what has been said by the members of Parliament here, is that we're talking about digital future, so we are talking about what is of most concern to the young people today, and where we, and I'll speak as one of the grey heads in the room, we have an obligation to ensure that we make a governance system that works and that responds to their concerns, to your interests, because you're here in the room and online. And we want that process to continue, so that when we talk about human rights, for example, or when we talk about more process-oriented things such as internet governance itself, that you are fully aware of what's going on, and using the network which Youth IGF represents, you can actually inform your members as to why it is important that they are, at national level, talking to your governments to convince them that they should sign up to the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. If they are to state that they believe in democratic principles, if they believe in maintaining human rights and the human-centric nature of the Internet, then clearly this is a forum which will allow them to speak with like-minded countries, but also to influence the outcome of the GDC process and the WSIS +20. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Percy Donor, for giving us your opinion, the opinion of the European Commission and DFI, and you know, and note taken on how we can help and assist more in with the DFI and the implementation of the DFI as the Youth IGF. I would like now to turn to Natalie. We have Natalie Terkova from Tertsova, I think. Apologies for mispronouncing your name, from the Czech Republic. And I would like to ask you, you know, in the DFI we can find the recommendation on the collaborative research. You're a young researcher in the Czech Republic. So what kind of opportunities you would like to see for you within this DFI as a young researcher? Very shortly, Natalie, please.
All right, thank you so much for the question. It's actually surprising that I'm also a PhD student focusing specifically on digital literacy and digital skills of children and adolescents. So it would be a pleasure to also have more conversations later on. But to keep it short and to answer the question, I would like to maybe highlight a few research opportunities that I personally believe would be very much needed. Firstly, it would be the need for comprehensive online risk assessment, because I believe we must delve into the emerging online threats and vulnerabilities affecting children to inform policies and industry standards to really help protect their child rights online. And secondly, as we are just highlighting this a lot, the multi-stakeholder approach and those like collaboration studies, I would say, are vital, because governments, the companies, academia, and educators as well, and civil society, they must work together effectively to reduce online risks for children. And research can really help us to assess the impact of these collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you for being so short. Indeed, that's appreciated. So that allows us to have a discussion afterwards. I would like now to go to our third point, but before I would like to quote the member of the European Parliament, Brando Benifei. I don't know if Brando Benifei is with us in the room. If not, we would like to quote him from yesterday, actually, and he said on stage, "If you do not engage, they do not care, and it is also the duty of institutions and society to give them instruments to be involved. But if they refuse to do, then others will do in their place." And I think that's actually a good summary of what we are trying to reach and discuss here today. Really, what are the instruments that the young people can have in order to be, fully involved and bring you the tangible examples. And I would like to go with that to the third point of the Hiroshima process, that has been discussed a lot during this IGF 2023 in Kyoto. We're following online, and the Levi present from the Youth IGF from our team was following on site as well. So I would like to ask the members of the European Parliament, the vision of the, to ask the question on the vision of the European Parliament on the Hiroshima process, on the generative AI, but also how do you see the role of the young people globally to be involved in this Hiroshima process and its potential implementation? I don't know, Mr. Boucher, who would like to, maybe yourself or other members of the delegation would like to.
Yes, I will just say 2 sentences, and then I will invite 2 colleagues very knowledgeable on this, Mr. Lagodinsky, who's a shadow, and he will be involved also in the negotiations, and Mia Petra Kumpula-Natri, she was vice chair of a standing committee on artificial intelligence. So I will kindly ask them to briefly comment and explain a little bit European Parliament vision. As I said in the introductory remarks, I'm very happy to see interest, a lot of interest about European initiative on artificial intelligence, the risk-based assessment, but also what European Parliament issued as position. The most important is the fact that will not accept that artificial intelligence should be used in mass surveillance. We have issues about using biometric artificial intelligence usage, and in the same time, of course, not banning generative AI, trying to regulate. Of course, we looked mainly to the safety, to the ethical aspects. ITRE committee, the committee that I'm chairing, also gave an input related also to the business case, to the growth that artificial intelligence could bring to economies, to companies, to individuals, also some benefits, but in the same time looking to the challenges and how it can tackle these challenges. And if I'm not mistaken, we are the first continent regulating in a way, or starting to regulate, because I'm sure that this will evolve a lot in the coming years, the artificial intelligence processes. And I know that there are other approaches. Yesterday we met US delegation to the IGF. We understand a little bit better the vision in United States. With the members of the African parliaments, we understood a little bit how they look and how they could be inspired by what European Union is doing. You mentioned Hiroshima process in Japan, and even the Prime Minister of Japan mentioned the interest and the concern and also the vision of great nation of Japan related to this. So clearly participation in IGF also inspired us a little bit more on how we can address artificial intelligence legislation. But two short interventions from colleagues. I start with Mr. Lagodinsky. You have a microphone here. And then I kindly invite for a short intervention Mia Petra.
Thank you. It's great to be here, and a great question. We are now, as you know, in the middle of trilogue, which is a negotiation between European Parliament, European Commission, and the Council, so the member states. The position of the Parliament is clear. We do not want to ban artificial intelligence, as some were misled to think. We do not want to ban foundation models or generative AI, whatever term you want to use. We would like to regulate them. Most of AI is not regulated at all. We have a high-risk approach where the regulation only is on special high-risk applications and on generative AI. We can discuss about how this regulation take place. We, of course, understand that we will not advance if there is no international cooperation. And from that perspective, Hiroshima process is a great step forward. However, for many of us, the concern is that by using Hiroshima process to place our dialogue with providers and with developers solely on the basis of code of conduct, we will distract us from the real regulation of this technology. And this is something that citizens expect. There is a lot of unease, and you know the letters about banning AI or putting moratorium on AI. We do not want to go that far, but we want to give people and to give our partners in Africa, for example, who are watching very closely what we're doing, to give them orientation that would be in the realm of regulation. Not over-regulating, leaving room for innovation, but also innovating in laws. And this innovative approach is something that the Parliament presented. As I said, and we can discuss this if you're interested, we are in the process of meeting together and kind of balancing out our view with the view of member states who would like to be very careful. They want to protect, of course, small and medium enterprises from Europe who would like not to be regulated, understandably. Well, we're saying we have to walk a middle ground, because it's not just about industry and it's not just about businesses. It is also about fundamental rights, it's about environmental standards, and it's about our view of how we place human being in the center of this innovation. I will stop here, happy to discuss this, and I will pass the word to the colleague, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all young participants. Very short also, the Hiroshima, I think, links well with the AI Act that European Union is doing, because we are not isolating ourselves from the world. We will look forward to having the multidisciplinary approach and also enjoy discussing here on the multi-stakeholder forum. I must say that also in IDA, the AI in the digital age, the special committee we had, we worked for 1.5 years with all the possible stakeholders. More than 100 specialists were talking to us, European parliamentarians, and then Commission gave the proposal. We were mature to look what we want. And it is to continue the trails that we have had in the Europe, that we want the internet to be human-centric. What is built on the internet should be human-centric and respect to fundamental rights. And sometimes coming from this innovation and industry committee and did also work for this legislation there, we are not innovating out. We are giving some guardrails like a framework, because then often somebody said, why are you regulating anything on AI? I said, what are you planning to do with AI if you're scary that high risks might have some rules? So make a comparison like medicines. If you doctors say that they take medicine, do you want to first sign consent? Maybe with your risk, but if you swallow the bill. So we are kind of wishing that AI systems on the market have some risk-based security analysis and keep it globally open so that we can have interoperable systems and so on. So this is one more aspect on that. So Hiroshima, having more G7 countries to work together. We have been using OECD and whatever, UNESCO's, all other defining what is the AI actually. We try to give some framework legislation on. So I welcome on that sense that there are more countries taking it seriously and looking for the better future with less threats.
Thank you very much. Back to the moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Bushoy, and thank you for helping us with the moderation.
Yes, we feel that you are here with us, but sometimes it's good to...
The sun is coming.
Yeah.
We have the morning and the sun coming, so we're with you right now. So thank you so much to the members of the European Parliament to briefing us and bringing the detailed information on the processes going on AI, on the from the legislative and policy perspective. I would like to turn now to Ananya. Ananya, you are on the stage. You are from India. You are the young leader. You participated in a number of different programs, capacity building, and etc. And Ananya, your interest is on AI. One of your interests is on AI. And I would like to ask you, how would you like to see young people to be involved in the implementation of the regulations all over the world, and or at least to have your say, but to have your say on a sustainable manner, I would say. Ananya, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for inviting me today. I am Ananya. I am the youth advisor to USAID Digital Youth Council. As a young person who's very closely involved in the design and implementation of the digital strategy of an international agency like the USAID, here is how I think young people could be and should be involved in the implementation of the Hiroshima process. First of all, I want to emphasize that it is crucial that young people are involved in any process related to anything digital. As a generation of young people who are born into digital age, digital technologies influence our aspirations, ideas, and lives from the very moment we are born. Hence, I strongly contest the usage of the word future stakeholders for us young people, because in the digital context, young people, due to the ubiquitous penetration and presence of technology in their lives, are nothing less than equal and current stakeholders. Therefore, they must be provided a platform right now to share inputs and processes and policies which will massively influence their lives, like the Hiroshima process. And I will very briefly enlist three things that I would want to happen. The first one is to ensure that young people from diverse backgrounds, socially, educationally, and geographically, have a seat at the table, like you see right now, because I'm not from the European region. So thank you very much for walking the talk.
We should make young people parts of decision-making bodies, like I heard about the URID body, committees or working groups related to the Hiroshima process. I would also suggest hosting consultations, youth summits, side events, networking sessions, conferences like IGF, exhibitions, educational programs, and other such community engagement activities which enable the youth to share their ideas, their experiences, thoughts, suggestions, projects, and initiatives that align with the goals of the Hiroshima process. But I would insist that any such fora be held at local, national, and international levels so as to make the process more accessible, inclusive, and locally relevant. Second, as young people tend to be one of the biggest consumers and producers of social media content, it would also be a very good and feasible idea to indeed leverage digital platforms and social media to engage young people in the Hiroshima process. We could do that by creating interactive online spaces and use social media campaigns, hashtags, online events like webinars to raise awareness and mobilize support from and with the youth. And finally, it is always important to acknowledge just because we are young does not mean that our contribution was not instrumental enough. Hence, we must recognize and celebrate the contributions of young people to the Hiroshima process by highlighting their achievements, stories, and initiatives through awards, scholarships, or media coverage. This will also inspire any other such future processes to include more young people in the dialogue. I'll just briefly end this by saying that there is nothing for us without us. And thank you, Yulia, again for inviting me.
Thank you, Ananya. I think we have to thank you for a strong message that probably has been taken, and thank you for this strong voice and for tangible proposals. I would say to what can be done to continue on that strong and positive. But well, I mean, our open forum, it's generally positive, but to continue to this strong on this strong youth voice, I would like to give the opportunity to other young people to raise their questions, and maybe afterwards turn to our leaders, to the members of the European Parliament and the European Commission and the private sector to comment and to answer their questions. We do have Levi on stage. Levi, you've been very patient. Thank you for staying with us. You are from Zambia. Levi, do you have a question or maybe would like to raise an issue to the members of the European Parliament and other senior leaders present in the room? Levi.
Thank you, Yulia. So let me make a comment and then I will pose a question to the European delegation and people in this room. I'm Levi Siansege from Internet Society Zambia chapter, but I also head the Zambia Youth IGF. Now, there have been concerns about AI, misinformation and disinformation, and quite honestly, to some extent, misinformation sometimes actually has been perpetrated by certain government officials in my region, in Africa. I don't know about the European Union, but I'd like to believe in certain cases it's been so. Misinformation or disinformation, right? Now, 3/4 of the internet is used by the youths. They have a lot of innovations, and one of the European delegate made mention that it's also nice to get inspiration from the youths. Them being majority of the users of the internet, I think they have quite a number of solutions to some of the world's problems, and having less interaction or involvement in making decisions or policies about internet governance and internet laws, to some extent I feel it becomes unfair. And if we're talking about the future of the internet, then what future are we building if we don't get their involvement to the most? So just building up on what Ananya said, my question then would be, how deliberate is the European Union in terms of ensuring sustainability of youth engagement in policy and governance related issues, especially when it comes to technology and the internet space? How deliberate is the European Commission ensuring that there is sustainable engagement, in as much as they are learning from the youths in the European Union, but across the entire continent or across the entire globe? How is it deliberate about being sustainable in engaging the youths to make these decisions? Because the youth internet governance forums are one of the platforms where you can actually get to see
what the youths are thinking about and some of the innovations they have regarding how they envision the future of the internet. But if we are creating a sustainable future for the youths, how about being deliberate in engaging them? I end there. Yulia.
Thank you. Thank you, Lenny. Thank you for the question and statement. We'll be going in 2 minutes sharp to the European Parliament delegation for their comments, and discussion. Just would like to take another question online because, we try to be inclusive as much as possible. And indeed, we need to encourage this online participation. We have a question from Muhammad from the Pakistan. Muhammad, you have 1 minute, please. You do have a question. Please do raise your question and be in camera. Thank you. Muhammad, you have the floor.
Hello, and thank you so much for having me. I hope I'm audible.
You do. Please continue.
All right. Yeah, so I've been listening to the discussion for a while now, and I've seen that the honorable members of the European Parliament, as well as the fellow, as for my introduction, first of all, my name is Mohammad Amer Ali, and I am the Generation Connect Youth Envoy for the Asia Pacific region with the International Telecommunication Union. My question has been that the members of the committee have been discussing about the artificial intelligence and the cybersecurity, and the youth fellows have been discussing about the inclusion of youth in the overall process. One particular aspect of the internet governance, and that has been my core area of interest as well, has been the digital governance and the cooperation sector. And the question here would be that how does the stakeholders look into the participation of youth within the digital governance and the cooperation sector? Because as Ananya mentioned, that the youth are the current stakeholders, and of course they are the future stakeholders as well. They are the ones that are going to embrace this change of digital transformation in the first place and then passing it on to other generations. So is there a mechanism in place or in the pipeline where youth would be included in the digital governance infrastructure as well?
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you for your question. Thank you for being short. Now we would like to turn to the members of the European Parliament for your comments. Christian Sylvie Bishoy, the floor is yours, and the floor is in the hands of the members of the European Parliament. If you want to comment.
Thank you so much. The two questions are very much related, and they're about the main issue discussed today, the need to stronger and more clearly involvement of young people, of youth, when decisions are made related to digital legislation, but also to future artificial intelligence. So how sustainable is the youth participation? You heard Director O'Donoghue, you heard colleagues, the will is very clear at the EU institutions. Youth were very much involved until now via the consultation processes, via the participation in different formats and initiatives of political groups in the European Parliament. Of course, some of the members of European Parliament, as you saw today, are young people very much connected to the youth. But I think we should do more. We should do more in order to have maybe a better coordination and formal consultation and formal dialogue, and IGF Youth could be a permanent and formal stakeholder for European legislators. Very short intervention, if you allow, because Mr. Brando Bonifei, the colleague that also was quoted, and our rapporteur for artificial intelligence joined us. He was in other meetings here because there are many meetings very interesting for our colleagues. Just also to comment on this, if any other colleague that did not have the chance until now to take the floor would like to say something also very shortly, please make me a sign. Brando, please. You can use that microphone or you can come here. It's how you would like to do. Maybe come there.
So I think this topic has been quite relevant for you. I've seen that from my speech on the first day, IGF took exactly that excerpt for the social media when I mentioned the need for the involvement of young people in the design of these policies and also in their governance and enforcement. That's exactly what we are trying to do with the AI Act, because we have included a clear, in the AI legislation at European level that we are negotiating, we included a clear reference to the need for a permanent involvement of stakeholders, not just academia, but also and business, but also civil society, including young people. This is, I mean, we are still negotiating, but in the parliament text that we are defending in the negotiations with the member states to get a final text of the law, it is quite extensive because it's considered to be needed to do this kind of consultations for many steps of the application of the law, but also for its update. I need to also, and I hope this can be a model that we continue in this direction. I agree with what colleague has said that youth IGF should be an important permanent interlocutor for this work, because more and more it came clear also in these discussions that in these days that the international dimension is crucial. Also our work, more a legislative, domestic European work, as a necessary international global dimension. It comes very clear. Hiroshima process was mentioned earlier. We are working, thinking of it, of this global effort. And so it's crucial that we have a global youth involved. In fact, and I conclude on this, I must say, as a politician, on a broader reasoning, that it has been extremely important, extremely helpful that young people have mobilized so much for climate issues. They have driven the debate in a way that I think was very important. I think we need to find the ways, so it might not be the same, but the ways to mobilize more young people, more youth associations, also around we can say the tension and the possible outcomes of the tension between democracy and the new technologies, because I think this is the point.
Thank you so much, Brando. I know that we are almost done with the time, and I think someone from the organizers coming and maybe reminding us that we have 3 minutes. We have 3 minutes, but we have 2 people queuing. If the moderator allow me just to, because maybe she doesn't see them in the room, queuing to the microphone.
Let's try to take one question, maybe.
Maybe
we have 2 youth in the room to take the presentation.
2 short questions.
We can take them together and maybe address them.
Please ask the question without making a statement, because we don't have any more time. So please be very, very short. You have 1 minute.
State your name also for the record.
No, well, thank you very much. This is Herman Lopez from the Youth Standing Group of the Internet Society, part of the board. It's great to see that also India and Africa are involved in the discussion, but how can we from Latin America also get involved into these discussions about AI? Because we, like you see, people from all over the world, but Latin America. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shall we answer this question first?
We take the both, and then I will,
Good afternoon.
Very short.
My name is Nadia Chachia, and I'm short. and I represent the European Dialogue on Internet Governance. I coordinate the youth activities of the European Regional IGF. And my question to the MEPs is, what is your definition of meaningful participation? At YouthDIC, we've been working on what does that mean, and working with youth stakeholders to understand how are their activities. And we are asking you to reflect on this. And for this, we do have a publication that we would like to invite you, and also to invite you to YouthDIC to reflect on how we can have more youth participation in of youth around Europe, and allowing them to integrate into the system and take on leadership positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Julia, if you allow me just to give 2 short answers to the questions, and I will stand because maybe it's on Latin America. Clearly, there is a lot to be done together, to work together, to be inspired by each other. You know that European Union, European Parliament have strong ties with countries from Latin America, as we have with Africa. We were happy to meet yesterday members of the African parliaments. I'm not sure if there is a network also in Latin America comparable that could be an interlocutor on the internet governance and digital artificial intelligence issues. If there is so, it will be good once we have a permanent working group in the European Parliament to start working, and the youth dimension, of course, could be extremely important. On involvement of European youth IGF, and I see that you made the first excellent step. You discussed with the director O'Donoghue, because European Commission is the key player, and I kindly invite you and encourage you to take into very much serious the consultation process of legislative acts. You know that European Commission is doing that. It's a public consultation. The stakeholders are very much involved. And the Parliament always asked European Commission, and we saw there is a strong commitment there and a strong will to take into serious, to take on board the relevant and important comments and of course inputs on this. So this would be when the legislation is prepared, the public consultation phase. Then of course talk to the co-legislators when we amend, modify, improve the proposal of European Commission. You saw the openness of colleagues. Go directly to the rapporteurs, to the coordinators of the political groups in the relevant committees, and also once again, once we have the permanent IGF working group, together with other initiatives and other interest group or intergroups, and of course the relevant committees, you have many interlocutors, and I'm sure that will be very open to your participation and contribution, which is indeed very valuable.
Thank you, Christian Silvio Bushoy, for for answering these questions. Thank you. We have to thank you for all your interventions. I would like to thank all members of the European Parliament present in the room. We will probably once again quote Mr. Benfei afterwards with his proposal to have the permanent youth IGF, legislative work together with the Parliament, as well as other members of the delegation on precise topics. With that, we have to end our session. I would like to thank all young people from the Czech Republic, India, Portugal, Zambia, Pakistan, Europe, other countries present in the room for your statements and questions. We'd like to thank the European Commission, Piers O'Donoghue, for being with us today, and of course .eu present in the room, and all other participants. Thank you. Until next time, we'll continue the discussions with you online or offline. Thank you.
A special word of thank you for Julia, our moderator. Actually, I was the first making the proposal of the permanent representation. I'm joking. It is good that...
apologies, Mr.
Yeah, we are very committed to be in a permanent dialogue, and a special thank and appreciation for the moderation. During COVID times, I chaired the ITRE committee with colleagues in different European capitals with different presidencies. I know how challenging it is to moderate from distance, and the moderation organization was excellent. And on behalf of European Parliament delegation, I would like to thank Youth IGF and young people present today here or online. And we are really inspired by what we heard today and by their commitment to be part of the best solutions for the future of internet governance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Yeah, mute that. Okay, welcome to our session, Networking for Information Integrity in Asia and Globally. Thank you for joining us. Should be a kind of combination, hybrid, interactive session, so we're looking forward to this. We're here in Kyoto, and we are joined by friends from around the world online. I am Dan Arnotto, a senior advisor for information strategies with the National Democratic Institute. We work globally to observe elections, strengthen legislative processes, and support a more democratic information space, and that's what we're here to talk about today. This session is specifically to discuss methods of organizing to support a healthy information space, and particularly through our Infotegrity or Information Integrity Network, which is a group of organizations and individuals in Asia and from around the world that work on these democratic and digital issues. So to start, I'm going to talk a little bit about the network and the session, and then we'll introduce some of my colleagues here who will talk about some of the resources from groups within the network, including from GovZero, which is a civic technology community in Taiwan, and Pakistan's Digital Rights Foundation. You'll have an opportunity to ask some questions after that, and then we will move to breakout groups if we're starting to get critical mass here. So hopefully we will have a good turnout both online and in person. And then we will use this online brainstorm to discuss approaches to various aspects of internet governance and information integrity and that relationship. And that will feed into our session report and our contributions. So hopefully get some good feedback from you all. So just to start with, I mean, in terms of our overall approach and Infotegrity as a concept, we developed this as an initiative and specifically to support the development of networks and training and other resources around informational issues. And we have regional working groups on these issues that include technical, policy, and civic organizations that collaborate and communicate on these issues. And we really have a goal of building healthy information environments overall versus countering inauthentic information or harmful information. I think a lot of these approaches that you hear talked about are often focusing only on countering disinformation or only on looking at influence campaigns. And I think it's more than that. It's not only countering harmful content, but also about promoting the flow of reliable information and building that healthy information environment that's layered on top of a lot of the governance and infrastructure issues that are being discussed here. From our perspective, effective democracies require that citizens have access to accurate and impartial electoral and political information in particular, and how that plays a role in those societies. We consider critical stakeholders that we want to work with. So this is a component. I think this group particularly focuses on civil society, but you also want to consider election management bodies, the public sector, governments, mass media, I think certainly is playing a huge role, and obviously technology companies and social media in particular. I think we really need to work collectively, and this is where kind of the word that's bandied about for the whole week is important in terms of multi-stakeholder engagement. I think in this case it is where we all have pieces of this, and it's not like a simple problem where one actor can unilaterally decide how things are going to work. And despite, I think, the efforts of certain actors, particularly within the public sector, governments to reassert that control, it's something that is not going to be simple to organize in that way, because platforms and even we within civil society, I think, have a huge voice and role to play. We must work in tandem, I think, to fight against information manipulation campaigns that seek to spread cynicism about democratic processes, distort even people's basic concepts around institutions, and hinder citizens' abilities to make political decisions. Some of the approaches that we at NDI engage in through this initiative and Infotegrity Network include building on that knowledge base. How do we build resources? How do we create training materials, curricula on these issues? Obviously, with us being a democratic organization, I think elections are a critical component of this. So we want to consider the elections monitoring piece. How do elections happen online? How are they influenced? How can we monitor that? And how can we help groups contribute to a more positive information environment in that sense? And then I think a piece that is important here to think about is how do we build civic engagement and democratic technology norms. So certainly here at IGF, I think this is one of the principal concepts that we're thinking about here in terms of influencing normative ideas around how the internet should be governed, but also considering other mechanisms, the EU Code of Practice on Disinformation, national frameworks, even party frameworks, codes of conduct for diverse actors, whether you're a journalist, whether you're a member of a party, a political candidate. How are you approaching these issues, and can we come to some agreement that will create stronger informational boundaries and understanding of what is acceptable for political speech within this space? I think we've had a lot of practice in time establishing those normative standards around, say, traditional journalism standards or traditional political campaigning standards, but we're still catching up, frankly, from the invention of the internet in terms of how political actors should operate online. And then finally, I think we seek to really consider ways of addressing online violence against women and other marginalized groups, gender disinformation, so that we can really build a healthy information space for all. Because I think women and female candidates are often more targeted by these practices. And so I think a lot of our programming and work integrates that idea and works to build systems to promote an open space that is open and accepting to different and diverse voices. So you see we have a wide range of topic areas, advocacy, digital literacy, supporting marginalized groups. These are all kind of areas that we talk about within the network and want to focus on. The goal is to build societal resilience to harmful content, but also to promote strong ideas that promote a positive, open, free, rights-respecting, and democratic information environment, right? I think, that's in the name of our organization, and a lot of the groups we work with focus on this concept, but I think democratizing internet governance, democratizing the information space, and keeping it democratic and open is something that we really want to focus on. This network that we've built is intended to be a coordination mechanism to help address these issues, and we're looking to discuss and demonstrate how it operates, specifically with this session and some of my colleagues here. We have training and connection opportunities. We have roundtable discussions, particularly looking at elections and some of the topics I mentioned earlier. I think content moderation, challenges to research. These are some issues that we want to workshop on with you here as well in terms of understanding how you view these issues and how we can elevate them within the IGF community in different ways. So that'll be part of the breakouts and that component there. We also have discussions with guest speakers, whether they're tech companies, donors, research tool demos, and we have a couple people here in person today that are going to give versions of that, talking about some of the resources they developed. Also, if you're interested in joining going forward, you will have an opportunity to share your organization's contact information and request to join during this session. So to get started, I want to pass it on to my colleagues here. We'd like to demonstrate some of the resources from the network and from colleagues here from Pakistan and Taiwan. But to start, I have here Dr. Ketty Chen, who is the Taiwan country representative for NDI and the head of its Taiwan office. Prior to assuming her post, she served as the vice president of the Taiwan Foundation for Democracy from 2016 to 2023. So please, Ketty, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dan. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ketty Chen. I am the new Taiwan representative for the National Democratic Institute's Taipei office. And it's really wonderful to be able to join all of you here to discuss some of these really important topics that Dan had mentioned. As the NDI office in Taiwan, we work with quite a few Taiwanese civil society members covering a series of different issues such as media literacy, information integrity, gender equality, LGBT rights, and also we work with Taiwanese civil societies and civil society in the region to secure and safeguard the basic rights of citizens, not only the basic rights, but also their rights in the internet space. And we also have been creating network and alliances of civil society members in the region. So it's really important, and I'm really grateful to be able to come here and continue networking and meeting new friends, where in the future we can move forward into safeguarding some of these rights that Dan already mentioned. So from the perspective of Taiwan, I would like to mention that under the UN system, it is not easy for Taiwanese civil society members to join forums like this because they have difficulties register as institutions from Taiwan. If you recall, when you have to pick where you're from on the drop-down list, there's no option of Taiwan. So just as the difficulty faced by Taiwanese citizens, if you do not click on the option of China, there's no options for them to be able to successfully complete registration. So I'm actually very happy that we have a colleague from GovZero here on the panel. And because as a result of these difficulties, quite a few, actually the majority of Taiwanese civil society organizations in Taiwan who work on, who are from the civic tech community, civil society members that work on countering information warfare and disinformation, they're not physically here today. So I think for us, it would be very useful to leave our contact information with you, or for you to leave your contact information with us. So moving forward, we could pass on the information from your organizations and the issues that you're interested in working with Taiwanese civil society on, so we could move forward after this really important forum. And just a little bit about disinformation and information warfare campaign from China targeting Taiwan. Unfortunately, but also it is fortunate that Taiwan has been, in the past decades, the number one country in the world that's been under the distribution of disinformation from an entity outside of Taiwan or a foreign country. But because of that, Taiwanese civil society organizations, they work amongst themselves to develop strategies to counter not only information warfare campaign, but also the authoritarians' intrusion on how to affect Taiwan's democracy. For example, we are right smack in the middle of the national campaign of 2024. I think in one of the panels yesterday, I think, Dan, you were on there, that next year is going to be a very busy year for Democrats like us, because there's several important national elections happening around the world, and Taiwan is one of them. And so what Taiwanese civil society had developed is that they have strategies of publishing reports, and especially bilingual reports on the behavior of disinformation, targeting election, or even between elections. And also the civil societies convened together to create civic tech groups to trying to bridge the Taiwanese citizens and its government and bring on issues that's important for citizens to discuss amongst themselves and then reflect to government officials. So I think that it's rather amazing that civil society in Taiwan, upon arriving at critical junctures of political history within the country, that they always manage to come up with strategies and plans that works to safeguard Taiwan's democracy, and also they're very eager to share that with partners from the region and from around the world. So I think I will pass the mic to Isabel, who is a representative of GovZero, and she has developed a civic tech handbook to share with people who are interested and using the Taiwan model. So I'll give the floor to her.
Thank you, Kathy. It's my great pleasure to be here. And first, let me share my screen. Here? Okay. Oh, you get it. Okay, great. Okay. I'm Isabel Ho. I'm a lawyer, and I contribute to GovZero community in the past 10 years. But however, I'm not the representative of GovZero community because it is a decentralized community, and it's difficult to say someone can represent this community. But I was chairperson of a very important task force in GovZero community, which organized the bi-monthly hackathon in the past 10 years. So I'm also the Secretary General of Taiwan AI Academy Foundation. So what is GovZero? Actually, it's a group of people who has like two jobs. One is a regular job, and the other one is they use their free time, like Saturday and Sunday, and maybe after work to contribute to the community projects. It is a decentralized civic tech community. We advocate the transparency of information and build tech solutions for citizens to participate in public affairs from the bottom up. So GovZero means substituting the O with zero in Gov. We want to use the internet and digital thinking, 0 and 1, to change the traditional government. And it's kind of like a concept of nerd politics. So it's a group of people, many of them come from the background of computing, law, media, arts, politics, and they work in teams. And this small team, group of team members mobilize a crowd. They provide the tools to invite more people to join their actions. In the GovZero manifesto, we share the core value of this community. We come from everywhere. We are citizens collaborating to bring about change. We are polycentric community and self-organized and motivated. And we use open source model to try to find a solution for challenges of society. And we have fun because you need to have fun to do this for 10 years and to change the status quo. And we are you. You can just click join the Slack. So it's a dashboard of the GovZero. In the yesterday morning, we have more than 13,000 people in the Slack users. They come from many different parts of the world, including Silicon Valley. I think we have participants from many parts of Asia. And we have hosted 58 hackathons and almost 1,000 proposals. And we celebrated 1/10th anniversary last year. And so this is background of GovZero participants. There are many engineers, they coding, and we also have students co-learning together, and NGO organizers, educators, writers, designers, lawyers like me, and journalists. So these are 3 keywords of the GovZero participants. There's a big part of Python, but there are also iOS design, project management, backend, blockchain. So it's in the GovZero, I think it's not a multi-stakeholder forum. It's kind of like a platform for multi-stake collaboration. You can collaborate with people from many different kinds of backgrounds. So it's a short, very short introduction about GovZero. If you are interested, you can find this online. I shared the 10 years Odyssey of GovZero last year in Open Source Summit. It's an open source beyond code development. It's a experiment to use open source model to solve the social issues. I think that works. And about information integrity, as Katie just mentioned, Taiwan faced this kind of challenge very early. Like in 2013, we have this project called News Helper. It's a small program which you can just add it in your computer, then it will remind you if this news is skeptical. And in 2016, there's another project called CoFact. It's a line bot, which will you can add it in your line application, and then you forward the skeptical information to the bot. And there are group community members there to do the fact-checking things for you. And in 2020, we have this, in the community, there's a proposed project called the Zero Archive. And the project owner is here, Zhihao. And I think this project is to try to collect a lot of, systematically to collect a lot of data on the web and try to figure out the information environment in a much more large context. And this project is sponsored by, I think, NDI and those other institutions. And so this year, Zhihao's organization, IORG, they deliver a report about this narrative, US skepticism narratives and where they come from. So it's not only about a certain individual disinformation content, but now we are looking more like how they try to manipulate the whole public discourse in Taiwan. And the report is adopted by economist last month to report how China is flooding Taiwan with disinformation. So these are some of projects about info integrity in our community. And now I want to share with you our summary of how we do this different kind of projects. So you can scan the QR code, is online, and you can just, it's still in progress, but with the open source spirit, we release early, we release often. So you can just check it. And in the handbook, we just analyze the different stage and the flow of how the project can be built up from come up with ideas and what kind of resources and checkpoint you should notice. And it is very important to have a good English name so you can share with people who don't know Chinese and what kind of things you should do. And try to find the fundings. And so it's, and then you can release your results. We do this in the community, and by hosting bi-monthly hackathon, people are not only collaborate online, they can come to the same place to do face-to-face discussion. I think this is a very important thing to do. So people get connected when they talk in person. And except this, we also analyze the elements of what should be included in this GovZero community. First, you need contributors. You need people who are willing to contribute, and you create a space for them to collaborate together. The space could be a physical space, but also online space, like providing collaboration tools online. And then people will propose, bring their own proposal and create a repos. Then invite people to join their project with the results of like source code or documentation. This will empower the contributors to do more contributions. I think these are the important elements of GovZero community. And in the content, chapter 1, we share what is GovZero, how GovZero works. And also in chapter 2, we share about how to build up a community. And I think you might want to check chapter 3 first, because we have a lot of different cases here. And then, like this is the COFACT project I just mentioned. It emphasizes the backgrounds of project owners and how they set up the goals of the project, and the complexity, modularization, digitalization, and how open it is. We have several, more than 10 project cases in the handbook. And also with NDI sponsor, we share the draft of this handbook with communities in Southeast Asia, in Chiang Mai this last May, and also with Japan and Korean community in Jeju Island. And then we collect a lot of cases, how the current status of civic tech projects and community around Asia countries. So I think this might be very informative for all of you. And this is my sharing, and thank you.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Isabel. Very interesting. Thank you. And I think finally we're going to move to our final speaker here, Hira Bassett, who is a senior program manager at the Digital Rights Foundation in Pakistan and oversees the cyber harassment helpline there and gender disinformation projects and another critical election coming up in the next year. So over to you.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, as Dan said, my name is Hira Bassett. I'm here from Digital Rights Foundation in Pakistan. And regarding we've done a lot of work regarding information integrity, and I'm just going to give you like a brief overview of everything that we've done. So it's just bits and pieces of, a lot of our projects. So just starting off, in 2016, we started the cyber harassment helpline, which came about as a response to a lot of complaints and cases that we were receiving from young girls and women. And we saw that there was no real awareness or support system that they had. And so the helpline came about as a solution, or a potential solution, actually, to all of the complaints that we were getting. There was a space, a gap that we saw, and we tried to fill it as best as we could. So the helpline has been established since 2016, and we provide digital security services, psychological or mental health support to women and young girls, especially because it's such a taboo topic to be facing online harassment of any sort, of facing tech-facilitated gender-based violence, of intimate image abuse, if their accounts are hacked, or if they're being impersonated. It's such a taboo that you cannot talk to your friends and family about this, or you're going to be victim blamed. The other thing that we do is we provide legal services. So we actually do have the Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act in Pakistan, which addresses cyber crimes, part of which is abusing or harassing women. It doesn't cover everything, but it does cover some of it. So our aim is to provide pro bono legal services or legal awareness and legal knowledge to everyone who calls us. But since then, it started out as a focus on women and girls, but since then, we have expanded our services, or we've concentrated some of our services, rather, to focus on providing services to vulnerable occupations, particularly journalists and human rights defenders. So in that goal, we establish escalation channels with social media platforms in order to directly raise those cases to them and bridge the gap between Western or global North social media and tech companies, and the kind of context or regional problems that we see in Pakistan or generally in the global South. We see that there's no real understanding of why their policies don't really work for us necessarily in Pakistan, and how, or their implementation rather, and so what needs to be done in order to actively address the kinds of problems that we're seeing, or the kinds of or the solutions that we need. So again, for journalists and human rights defenders, we take those cases as a priority. We try to flag them, especially, and this includes Meta, Twitter or X, TikTok, Google. These are all platforms that are very actively being used by journalists and human rights defenders to spread or actually build their professional capacities or reach out to their audiences. But in addition to this, we have also started to focus particularly on disinformation. We have our elections coming up, and we've seen in the past that disinformation campaigns have been actually prevalent and very successful in creating mass unrest and protests, as well as maybe sometimes even slightly affecting legal changes. These disinformation campaigns have targeted women journalists in particular, and everything that comes along with it, sexualizing them, focusing on their, trying to discredit them as journalists, but also women, or their personal integrity. And we've also seen a very strong, a very recent example of these disinformation campaigns targeting the transgender community in Pakistan, that we worked very hard with social media companies, especially Meta, to address these. I won't go into much detail about our engagement with them. I get very angry when I start to think about how unresponsive they were in the big, or even now. But it's something that we have to keep highlighting with social media companies, because it just seems like they don't really want to focus, or it's not, the global South or Pakistan isn't really like a focus area for them. And so we have to keep on providing them with evidence, or sort of show a consistent pattern or consequences in the offline world for them to actually take those cases seriously. So again, about disinformation, that's something that, because we have seen in the past, because we have seen active campaigns in the past, very coordinated campaigns, mostly primarily that focus on, in online spaces and using social media companies. WhatsApp, I forgot, is one of the most, prevalently used platform as well. It's not a social media company, it's still a messaging platform, but still, it's something that's very widely used. But because of this, we know that with the upcoming elections, it's just going to increase. We're very apprehensive about, the kind of disinformation that it's going to be spreading, particularly gender disinformation, and how it might affect, how it might not just sway the elections, but also bring certain individuals or communities to harm. So to address these problems, what we have done is, we're trying to highlight these, this as a very strong topic or focus in with the journalist community. So we're conducting diligent trainings all over the country with not just mainstream media personalities, but also local journalists who work in local languages, print media, print, broadcast, online, online journalists, everyone. We're trying to engage with them in order to build their capacity for fact-checking. Well, first of all, actually, to bring into their consciousness that disinformation is a thing, that is something that they need to be aware of, and they need to actively bring media ethics into, or address media ethics whenever they're doing their work, because it seems like even that isn't something that they're aware of. Some journalists work at such grassroots level that it's not like they've had very extensive training, that they went to university for it. Sometimes they just start working when they're like teenagers, or so it's not. Sometimes it's not just in their daily practice. So that's something that we try to bring into focus for them, and we try to give them trainings that address digital security, that address media ethics, and a focus on fact checking, what they can do, what tools they can use, and differentiating or addressing disinformation, misinformation, malinformation, not just within their own, if they're freelancers, not just within their community, but also, to their wider media groups, because sometimes it seems like it's not really a focus for them because it's not what brings in the money, to be addressing these sorts of small issues. And our aim is also to bridge the gap between local media and social media companies. So we actually try to actively engage. We try to bring each other's complaints forward, and again, like I said before, sometimes it seems like they don't want to pay, social media companies or tech platforms don't really want to pay attention to smaller countries like Pakistan. And so we try to bridge that gap between, so that there's no, so that it doesn't seem like civil society organizations or DRF is just making things up, that they get to hear from actual individuals on the ground about how their policies or how they're implemented affect their daily work, and sometimes even their personal security. We've also developed many toolkits that again focus on the same, about addressing disinformation, about the tools that they can use, about digital security, because it is a fact that digital security can play a very integral part in information integrity, I guess. And securing themselves online in order to be able to do their work even better. But we also recognize that within all these trainings, there is also, or within the when we're talking about disinformation, we sometimes forget to address mental health concerns, especially with again local reporters and journalists. Especially communities and individuals that face gender disinformation within a very conservative environment like Pakistan. So we have also developed mental health toolkits in order to address those concerns. Our helpline also particularly focuses on trying to offer psychosocial support, even sometimes when people don't feel like they need it, because again, it's just something that our people aren't very used to asking for support, or asking for I'm not feeling well. It's just not something that people are used to saying. I think that's about it. We've also been working on gender disinformation, but our research is ongoing, so I don't know how relevant it would be to talk about that right now. But we've been trying to engage with social media companies to address the gender disinformation cases that we've received, which has been in the hundreds over the past year. Like I said, there was a whole online campaign against the transgender community in Pakistan. We had some success with that, but our research in particular is still ongoing. So I think I was attending a session in the morning, and some of the things that they were saying was that there's not enough research to identify whether disinformation is harming democracy, and so we hope to actually address some of those key answers. Thank you.
Thanks, Ira. So I think given we're a little bit behind schedule and I want to have time for everyone to contribute to the breakout sessions, I think we have a good critical mass here so we can do this properly. We wanted to get your feedback on a couple of different issues for our contribution. First of all, if you would like to join, the network, this is a Jamboard. I'm going to share it here on the screen briefly, and then I'll put up a QR code so you can take a look and get a sense of how this works yourself. But we'll do physical breakouts here, and then there will be a virtual one for folks online. If you want to contribute, we have our colleague Sirat from Pakistan who is online there. But basically, we're going to break into 4 groups. To start with, I think if you would like to share, I think, is that up on the screen or no? I shared it in the Zoom chat. Oh, there you go. yeah, if you'd like to just drop your name in, you can drop it in there, name an organization, an email, and we can, if you would like to join the network, just mark it with an X. Then from there, I mean, this is what we're going to be breaking out on. I think we wanted to look at closed societies and challenges working on those issues there. So that would be one piece of it. Another piece to discuss and breakout would be looking at social media, data access for research. So challenges within social media companies, how we can develop systems or resources for groups that want to get into those social media spaces that are increasingly restricted. Kind of related, some of what we've been talking about, coordination with technology platforms around trust and safety concerns. Internet governance for information integrity, obviously critical for this area here. So we're all going to be moderating each of these breakouts here. I think within the room, maybe we can have, let's see here, to start with the four kind of groups within the session kind of go to separate corners depending on what you're interested in. So let's start, I think we have Ketty, you're going to be talking about closed societies, so maybe start here if you're interested in discussing that. Platforms and tech company issues, maybe here. Hyra is going to discuss that. Isabel will be enabling research access, maybe in the back right-hand corner there. And then I'll go to the back left-hand corner and discuss internet governance and information integrity. And we'll share the QR code and the link in the chat for those online who would like to participate. And we have a moderator there. So we will be there in a minute. Let's just reorganize, and then we'll come back for 5 minutes for summaries. Yeah, it's tough. I think, yeah, we'll maybe like 13, something like that, and try to come back with at least 2 or 3 minutes.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? You can also indicate in the chat if you can hear me. This is for the online participants. Am I?
Yes, yes.
Everybody 1 minute, and then let's go back and summarize.
Drew, I've got one last thought.
Okay.
Let me just blow it up. Tracking all the attacks that are being done outside of the borders of Europe. And for those who do have the chance to look at what happens with radio, the U.S. rural conservative Christian radio, which are out there telling people lies about the election.
is going to be taking the lead on this. But please do give us comments on the Jamboard.
Okay, we're back, everyone. Let's wrap up because we're at time. Yeah, come on back up. No, we got like 2 minutes, so let's just. Okay, everybody, the moderators, come on back up. We can summarize. I guess I'll go backwards since I have the mic and just summarize quickly and then pass to my fellow moderators of the breakout so we can quickly summarize. If you want to jump into the Jamboard and +1 certain aspects or add new ones that came to your mind afterwards, feel free. We'll pop up the QR code quickly or share it in the chat. But I mean, I think around internet governance for information integrity, we're looking at multi-stakeholder approaches, as we've kind of been discussing already, I think, particularly around information integrity issues. We were thinking about tools for enabling access for people with disabilities to access these debates and developing strategies for local internet governance coordination on disinformation issues. And I think, thinking about kind of a human rights approach on these issues, we're looking at kind of how training for different aspects or different groups within societies would look like. How can we build trust within the election process? And we even had an additional piece looking at what are the missing technology pieces in elections, and an additional question that came around that we were kind of working on some. So thinking about systems outside of the traditional information space, systems for tracking disinformation efforts outside of the internet, and thinking about digital ID and systems for verifying people within elections processes. Maybe over to you for the next quick review. Yeah. You were that one, right?
That one, yep. Okay, I can't read that anyway. So we started off our discussion with, we had participants from, again, Pakistan, the US, Netherlands, Iraq, and yeah, I think that's about it, and Japan, yes. So we talked about, the kind of platforms that we've been using in our respective countries, and WhatsApp, X, Instagram were some of the top ones, but we also talked about TikTok and Line being used to disseminate information, especially in the context of, more integral moments like elections. Then we talked about, we sort of diverted from the discussion a few times, but we were talked a bit about how to better engage with tech platforms and what has worked for us before, how we do it currently in the in our respective situations, and again, it seemed like the escalation channels that we've established with them, sometimes they work, sometimes not. They're not completely perfect. There are loopholes to them, or there are gaps that need to be filled out, and there needs to be more engagement. But the kind of engagement that we've seen with those platforms sort of depend on either personal connections or individual employees' willingness to actually connect with CSOs or in organizations like ours. And yeah, I think that's all.
I think, yeah, we got
Okay, here tools and strategy to use to monitor information. There is a pay to gather information, social engineering, build up your own system, and share the datasets with other researchers. And according to the participants' experiences, TikTok and Douyin has the most strong mechanism to prevent crowd and access to to their data. And the resources we want to share is data sets and also the experiences handling this kind of issue, and also maybe some comparison of historical data would be very useful.
Yeah. Okay. Very quickly. engaging in civil society organization and closed societies can be done. However, it is more feasible at the regional level, but when it comes to global, it really takes time for different regions to understand the working of these closed society and how to get in touch with each other. And also, cybersecurity is really important for these civil society groups. There are Taiwanese organizations that could help improve the cybersecurity of these groups so that working in closed society, it's more feasible and easier.
Great. So we got a lot of feedback.
was going to tell them to be
Oh,
quiet
okay. Go ahead.
Right. I'm just looking for the Zoom thing. Here we go. Can I see the list? Is there anybody online?
Yes.
14 participants. Okay. Excellent. Well, they don't show up on my screen. Well, hello, everybody. Thanks for coming to this session. We are here to discuss digital sovereignty and global cooperation. I hope you can see. No, you can't see my screen. No, my PowerPoint, my. There we go. Okay, thanks a lot. Right, so I have a couple of slides here. They're done using Mentimeter. We've done that to enable people who prefer to remain silent for the first few minutes of a session to actually get engaged and then get stimulated into participating. And also it allows us to interact with the people online in a non well, hopefully an inclusive way. So we have about 55 minutes to network. The topic that Sophie and myself decided to actually want to network about is this tension that we see between the emergent discourse, particularly in well, but maybe I should introduce myself. We should introduce ourselves. So yeah, so my name is Jamal Shaheen. I'm your on-site moderator for today. I am working at a couple of different universities in Belgium and Amsterdam. The VUB, which is the Free University of Brussels, and the University of Amsterdam. And I'm also connected to the United Nations University in Bruges, which holds the Center for Comparative Regional Integration Studies. My research field is digital sovereignty, and I come from this looking specifically at the European perspective, right, on digital sovereignty, and we're moving from that towards a more global perspective. Sophie.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophie Hogeboom. I am a PhD student, and my topic is digital sovereignty. So we're at the right spot. Today, we would like to make we were thinking about this session, and we thought it would be much more interesting if we would talk with each other about what digital sovereignty means for you, or how you interpret it, because what we keep finding in almost every research and panel that we do is the varying definitions, and also varying ideas about the importance of it. So that's why I would like to ask you to join us on Mentimeter, because then we can, for those who are not aware, you can just go to mentimeter.com. You don't have to log in, and you can insert the code. Would be very appreciative.
Yeah. Thanks.
Go on.
Thanks, Sophie. Right. So if this works, I can move. We also have Justine, who is moderating the session from Bruges, which is where UNU Chris is based. So hi, Justine, and thanks very much for being here in the morning. She says hello on the chat.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, so it's menti.com, and then you use the code 4703 6161. Okay? 4703 6161. Okay, everybody in? Good. This is just like the warm-up activity, right? We're going to put you into a big circle in a minute, and we'll have a conversation about the different questions we're raising. So, at the end of 2021, Mike.
We always have to ask this in Washington, D.C. I know you're broadcasting this, but is there any attempt to make this Chatham House rule, or should we walk out of this and quote everything everyone says?
I'm afraid it's not possible because it's live streamed, right? So no, I would be careful.
Yeah, it's a good point, but Okay, and I did actually just give your name out, so that makes it a bit difficult. Okay, yeah, this is being live streamed. This is being recorded, I believe. Yes, so this is being recorded as well. So, however, we can turn the mics off at a certain moment and delete the chat. Just we will capture the Mentimeter and we will use it for the reporting for the IGF. Okay. So just to get into a bit of the context, digital sovereignty has been a term that's been used well, for 20 years in certain areas, and it's becoming more popular in the way it's used in recent years, particularly since around 2019, in the European context at least, where we're seeing use of the term in a very different way to the way it's maybe used before. We're seeing that this term has a lot of different angles to it and a lot of different components to it. And we started off this research journey by actually trying to understand what was digital sovereignty. So in 2021, at the end of 2021 and 2022, we launched a process to actually bring people together to actually try and help us get a broader understanding of what digital sovereignty means. So we organized some webinars where we engaged with, on the one hand, the technical community, or representatives, not the entire technical community, representatives from the technical community, representatives from civil society, and representatives from the business side of things. We then organized another series of exercises where we talked to different national policymakers to try and get a broader understanding. And all we found was, in fact, that there's a lot of different definitions. There's a lot of non-coherence in the way that people are choosing to apply this term to their policies in the digital sphere. So what we actually felt was really necessary is actually then to go from trying to define digital sovereignty to actually try and understand how and why different stakeholders use this term, right? And to try and unpack that. And as people who work at a university, this was the one thing that we wanted to try and get through. Once you understand how and why people use the term sovereignty in cyberspace, we can then understand what the implications are for the concrete policy debates. And we've been doing some of this research over time. We've been trying to understand how this actually comes together. And today what we wanted to do was actually reach out to the IGF community, because we hadn't done that part yet, right? And we see that within the IGF, this has, I mean, last year it was also a topic. This year it's very much a topic, right? It's appearing in many different panel sessions. And we wanted to get the voices from the community in this space. Right? We're going to start off. I mean, we have input into this session as well, but we wanted to make it a conversation and not give you a lecture. If you want that, you can come to Brussels and you can do my program on this. This is just for Mentimeter people. Where are you right now? The code. The code is 47. Do I need to repeat the code for Mentimeter? Hey. Yeah. Open your devices. Oh, you can't really see it on the screen here. So you need to open your device, go to menti.com. And once you're at menti.com, the code you need is 4703. I'm looking at Berna. 47036161. Okay, good. So there's the first question. Oh, who's in Amsterdam? That's great. We have quite a few responses already. Basically all over. Right. I'll move to the next slide because otherwise we'll fall asleep. A previous exercise looked at different groups or different stakeholders and their expectations in digital sovereignty. And so we thought it might be interesting to see what kind of classifications you give yourselves. You can put other. And
Private sector should not be other. That's a very good point.
we didn't forget. We wanted that kind of conversation.
I will not tweet that one.
Okay. Okay, excellent. So there's a lot of people in civil. Now, I don't know, because you were talking to me before when we were talking about visions of digital sovereignty, and you were also saying that there's this kind of vision towards what Mike had alluded to earlier on self-sovereignty and the community sovereignty, right, which emerges quite a lot in the civil society field, right? So. What question? Yeah. Yeah, so we'll get to that later. So you want to explain the process?
Sure.
I'll shut up for a minute.
All right. I'm taking over for now. So what we're planning to do is we want to create groups of 4. I think right now a few people have joined, so we could make a few groups of 4. The idea is that we made 2 questions that we would like for you to discuss among each other, and then afterwards we will we will bring all the discussions together. That's, I think, right, the practicalities. And then the first question.
So we do it question by question. Right, and since there are quite a few of you online, we'll also organize an online room. Is it possible to organize breakout rooms online? Well, it says there must be about 10 people online, so maybe 2 breakout rooms, please. Amsterdam, Berlin.
Dutch speak English better than
There's only 6 online? Okay, then just make 1 breakout room. I think that would be fine. Or whether you don't need a breakout room, then they can just use the room. Justine will moderate online.
It's online.
Okay. Anyway, right now you can see the question in front of you, the first question. We'll put you in a group, and Sophie and myself will join in the groups, right? And we want you to address this question.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. What? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 at the back.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We can.
Yeah, just do that side and that side. There you go, like that. Is that okay?
I don't know. He wants it differently.
No gender balance on our side.
Well, 5 is okay? 5 is okay. I th- Right. Wh- we, we have
I actually wrote a paper 25 years ago called Sovereignty in the Network World, and I projected to the year 2025.
Yes, sorry, it was already 20%.
And said, this is how
we have
the
1 minute.
will evolve.
We have what? Yeah.
Countries want to have sovereignty over time. Because these technologies, no. These technologies, no. These technologies, no. So they're not going to control the things they love to control. And the punchline at the end was
I do think we should. I do think we should come back because we have another question, which will allow you to continue. But whilst I wait, I don't know how it went in your group over there or online, Justine. But in my group, we determined to rewrite the question. And Mike is actually now sending me a list, which I will put on Mentimeter. But maybe we go around the other groups. I don't know. Should we start online with Justine? Yeah. Maybe first of all, I'll pass a microphone to group 1. This group, the right-wing group, to actually hear what happened. Do you want to report back, or would one of you like to?
Well, I can first start because the start of our discussion was, I think, very interesting because I would love for them to say it because otherwise I'm repeating their own words while they're here. But in the beginning, we immediately had the tension present in our group. So the first person who spoke said, yes, there is a tension. Or maybe not even or maybe that it's not even compatible. And then someone else was saying, no, that's actually not. But actually, I think it's much better if they say it themselves, don't you think?
That's what I
Okay. Would you like? Please mention your name.
Yeah, Alexander Isavnin, another Free University. I was the first person who was saying that there is a tension because from my understanding of cooperation and sovereignty, cooperation is what happens between equal parties somehow, and sovereignty means that there is a sovereign who's sovereign over something. It might be a state over its citizens. In some hierarchy, it might be citizen over its state, or it might be corporation over state or over citizens. And there is another opinion.
Yes, so yes, so in response, I said we should differentiate between the relationship between the sovereign and the citizen and the relationship among sovereigns in an international platform. And then I said sovereigns define the actors in the cooperation environment. And so even, yes, there's a tension, but it is not something that would stop cooperation from being realized. It's just defining who the actors are, and then there's a tension, and then you have the platform to cooperate. But in a platform like IGF, you have other actors in addition to the sovereigns, which is the civil society, private sector, and so the discussion went on from there. I think to you, I think you commented.
I believe so. Without wanting to give you a word-for-word replay of what we discussed in our session, my proposition was that they do not have to be in tension necessarily, as illustrated by the idea of the data spaces that the European Union is trying to create, where you're trying to foster cooperation while maintaining sovereignty, also as opposed to a platform model where data, for example, is centralized and pooled. You can still try to create cooperation while protecting sovereignty. I think that.
And whilst you're doing that, thank you, John. We're going to make you a co-host so you can speak. Would somebody from our group like to raise some of the issues that we discussed? I've made your thing into a Mentimeter.
Thank you very much. So. Yeah, it's going to be the world's most complicated Mentimeter question. We picked on our moderator and said, how in the heck can we answer a question that is so vague when it's digital cooperation? That could mean anything about anything. And so we made it more complicated by listing 13 really tough digital policy issues, international digital policy issues. And then we went back and asked the question and said, okay, for digital trade, is there a tension? For encryption, is there a tension? For online privacy or data protection? For online payments? For surveillance? You'll see the whole list. But we would welcome 2 or 3 more or 5 more suggestions. We went down this list and we did not see any places where there's a lack of tension. I agree with, I do a lot of work on data spaces and data flows, and I pray every night that somebody will make a data space that works so we can show that this is a solution to these problems. But for our entire list, we haven't found anyone where there isn't some collision between the country's desire to control and this need to get some kind of collaboration, cooperation, consistency. I mean, until we have global government or until we have no government and everybody's self-sovereign, this is my proposal. Rename the United Nations the United People and let us all focus on giving us all the choice we want. Sorry, I'll end my campaign now.
I would vote for you, Mike.
Thank you, and I'll vote for you.
Right. We will, before we go to the topics that you'd raised, Mike, I think we want to go to the online discussants. John, Justine first, yeah. Justine, would you like to summarize a bit the discussion that happened, and then we'll pass over to John.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll try my best because this is not my field, so I hope I'm not misconstruing any of the interesting comments that my colleagues made. So I think the main point was that, yes, on paper, these two concepts can definitely be contradicting each other, but that in a digital sense, they're not fully exclusive. And then we immediately switched to the idea that it really depends on the countries we're looking at. So we switched back to nation level rather than united people type of solution. And then we were saying that depending on whether your country is a dictatorship or not, you might have to give more power to civil societies, companies, but then it would also depend on how you regulate those tech companies. So there we also approached a lot of different topics there. But perhaps then John can jump in and add a bit more to what I'm saying here.
All right, thank you so much, Justine. I would like to now give the floor to John, who expressed in the chat that he wanted to share his thoughts. John, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Digital sovereignty, I think we had a nice chat in our breakout session. And digital sovereignty, I think it's more predominant in African countries than digital cooperation. In that African countries know the global community is okay. I think the European countries and the US and others, I think that let's say North America and Europe, when you talk about human rights and all those other topics they discuss when they meet at the United Nations and Commonwealth and all those other platforms they meet, they mostly, I think, look at embracing those discussions and implement them for the benefit of the people on the ground. And I think when we talk about in African countries, our leaders mostly they're more for clinging on to power, and that definitely will mean infringement of on human rights and many other things that I think are going to make them stay in power for as long as they want. And even a lot of times they trick around the laws and regulations to change things around along the way to suit their own needs and to champion their agenda to stay in power. So when you talk about sovereignty, I think it's something that they really want to so very much protect so that they have power and control over the boundaries of the countries they are ruling and give the laws according to how they want. And I think I mentioned in our breakout session that most of the laws that we have, for instance, the Cyber Crimes Act in Zambia, the Data Protection Act in Zambia, it's an excerpt from the General Data Protection Regulation. I think it's an international, document, which I think where they pick a few other items and bring them and localize them in Zambia here, and still pick a few other lacunas, draconian kind of clauses, which then will make them to have more control and regulate how how the people in the country should behave and conduct themselves. And most of the time, it's more on a designed concept to suppress the voices of the opposition and the human rights defenders and other dissidents out there who are maybe aiming at pushing an agenda to try and question government's misgivings and all that. So that's the problem that we have. So the tension cannot completely be eradicated or gotten rid of, for as long as our leaders, they still just come back from the UN, from AU, and still sit around in their own boardrooms, cabinet meetings, and make decisions which are far away from the global discussions and agenda of the global community. So that's, I think, something that is disheartening somehow, in a way. So that still extends to, I think, to a lot of things that we discussed, I think, in our breakout session with my team, where Justin was the moderator. And that is why the issue of digital cooperation and digital sovereignty is still going to be a bone of contention because of the sovereignty of the countries. And I think that is my addition to this.
Thanks very much, John. Really interesting to hear about this distance, I think, that you mentioned between what happens at the national level and what happens at the global level in these discussions, and how, on one hand, we can have very nice global discussions, and on the other hand, people have to come back and deal with the politics of their country and understand that there are certain things that need to be done that are maybe not aligned with those areas. So in our group as well, I think we discussed things like that this question needs to be broken down into different functional areas. So this question makes no sense, in fact, when you ask it like this, because it pleases everybody at every moment, right? Everybody can either claim that they're a sovereigntist or a cooperationalist, or they can even say both at the same time in a very George Orwellian kind of manner. And so what Mike had proposed was a list of policy fields in which global cooperation or global or digital sovereignty actually takes about. And if this works, you will see. I didn't know how to do this, Mike. I apologize if this is a. This is a slider.
Ooh, you're so smart.
Okay. Okay. Good. So I was going to say, and I was thinking about asking you to identify where are the areas that we could actually tell the UN Secretary General, okay, this should be in your report on effective multilateralism, and this should be in your report on the Global Digital Compact, right?
We'll waste time on this.
He will.
Well, no, I'm saying is that for some topics it might be that we're all at the total tension zone.
Yeah.
But
So
it's news creation, not
new creation. I like new. Yeah.
new news creation.
So anyway, hopefully you can all see the Mentimeter. I'd invite you. There is a second page. So we had a prolific note taker in our group. So we had a second page where we would like to. You have a question? Yeah. Sure. I'm going to pass you the mic.
So listening to you and Mike, very interesting. But actually, if you start looking on this question, and you adding UN General Secretary into context, there is another dimension of this between, for example, inside Five Eyes, there is no tension about surveillance, and when you step outside, there will be tension. Something like this, yeah. So there are, if we are talking about UN context, there are different groups of something where inside which may be tension to other groups, inside which may be no tension, but there is a tension to other groups. So that's it's not clearly how to answer this question. It strongly depends on your location or your political opinion of your sovereign in the meaning of a country to this thing. So okay, let's now sit and break up groups and start classifying group of sovereigns. I'm joking for sure.
You've touched on a really interesting point there, which will be covered tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning, if you're willing to come along, looking at the regional dimensions of digital sovereignty, right, or the regional dimensions of cooperation in this sphere. Because I think one of the things is that there are things that we can work on in global cooperation terms, and there are other things which do, by their nature, fit very much more into a regional or a specific political type of grouping. However, that's one of the concerns, that if we go too much down those routes, we end up, and I don't want to use this word fragmentation, we end up in a number of different types of scenarios where different governance mechanisms are used to interact with the digital media, the digital space that we inhabit. Okay, I think you're right that there are global, regional, national, and even then subnational. We've been talking about those in our group as well. I think everybody has filled in, no? Almost everybody has filled in the sheet.
Somebody picked 10, 10, 10 out of a couple of these.
Yeah.
It's such a weird pattern.
And yeah, why is it that there are some people... Please don't mess up my system.
Some people are more equal than others, you know? When I refresh it, it shows up.
That's good. That's good. There's an ethical nature to this research, and you've just ruined it for us. I'm going to move.
He hired Mechanical Turk.
Yeah.
So there's like 754 people that voted now.
I'm going to move to the next group of topics, and then I believe that's all of them. I hope I copy-pasted correctly. Mike, maybe you could just say, when you talk about government data policy, you're talking about publicly available data?
Weather data that the government...
Okay.
Yeah, but in some cases, you know, they put out products.
Yeah.
They don't put out the raw data.
Yeah.
And the idea that you... I mean, I follow what South Korea does a lot. And they don't share their map data because they're so paranoid about being invaded.
Okay.
You mean government data policy between different governments?
Why? You know, what governments... There's a sharing... data sharing, but there's also just a question of do you make your data available? And the data flow across borders is different because that's also corporate data, personal data for Facebook users, and TikTok, and all the rest. Right. What should we encourage?
Standardization, something like this was.
Should we encourage end-to-end encryption, or should we encourage backdoors? That's sort of the question. Digital trade is that's the worst one because it's all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it's again, these are one of these areas where when you're looking at these concepts of digital sovereignty or digital cooperation, you really need to go down into the specific institutions or the specific products or the specific policy fields that we're working at. And I think that that's been echoed very clearly here in this discussion.
Most interesting correlation is you look at each of these issues, and then you look at the organization that's kind of taking the lead or is claiming that it's going to answer the question. Where we have an effective organization, it tends to be to the left. Where we have total dysfunction, the WTO isn't even really meeting. They don't have a quorum.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's interesting how this plays out.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the point that our colleague was trying to make, that the fact that we have our own belief system or our own understanding of what political institutions can do for us and how they work also make us think about the way we think about cooperation or about sovereignty. And so that's why I prefaced my insight with, I've looked at the European field in digital sovereignty a lot. Where would you?
From. And it's also interesting within the United States. If you're from Hollywood.
Oh, we talked about that, and I said, no, Sophie, let's not do that. So well done, Sophie.
It violates GDPR.
Yeah.
So hey. But yeah, if you're in Hollywood, the answer is different than if you're in Redmond, Washington.
Yeah. No, very clear. We had a second question, but I'm sure that in 3 minutes, given that it took us 45 minutes to unpack the first question and go through it, I think we've done enough for today. We will share this. If you wish, you can drop us a business card if you have one, or you can come and get a business card. Do you have business cards? All right, you can come and get one of my... Yeah, okay. You can come and get a business card. Drop me or Sophie, drop me an email, because my email is on my business card. And then we'll send you round the PDF of this Mentimeter, and we'll continue networking, right? Because that's the point of this exercise. Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Justine. Thanks very much to everybody online as well. It was very kind of your participation.
So, hello everyone. Hello everyone who is here and who is watching us online. Thank you very much for being here. I know it's almost the last session of the almost last day, so it's really great to have you here to hear us. So thank you for everyone, and thank you for our panelists, Renata, who is on my right side, Anna, who is on my left side, and Eliana and Herman, who will be joining us online. So just to give a quick overview on the topic and why did we propose a session with this topic? So the topic in general, I mean, what do you want to discuss? We want to discuss what is the role of marketing and advertising dynamics and actors on the information environment, which is the risks, which are the implications, and how can we build, and this is the key issue, how can we build best practices and guidelines for the advertisement industry. And I think it's worth mentioning that this topic, it actually appeared in for us through a project we developed last year who we called in Portuguese Desinfo. And I think it's worth, I realize that I haven't presented myself. My name is Eloisa. I am director at Internet Lab. Internet Lab is a Brazilian think tank on digital rights and internet policy. And we developed last year this project called Desinfo, who mapped, who aimed at developing best practice, actually start developing and start this conversation on best practices and guidelines for the advertisement industry, bearing in mind the role of the marketing industry on the information environment. And this is important because the marketing industry has always had an important role in shaping the information environment and influencing it. And it's interesting to think about it in two levels. When it's more economical or structural, that the way the commercial marketing structure itself and where it puts money and where it advertises its pieces, it's normally a key source. The commercial marketing is normally a key source of funding for information for newspapers, and it has always been. But on the second level, there is also the narrative side of it, that marketing upholds and creates narratives that impacts the information environment. And it becomes more prominent in the digital area where information, the production of information is decentralized, and new forms of digital marketing and new strategies of digital marketing appear. And there is also, we can say, there's a crisis on the authority of science and journalism. So with all this together, this theme becomes even more important when we move online. So during this project, what we did, and I will stop here and pass to our invitees, is that we actually mapped the initial themes and the initial subjects that related with digital marketing, with actually marketing and advertisement in general, and the information environment. Based on that, we workshopped these themes with Brazilian digital marketing actors. This was a collaborative project to develop it with a marketing agency. And we workshopped these themes. And the goal was to try to understand how this appeared on their daily work and how we could move towards guidelines and best practices. And the result of this was what we called a working guide for actually in development guide for digital marketing, who covers topics such as influencer marketing and the importance of ethical safeguards in good practices when hiring influencers for marketing. Social media ads, and website banners, what we call the programmatic ads, and the importance of developing an understanding of how they work and who will be financed depending on the choices and the structures. And finally, the last topic, the narratives that can be created and fostered by disinformation, by advertisement campaigns. And I would say that the key takeaway of these workshops that is on the guide, it's the importance of embedding risk analysis in which regards disinformation and hate speech on the whole process of developing marketing campaigns and advertisement strategies. So I would say this was a really rich process that we were really able to engage with a lot of marketing actors in the country, but it was, as I said, like a first step. We wanted like to open the conversation. And the aim of this panel is like to dig into this topic and like to create the opportunity to develop further on the challenges and the possible ways to go under this topic. So I have said enough, and I will pass. What we will do is a first round of 5 minutes with our speakers, and then we will open the floor, and then we get back. So first, I want to invite Eliana Quiroz, who is joining us online, and she is a member of the board of Internet Bolivia. She holds a PhD. She's a PhD candidate at Universidad Mayor de San Andrés, La Paz, focusing on disinformation's impact on marginalized communities. She holds a master in public administration and has 20 years of experience in international cooperation agencies, including the World Bank and the United Nations. In 2021, she researched disinformation during Bolivia's political crisis and authored the first academic handbook on internet and society in Bolivia. And Eliana will give us a brief overview on the role of digital marketing and in this information disorder. Eliana, please, the floor is yours.
Hi, hi, Eloisa. Thank you. Good morning here, and I guess good afternoon and good evening there and everywhere. So thank you for the invitation, and your introduction was really great because, especially because Brazil is one of the examples of disinformation and campaigns in the world, and you come with the examples from grassroots, so from the practice. I want to share some initial thoughts from my research in Bolivia, and also trying to understand which are the actors of a disinformation ecosystem. And when we are talking about that, it's very obvious that private companies are key actors on the disinformation ecosystem. And I'm talking about, of course, marketing companies, which is the focus of this session. But when I'm trying to identify these marketing companies in the practice, the borders of different private companies offering different services blurs. So we can find, for example, platforms, digital platforms, giving advice on marketing strategies. For example, is very well known that when Meta has big clients, let's say clients that are going to spend $1 million, $5 million in their platforms in Instagram and Facebook, they bring some intermediary between this client, this big client, let's say, and Meta, and this intermediary is there to help them to micro target and direct the ads in the best way. In that moment, this intermediary is bringing some services around marketing, digital marketing strategies. And in Bolivia, for example, this intermediary was a bureau of lawyers. But in Peru, for example, it's El Comercio. It's a well-known, a mainstream newspaper. Or, for example, when I'm talking about blurring, like these borders that are not so clear, marketing companies offering databases or even data science services. So my first point here is that when talking about marketing private companies as an actor of this information ecosystem, we are really talking about private entities, different private entities, bringing services, and of course, having an interest of making money out of this business. So we should try to understand each ecosystem in the practice as they work in each country to identify not only marketing companies, but different private companies or private actors, private entities. The second idea is that these companies have a model, and the model is Cambridge Analytica. So when you have a lot of money and a lot of interest, you will have the whole model of Cambridge Analytica. And when there's less money or less time, we will have only some parts of this model. And I'm talking about this, thinking about the South. In the South, you will find, for example, some countries that do have a lot of money to spend. So it's perhaps the case of Brazil, Mexico, Filipinas, and you will find almost the whole model. But sometimes there are less money, so you will find perhaps even not marketing companies, but influencers or content creators or what we talk TikTokers, bringing these services of marketing, digital marketing campaigns. And even also journalists that are having a very hard time because media shortage, because the business model of media are in crisis. And many journalists are in the streets without employment, but they know about the information flows. So perhaps we will find some journalists creating a part of the services of marketing, marketing digital strategies. So in the South, I would say you will find a wide range of marketing services, digital marketing services for campaigns, for disinformation campaigns. So again, when we are looking at a country and a specific country, it's good to understand that you will find different actors, a lot of actors playing this some part of the roles of the ecosystem, this information. I would say that to begin. Then we will dig a little bit more on perhaps the solutions or the way forward.
Thank you, Eliana. I will pass now the word to Anna Kompanek, who is here in person with us. Anna is Director for Global Programs at the Center for International Private Enterprise. She manages a portfolio of programs spanning emerging and frontier markets around the world in CP's core teams of business advocacy, strengthening entrepreneurship, ecosystem and institutional trust, economic inclusion, and organizational resilience. Kompanek holds a BA in International Studies from Indiana University of Pennsylvania, a master's degree in German and European Studies from Georgetown University School of Foreign Service, and an MBA from George Mason University. She is a certified compliance and ethics professional international and a graduate of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Institute for Organization Management. And Anna will dig into the role of the private sector and how can we work towards developing good practices and recommendations.
Thank you so much, Eloise. And I feel like I should start with an explanation. You know, when we say private sector in fora like IGF, typically what comes to mind is big tech companies. Here we talked about marketing companies. I want to expand the definition a little bit further and focus on a different segment of the private sector, which perhaps I could call just local business community for more clarity, because that is the segment that my organization, Center for International Private Enterprise, or CIPE, or CIPE, if you speak Spanish, or I guess Portuguese works as well. That is the market segment, if you will, that we work with. And I have to say, in conversations about combating disinformation and building healthier information spaces, the role of the local private sector as a sort of stakeholder and potentially an ally is not often talked about. So I appreciate this opportunity. Because ultimately, so you mentioned the marketing companies, ultimately there's also a question, what about the companies that pay to have their advertisements placed in different online spaces through the marketing agencies? So what we're seeing in countries around the world is in many cases there may be just an issue of basic lack of knowledge. You know, companies don't necessarily think about how their marketing spend may be contributing to disinformation, because their basic metric when they buy ads is eyeballs, right? How many eyeballs are seeing this ad? Does it help us generate more sales and so on? But they don't always consider other risk factors, such as some of the advertisements, for instance, may appear on websites that are well known to be associated with disinformation or disreputable in some other ways. So there's just a basic question of sort of sensitizing companies who pay for advertising to think beyond, what are some other ramifications of where that money goes and wherever ads appear. And of course, I want to make it clear, so, local business community in any country is not a monolith. So companies themselves also may be contributing to disinformation. In many cases, it's commercially motivated disinformation when perhaps we publish or pay for coverage that is not factually accurate, let's just say, of their competitor. So in some ways, there might be contributors to the disinformation problem. And of course, if our advertising spend supports in directly or indirectly disinformation, that's a problem. But we are also victims of disinformation, be it through just direct impact on their brand, and also more broadly through the declining quality of the overall information space. So if the overall quality of journalism in a country suffers, ultimately those companies may not be able to get economic information, policy information that's trustworthy and that is crucial to their operations. So when we think about who sort of the key ally would be, that doesn't necessarily mean that every company in a given country is interested in doing something about combating disinformation. They may not be. They may be actively involved in spreading it. In many cases, you have state-owned companies that may, or otherwise politically controlled companies that may also be not so great actors. But I would say there's a growing segment of companies, and they are a worthy ally who recognize the dangers and who also frankly see the business case to improve their own conduct or their own information footprint, if you will. and also to support healthier information spaces, and not just through marketing spend. There are many other ways in which companies can be constructive actors in supporting independent journalism. If we have time and the conversation goes that way, I'll be happy to highlight other examples. For now, let me just mention that one of the resources that may be of interest to the audience here is a report that my organization and the Center for International Media Assistance, or CIMA, worked on together jointly. It's called Investing in Facts, how the business community can support healthy info spaces, where we did sort of a global scan of different ways in which private companies can be involved in supporting ethical independent journalism and strong independent media spaces. Ethical advertising is one of those ways, but there are others, and I'll be happy to get into that if we have time. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. This is really a great point, and was actually one of our takeaways also from the project, that actually engaging in countering or in ethical information ecosystem is also something that it's important for the companies and the brands itself, because it helps also with their public relations. So thank you so much. And now we will go to Herman Wasserman. Herman is professor of the Department of Journalism at Stellenbosch University. He's joining us online today. He currently holds a professorship in media studies at the University of Cape Town and previously directed the Center for Film and Media Studies. An accomplished alumnus of Stellenbosch University, Wasserman Academic Journal spans esteemed institutions both in South Africa and the United Kingdom. His extensive research in media, democracy, and society has earned him international recognition, leading to memberships and leadership roles in prominent academic associations. Herman, thank you for joining us today. And Herman will actually cover for us a little bit today the disparities on the comprehension of disinformation between the global north and the global south, and how this can also impact the discussion we are having here today. So please, Herman, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. It is a great privilege to be joining you, unfortunately not in person, but remotely. I have received two questions, Heloisa, is that correct? The one on the disparities and the second also then on the role of advertisement. So I'll say something very brief on them, both to allow for more time for discussion and questions, as this is obviously not the optimal way of making a broad contribution, but it's maybe just some points to consider. So I think in terms of the first question, considering the disparities between global north and south and how disinformation dynamics manifest in these regions, I think there are 2 points or 2 main points to consider in this regard. I think firstly, it is that disinformation has existed in the global south for a long time. We have seen recently that it has become a preoccupation in scholarship and policy debates in the global north. We can track that, and we have tracked it in our research, that scholarly production around disinformation peaked in 2016. No surprise why that is the case, around the elections in the US at that point. And from then on, it sort of grew, very steeply in terms of scholarly research. But when we actually consider the presence of what we now call disinformation, it is on a continuum with communication strategies, types of communication, propaganda even, that have been present in the global south for a long time. And not only disinformation, but also the other related issues, such as the pressure on the information environment, the pressure on free and accurate exchange, the pressure on the public sphere, all of these things that we now associate with what has been come to call the information disorder. These discourses have been in and these trends have been in the global south for a long time. One could even say, I think, that the discourses that kept colonialism in place were often a type of disinformation that served to justify the subjection of the colonized. So, and then in the post-colonial era, if we look at, my continent, Africa, is very clear, for instance, even in the post-colonial era, that states have often limited critical voices by owning and controlling the media, controlling the public sphere, engaging in disinformation campaigns. So what we are seeing today, when we are again seeing that governments in Africa and elsewhere use the excuse of fake news to enact laws that criminalize dissent, there's a continuity that is important to note. I think it's really important that we see this in the Global South in a historical, in the long historical moment. Also, if we look at foreign influence operations today, I think it is important to recognize that there have been foreign influence operations now often draw on historical loyalties, historical presences in Africa, and that there's this longer historical view. So that's, I think, the first point to make, is that there's a continuity, that we shouldn't see disinformation in the Global South, certainly as something that is entirely new. And that there is also we have to understand within a longer historical perspective. Even if these trends and forms of disinformation are now facilitated and amplified through new technologies, it is a continuation of an older threat. I think the second point maybe to make is that we now see a double threat to the information landscape in the Global South, both externally by foreign influence operations and internally by repressive states. And that threat is a threat also to the information landscape more broadly, but it is critically also a threat to journalism and to free journalism in the region. And I will get to that when I make a few points about the information environment and the role of advertisement. But I think it is also important to note that citizens and audiences in the Global South have agency. And it is important when we think about this information in these contexts that we also recognize and be very alert to the agency that audiences and citizens have, and the ways that they are practicing that agency, because that can also hold a lesson for the Global North. And one of the points that we've made in our research is that we should really encourage more attention to the Global South and disinformation in the Global South, not merely because the Global South is important or because more attention should be paid to it, but because there are actually lessons to be learned from the Global South experience that can be useful for the Global North. And one of these is the way that citizens and activists and organizations, civil society movements in the Global South are using that agency to fight disinformation through various strategies. One of the interesting strategies that we've seen in the research that Internet Lab has also been involved with, this project that I lead, is how the fight against disinformation in the South is linked with other struggles. So the fight against disinformation is not seen in isolation, but it is linked with struggles such as the struggle for access, internet digital rights, media freedom, education, and so on. And, if we have time, I can elaborate on that maybe in question time, but I mean, there are clear examples of how the organizations and activists in the Global South see the countering of disinformation as part of broader struggles. So activists in the Global South know that to empower citizens to stamp out disinformation, these citizens need access to the internet, for instance. They need digital rights. They need freedom of expression. They have to have a good basis of media literacy, etc. So these struggles are often linked. And when we approach disinformation in the Global South, it becomes very clear that we cannot fight disinformation in isolation. We have to see it as part of this broader ecology, broader array of rights and struggles. So if I can move on then quickly to the questions of the role of advertisement for the information environment and what implications these disparities might have for addressing and mitigating disinformation. I would maybe like to again return to the focus on journalism. If we think that critical independent journalism is one of the most important tools we have to fight against disinformation in the Global South, we also have to think about the threat of disinformation as linked to the threats to journalism in the Global South. One of the major threats, as I've already alluded to, is ongoing state pressure and repression. This is not a new trend. This has been going on for many, many years. But what is particularly pernicious at the moment is that maybe ironically, states are using the fight against disinformation to enact fake news laws. And that we've seen across the South, but especially also in Africa, but I'm more familiar with. The fight against disinformation has become a smokescreen for further repression. And that has become a very pernicious and a very important thing to focus on. But when we look at advertising and marketing, again, I think there is a double-edged sword, or maybe two sides of the coin. If we look at the role of advertising in relation to journalism, if we take journalism as a key component, as a key guarantee or a key weapon again in this fight against disinformation, advertising can be part of the problem. I think that we are familiar with those issues. Misleading advertising that might look like journalism, but is in fact, marketing. The very fact that business models can promote a certain type of journalism that is sensationalist, that promotes clickbait, that focuses maybe only on elite audiences and leaves large parts of highly unequal societies without access to media agendas. All of these aspects of advertising and marketing in relation to journalism, I think we are familiar with and can create problems in terms of journalists' ability or journalism's ability to fight disinformation. But I think an aspect that we often lose sight of is that advertising is also important for news organizations in the South, especially when it comes to small independent media outlets where the state owns and controls many media outlets. These small independent media outlets are often under severe economic threat. We've seen during the COVID pandemic how many smaller community organizations, community media, independent media on the continent have had to close down or had to severely scale back their operations. And in this regard, advertising can actually be a way for smaller community outlets to sustain themselves. That's obviously not the only model. There are donor-based models and philanthropic models and so on that are really important to explore. But advertising is one of those avenues. And then I think what we increasingly hear from these news organizations is that the way that advertisements in the online environment are sucked up by big platforms like Google, the result is that local news outlets lose an important source of revenue or get a very small part of revenue, and that threatens their sustainability. Another aspect to point to is that the precarious economic environment in large parts of the Global South also means that companies often cut back on advertising. So whenever there's an economic downturn or whenever there's economic pressure, and that is something that the Global South characterizes the Global South almost universally, under such pressure, advertising dries up. And so that also becomes a problem for news outlets, and then often opens the door for more sort of a capture of these news organizations by those people that have money and influence, and renders them more vulnerable to disinformation. So I think when we look at advertising in the Global South, we have to, and its relation to disinformation and journalism, we have to understand that it's a complex issue, that there are different aspects to consider, and that one has to take context into account. I think throughout, when we study disinformation in the Global South, throughout the Global South, it's clear that context is increasingly, or it's incredibly important, and that we cannot just import models of understanding and analysis from the global north to understand the problem in the global south. We have to look at this problem within context and within the local specificities. So I'll leave that there. Those are my sort of initial comments, and be happy to hear any questions or feedback. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Herman, for the great overview. And I will pass now to Renata Miele. Renata is journalist with a bachelor's degree in social communication from Faculdade Casper Libero. She's currently pursuing her doctorate in communication science program at the School of Communication and Arts at the University of São Paulo. And she holds the distinction of being the first female coordinator of the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee, the CGI, a multi-stakeholder entity responsible for, among other duties, for establishing strategic guidelines related to the use and development of internet in the country. So, Renata, please, thank you.
Thank you, Eloisa. Thank you for the Internet Lab, to the invitation for this section. I think this DEM is very important. In Brazil, we are discussing this a very, very long time. I have some notes here and a few reflections about this problem. The massive dissemination of false and misleading information news has currently drawn attention to the harmful effects it has produced in society. The challenges in developing actions to, on the one hand, protect fundamental rights such as freedom of expression, privacy, and access to information, and, on the other hand, preserve the respect for cultural diversity, is paramount. Disinformation is a phenomenon as old as the history of the press. Historically, the content value chain has been dependent to a greater or lesser extent on the sale of advertisements. Advertising has played a role not only in promoting journalism, but also in promoting access to information. Concerns related to the independence of news production and the use of advertising funds to manipulate public opinion are also not new. The Internet, however, has allowed the dissemination of false and misleading news and information to reach unimaginable levels, and its negative effects on society have become even more severe. Understanding this phenomenon necessarily involves understanding the emergency of a network of motivations for the creation, dissemination, and consumption of false and misleading content that amplifies information disorder and is related to the business models of digital platforms. In this sense, the use of the term disinformation industry is appropriate to describe the continuous increase in complexity and size of production chains and networks of actors that emerged stimulated by high financial investments, mostly funded by advertising. Digital platforms have captured an important part of the advertising market, amplifying content through the use of personal and sensitive data. An important part of this content is misleading, false, harmful, and illegal. Research has suggested that content with demonstrably false information circulated more than verified content feeding digital platforms' business models. Content moderation regulation faces issues as the profound lack of transparency on the development of advertisements and the algorithms that showcase them. Beyond that, intermediary liability regimes based on the principle of non-liability of the networks are being questioned, raising issues yet to be settled. As sponsored and boosted content has greater capacity to reach Internet users across different platforms, it is fundamental to investigate the damage it causes to the production of information and news and the role advertisement plays in these processes, especially in a scenario of massive collecting and use of personal data to profile users and target propaganda. Regulatory initiatives need to take into account both the specific aspects of information flow, the advertising market and its actors, as well as how the business models of large platform favors disinformation. In order to define strict policies that enable a health informational environment, some directives may be considered. Regulating the role of influencers and programmatic media. This is a very big problem we have. Influencers now have more audience than newspapers and journalist content. Establish strict measures for transparency and advertisement, also considering sponsored and boosted contents in social media, such as advertising libraries served by digital platforms, and disclosure of the reach and profile involved in the ad or boosted content. Rethink corporate responsibility of each intermediaries and links in the advertising chain in relation to the integrity of the public debate, as suggests in the booklet formulated by the Internet Lab called Publi or Fake, or Ad or Fake. Other initiatives we hope may be proposed in the discussions carried out in this session. Finally, the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee carried out a broad consultation process on platform regulations, which, among other issues, involved questions about concentrations in the online advertising market and the risks of the platform business model, such as disinformation and infodemics. The consultation has more than 20,000 contributions from individuals and organizations of different sectors of society. The analysis of its results is still going on, and we hope that it can be a great value for the formulation of innovative and locally designed policy. That's my first reflections. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Renata. Now we are going to open the mic for not only questions, but also considerations and comments and thoughts. So please, those who want to make any interventions and are here, use that mic over there. And for those who are online, you can either send this via Q&A or perhaps raise your hand, and we can monitor for allowing you to intervene. So, any?
I guess I'll ask a question if people don't want to ask questions. So I'm from the National Democratic Institute, Dan Ornato. I'm curious, kind of, you didn't talk too much about political advertising, and that's a lot of what, we engage in monitoring at NDI and other election observation groups. So I'm curious, the role particularly of political advertising and how that could better be managed using different kinds of interventions, whether they're legal, mechanisms to control that, whether they're monitoring systems. I think Cambridge Analytica, as you mentioned, really demonstrated some of the challenges we have in terms of data that could be used for targeting, and just it's a problematic component because I think that kind of information is useful for research and for other purposes, but it is unfortunately a problematic component of kind of our modern political systems, that these systems can really become weaponized. So curious about your perspective on that piece.
Thank you, Daniel. We have one more.
My name is Juliano. There is a difficulty in separating the acting of digital influencers in their own work and as political marketeers. And part of advertisement funds is dedicated to political campaigns. So I'd like to hear from the panelists a little bit of how could we develop a kind of regulation that could look into how advertising are fomenting disinformation in political campaigns, as it's so difficult to separate political content than other all kinds of content that are circulating in the internet.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, my name is Juliana. I'm a technical advisor from the Brazilian Internet Steering Committee. And in Brazil, we have a self-regulating council for advertisement. So I would like to know how the measures to mitigate those risks mentioned can articulate with the self-regulatory frame and with the regulatory from the state. Maybe, for instance, if we could demand more transparency from these influencers through the self-regulatory council, or maybe we have too many problems like regulatory capture in these councils and a lot of other difficulties. And if we can adapt these spaces and advance, or maybe we should trust in regular regulation and this, I think, how these things interact. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. Anyone else? Or do we get back to the panel? Okay, so we are getting back to the panel. And before passing the word to my colleagues, I would actually like to add something to Juliana's question, which was really great. And mentioning that during the project we were developing, we actually mapped some of the measures, this kind of self-regulatory bodies for advertisement and how they interact with these issues. And it's interesting that normally there is a couple of safeguards in place or self-regulatory norms that targets well what would be disinformation on the narrative at the level of misleading consumers. But when you go beyond that, when the narrative, the problem with the narrative is less about the project and more about how it can uphold other types of disinformation or even hate speech, depending on how you build the narrative. And when you're speaking about how advertisement may finance or be a source of funding for disinformation outlets, then there is a limit on what we have until today for the self-regulatory bodies. And I think this is one of the challenges. How do we think this way forward? Is this something that should we cover with regulatory approaches, like state regulatory approach? And now in Brazil, and Renata can speak more about that than me, we are discussing this on the fake news bill with the platform regulatory bill that has something on advertisement, but there's a long way to go, and there's this space that there's not so many parameters and safeguards. And I will stop here to let my colleagues speak, and I will go actually backwards now. So I'll pass first to Renata, and then I will go with Herman and Anna and Eliana.
Well, three very good questions. I cannot answer all of them, but just a reflection, because this challenge into how we can conceptualize political advertisement is very difficult, because it's a very thin line between the freedom of expression, the freedom of flow of the ideas, the political ideas. So conceptualize this is very difficult, and is a challenge to address some good practice to avoid disinformation in this. But we are all dealing with that in Brazil. We passed through 2 elections when the flow of disinformation content in political debate was enormous. But I think it's very difficult to categorize. I'm sorry, but categorize political advertisement. What is this? We are talking about when a political party do some content. This is advertisement or not? Just a question for our reflection. How we manage with this? So this is a very big problem, and it's not easy to face it. Another comment is about what Juliana bring to us, and I deal with that before working with internet when I am from civil society discussing the democratization of communication in Brazil. And our private sector on advertising always said that there is a new right that we have to put on human rights. I don't know, that is the advertise. How can I say that? Liberdade de expressão publicitária. Advertisement, free. Yes, I don't know. Free speech of advertisement as a new whole in the human rights. So they use this expression. How did you translate? Free speech for advertisement. They use this to avoid any kind of regulation, and myself, I don't believe in self-regulation in the sector. I think we need another kind of approach. Of course, there is an importance of this kind of structure, but we have to have a space, and public space, to discuss advertisement in a more serious way. And we didn't talk about this, but political is a problem, but we have problems with health when we have advertisement about medicines, I'm sorry, medicines, and we have problems. We saw this in the pandemic, and this is a very big problem because this affected people's lives. So that's only a few comments.
Thank you so much, Renata. And now back to Herman, who is online.
I won't say much more than the previous speakers have said, because I think, a lot of that resonates in the South African context. We do have regulations for political advertising, but they come from a sort of previous era, pre-social media, really. So the advertising of political parties prior to elections on, say, broadcast, channels and on newspapers, that's fairly well regulated, but what happens on social media, I think, is less easily regulated. Also, just to confirm with the previous speakers, what do we define by advertisements? Increasingly, political parties are using all sorts of other ways of guerrilla marketing and things of campaigns that is not as easily definable. In this regard, I would say that what is important is regulation, but even maybe more importantly is the sort of coalition of journalists and civil society organizations to also interrogate what political parties are saying, to fact check their claims, to make audiences aware of the source of claims and campaigns and marketing strategies. So I think regulation in itself, formal regulation, is not enough. It is important that this is also forms part of a broader, let's say, awareness raising and a broader systemic orientation towards political communication from journalists, civil society organizations, etc.
Thank you, Herman. And now back to Anna.
So I won't necessarily comment on political advertising since that's not specifically the issue we're looking at, but I just wanted to re-emphasize the point that Herman made in his earlier remarks that independent journalism is the key weapon in combating disinformation. And speaking from the perspective of the private sector, as I said, there are many ways that local private sector, local businesses can help invest in healthy infospace, in independent journalism, beyond ethical advertising through impact investment or blended finance or corporate philanthropy, or thinking about it as a part of their CSR. And with that corporate mindset of thinking about their sort of impact in the information space, we do see local private sector also involved in just having a voice as policies that govern information space may be made. In Armenia, for instance, we work with a local business organization that has provided input into national strategy against disinformation. So kind of just a broader principle that, whatever laws are being passed, the biggest danger is the government just passing the law without any kind of consultation on input from civil society and also from the local private sector. And there's also a value that we see in bringing local business organizations together as part of the broader coalitions that were mentioned before, to talk about the issue of securing the information space, mapping it out, thinking about incentives for private sector investment in independent media. And in our work, we see that, for instance, in the Philippines, where we help bring together the Philippine Association of National Advertising and the Makati Business Club, which is one of the major business organizations in the country, to talk about this particular issue, which may not necessarily be kind of a natural topic for entities like that. So we're just, let's be creative about which stakeholders are involved and what collaborations are possible.
That's really interesting. Thank you, Anna. And now back to Eliana.
Thanks. Building on Anna's response also, yes, I guess it's a key to understand which actors are playing. So I would say, taking the question about political advertising, it will be like following the money and also following or understanding which entities are part of this ecosystem. So to bring some transparency on which actors are participating. And bringing transparency, when I'm thinking about bringing transparency, for example, is to understand in a specific election, for example, we should know which marketing companies are taking part, which are contracted by which political party, for example. But not only marketing companies, but also, for example, influencers. There are many influencers that are contracted by political campaigns. So it's good to know who are bringing some information paid, and not only like advertising, but advertising like directly in the platforms. But also understanding which data providers we have there, which data analyst companies are playing some kind of role, which audiovisual media production companies, communication, digital and public relations companies, and also fact-checking and public opinion companies that are bringing some services during an election. And I'm thinking about during an election because it's very it's delimited. It's kind of a special moment. It's not like the broader or any time in the political life, but it's a very specific, and it's possible to bring some regulations by the authority, the electoral authority. And the second idea there could be that it's interesting, like, to understand that some companies are not really aware of some human rights framework, like business and human rights framework, and it's very good to include them into the conversation and bring some knowledge about these frameworks to let them know that what is allowed and what is not allowed. And then, of course, I really do think regulation is part of the solution, but it's very, we know that it's very complicated because we have also to take care of freedom of expression. But yeah, regulation, not only to the platforms, but also to some actions of other companies are part of the solution. And I will stop there.
Thank you, Eliana. And we reached our limit of time. So I would like to thank you, all our panelists today. I think it was a really interesting discussion. And I think there are some takeaways, or at least some points we can map from this discussion, that actually not only the difficulty of defining political advertisement, but how when there is a blurred line also between what is commercial advertisement and political advertisement. And we have seen this in Brazil in the last election, when we do have brands that are engaging politically, and where the line of free speech also can be drawn or cannot be drawn. And also the importance not only of advancing regulation, but also of engaging different actors, because despite the fact that we may have actors that have bad intentions within the ecosystem, we actually have a large amount of actors that are there to be engaged and to be included in the conversation of business and human rights. So I would like to thank you, everyone, for being here today. And thank you for everyone who stayed at almost 7 o'clock today with us. And I hope you have a good rest of IGF and a good rest of Wednesday.